Movement. That's the feeling of the Ijaw people. If nobody is telling you, as a friend, I will tell you, Ijaw people feel this is the worst government for them. This is a nightmare for them. And when we were voting, when we were campaigning for you, a lot of Ijaw people called me, President, you don't know Tinubu. You know everything about Tinubu. Tinubu is your friend. No? We hope it's not going to look the other way. Oh. And I assured everybody, I say, if Tinubu fails, hold me responsible. And today, the people are asking me, are you still on that if Tinubu fails, hold me responsible?
Well, my purpose is to condole the entire country through the army on the loss of life in Kaduna is tragic. But as people of faith and the people who believe in this country, and importantly, faith, death through Nnamdi and the separation of God, the Shahada. We must take this as a tragic event decided by God. Otherwise, it won't happen. It's all about our country. It's my responsibility as a commander-in-chief to encourage and motivate our military men who has been asked to be forward to give their life for the stability, peace, and prosperity of this country. And that's what I came.
To demonstrate solidarity with Nnamdi Kanu, the distinguished senator representing his senatorial constituency. But you see, the ruling today was in part disappointing and in part satisfactory. A lot of people might say it's a bit ambiguous, so I'm going to speak very briefly so that I do not preempt what is going to come out of the registry of the court. We are going to promptly apply for certified true copies of what the justice stated in court today. But some things that he made clear were as follows: that number one, Nnamdi Kanu was enjoying his bail when his house was invaded, and that was wrong. If you recall, we had obtained a judgment in 2022 at the High Court in Abia State, awarding him $1 billion. So this indirectly affirms that judgment. And that the manner of bringing him into Nigeria was also wrong. But despite all of that, the Supreme Court found cause to send this case back to the Federal High Court. And sending it back to the Federal High Court is actually called remission. And when they remit with the instructions. We don't know yet what those instructions are because we don't have certified true copies of the judgment and the judgment order. So in days to come, that will be available and will be made available to the press.
Okay, please, when the judge said yes, appeal and cross appeal, what does it mean?
Well, the government appealed against the discharge granted by the Court of Appeal, and we cross-appealed, okay, against the stay of execution granted by the Court of Appeal. So these were the issues. But what came out was that the revocation of his bail was wrong. So this, in fact, has created a basis to further seek his release, through some other means.
So the judge is saying that the trial should continue. What does it mean for your team now?
Well, basically, it's going to continue or it's going to proceed in accordance with the instructions the Supreme Court has issued. And those instructions will be clearer when we get them in writing. So the judge or the Federal High Court judge will have to be restricted within those. It's called a remission. So they have to carry out, the Federal High Court has to carry out the strict instructions of the Supreme Court.
Okay, thank you very much.
That's it. Thank you.
I want to send a clear message to the federal government of Nigeria. Yes. Contrary to the belief of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that Wike delivered River State to him. Yes. Even the Wike failed in his unit.
Yes, you know.
He failed in his road.
Yes.
And he failed in his LG. Yes. And we're also here to tell Ahmed Bola Tinubu that he should call Wike to order. Because the next time he comes into River State to disturb the peaceful people of River State, we are not going to sit down and fold our hands. Please, the President of Nigeria, if you contest, and the DSS and the police to arrest the former governor of River State, the now Minister of SCT, for defrauding the people of Ogodila. Please, we want you to call Mele Kyari, the GMT, Wike, and also Sahara. These are the people that released a whooping sum of $300 million for the settlement of the development of Ogoni people. But only one individual, yes, is a 1 weekend, took the money and ran away. This is also a man that brought the director of Federal Inland Revenue and was cutting away 9 billion out of the 15 billion generated revenue of River State people every month. Please tell him to return these funds back. This is one individual that has kept the state as if it's his private enterprise. And at the end of the day, he goes about bragging that the federal government is in his pocket, the judiciary is in his pocket, the presidency is in his pocket, the chief of staff is in his pocket, the security agencies are in his pocket. But let us tell him that River State cannot be in his pocket. He said he procures every appointment with money. He can procure the appointment there with the money of River State, and there's no problem. But let me also tell President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the people of Nigeria that this man just has a 1 weekend lies in advance. He's a serial liar, he's a demonic liar, he's a pathological liar. He's someone that is not consistent with anything, only lies. So please, we are tired of holding our hands. The next time any of these security operatives, especially London, have promised they come into River State again to start misbehaving, anyone shot from them, we answer them 10 with our own.
That's what we thought.
We defend ourselves and we defend our resources. Yes. Nobody should think that we are cowards. Yes. If Yeso is a 1 weekend and those in Stangbolo and Ofunguru and manage them and Oshisha them, think they have testicles, they should come to River State again. And we'll show them what it means to hold River State.
That's all.
Mr. President, you have won your Supreme Court case. Tell this retard of a man, come just say 1 weekend, that enough of this shenanigan. We are not going to take this anymore. No more will it be said of River State again. That one individual can come up to control River State anymore. We are for River rivers is for us.
That's our stand.
Rivers is for rivers. So yes, there is a 1 weekend. I'm calling you out that if you're a man with just your tambolo of Kubro Shishadem and the men of them, come out to River State.
We dare you.
I dare you. I'm telling you, come out if you're a man. And also, we also want to tell those people that think that the overrating yesterday is the 1 weekend. Wike is nobody without the people of River State.
Yes, so
we gave him the glory and we have taken it back.
yes.
River State is not ashamed to yesterday is the 1 weekend.
Yes, so.
Yesterday is the 1 weekend. Mr. President, call him and Barinada Ipigi with Jumene, Teko, and Samuel, one of Sike. They are responsible for the murder of DPO Paco. I can attest to that fact. I'm not scared to attest.
Issues and clarify them. Our party is not involved in whatever is going on in River State. Certainly, our president has no hand in it. Now, as for Wike, a lot of our party members are actually pretty uncomfortable with some of his antics. That's just the bitter truth, you know. Our president called Governor Subara, tried to achieve a settlement between the two parties, and then the next thing we hear, some people are decamping, and there are moves to impeach the governor, and then we woke up one morning, and then a budget is presented. Some people their seats are declared vacant. The House of Assembly is being demolished. These are really, really, really very, very bad optics. That is just the truth. And I personally am uncomfortable with not only a lot of our party members. Maybe they are not, because they've not been coming out to say that much. They are highly uncomfortable with Minister Wike and what are basically his excesses. You are a minister of the Federal Republic, for God's sake. You are not even a member of our party. Our president gave you an appointment. Face your job, for God's sake. Just face the job. Enough of these antics, these excesses. You know, it is for you to have managed your relationship with your godson. If peradventure there is a problem there, if the president calls you and tries to settle the problem between both of you, then even just common decency. I mean, the optics does not look good. Is it that our president is not big enough to give Minister Wike an instruction, go and settle with your son? We are politicians. There is a way politicians approach issues. The president has called you, he's your boss. We don't have two captains in our ship in APC. Maybe they do in PDP. Where there's Atiku here, there's Wike here, there's Obi there, there's whoever somewhere. In our own party, we have just one captain, and our captain is Bola Tinubu, President Bola Tinubu. So a lot of us are really uncomfortable with this. We don't need these distractions for our president. You came from another party, you are part of our government. Please, just behave yourself and do the job our president gave you to do, and stop all these distractions. Leave this young man alone. Settle with him, and let's get on with life, please.
Building documents from you under Nigeria Trade Office Ghana. Purchase of 2 units of project vehicles. SUV, 160 million naira. Is this a Nigerian-made vehicle? 160 million naira. Which kind of truck is this? I mean,
so it's for Ghana.
No, you make your notes.
Okay.
So we avoid the crossfire. I don't want to just show that there's a huge gap between what we preach and what we do in your ministry. Understand our extent of dependence. What is the balance of trade between Nigeria and China? What is the balance of trade between Nigeria and countries under the European Union? What is the balance of trade between Nigeria and the United Kingdom? Most of our major trading partners. And when I talk of balance of trade, delete oil. The other one is an international product. So that we can appreciate how much we have gained in terms of giving all the money we spent over the years on export promotion and all the institutions we've set up, whether they are banks, they are commission, whatever they are, so that it will give us a window whether we are not just throwing money away. We probably have far more institutions, whether financial institutions or other commissions, with the one primary objective to promote export. So by the time you give us this figure, it will give us an idea. Number two, not be found in your office and be found elsewhere. He claimed to know where you were. I don't know whether he's tracking you. But there is one major thing that I've seen in all the committees that I've attended, and this is something the Senate has to look at. Every time Nigeria has to travel, including your ministry, we are, I use the word, and excuse me, but we need to be brutally frank, but not brutal to people, but in terms of calling a spade a spade. We always have the largest delegation of Nigerians to trade missions. Now I see in your proposal, you have trade mission in Geneva, and you are going to spend almost over 1.70 billion naira to maintain your Geneva office, which means ideally you have trade experts in that office. And when I used to go to Geneva, where Nigerian ministers go with 30-man delegation, America will use their trade officers in Geneva to attend those meetings. They are just pure technical people. In Nigeria, the minister will lead the delegation, and by the time you multiply now, I don't know what the ESTA code is now, times 1,000, whatever it is, you'll find that ministers in trying to help put their people on trips, they don't attend the meetings, and they spend most of that time shopping at the expense of taxpayers. And that is paid substantially, while you will find huge overhead. I'm just asking myself, you are going to spend in your ministry 900 and, that is headquarters alone, 905 million naira. And sometimes when you put for 202 kobo, I really don't know how these numbers are generated, because nobody sees kobo anymore. It doesn't exist. And every budget they put it there as if it was meant to be a joke. Budget is meant to be an honest statement, not a formality. So you spend so much money on overhead. Number two, you are arguing the case for waivers. For me, the most corrupt tools of government is to make law for everyone, and then for those you favor, you now grant them waiver to breach that law. Government must be seen to be fair to all. If we are going to have fair competition, and we have opted for free market, why should we even have thing called waiver? I think my plea to Mr. Chairman, sir, is that going forward, the National Assembly has the right to legislate, to curtail the power of those who exercise this discretion, because they are abused. Honorable Minister, be clear, this is not about you, but there has to be a day to wake up. You know, somebody asked about Volkswagen, about Peugeot Automobile, about Leyland, about there was one in Bauchi where they produce tractors. Steer. It is our trade policies this submission recklessly, in my view, to so-called WTO rules and so on, and then we expose ourselves to all kinds of goods and services coming in. Let me just ask you one question. When you go to a restaurant, and as the Minister of Trade, you pick a toothpick and it's made in China, that toothpick is illegally imported and drawing the forex from our increasingly impoverished central bank? Or how does it come in? Under our laws, should toothpick not made in Nigeria be found in the Nigerian market? I'm going for this ridiculous one because each time I go out and I see toothpick, they have this small packaging, nice packaging, but it's imported. And then we talk about promoting trade. How? So there's something you need to speak to. And okay, time is always a problem here. Provide that next time, sir, we will not be rushed to approve money because we are in a hurry. Because those who pay taxes don't earn the money in a hurry. They sweat. We must be sure, not assuming, sir. No, excuse me. Custom officer implements trade policies. They do not formulate the tariff policies. They collect what has been imposed on them. Yeah, but you shouldn't be tired so much that not to know the difference. It's my father. It's my father.
Hello, my dear. You know, Christmas is already coming, there, and I know you want to buy a few things for your parents, but because Boji jackpot, hello, my dear, even though you are not in jackpot, you're not wondering who will help mommy in Beijing to, buy all these remaining tomato, beans, egg, yam, rice, noodles, and cocoa. Do not worry. I'm here to introduce to you Help Me Waka. Hey, waka for me. Amen. Now, what these guys are going to do for you is they will help you to deliver anything that you want to your parents, to your husband, to your wife that you have left in Nigeria. Koda, you that are giving Baba Bejo that is doing the work of former, according to former in your collection, your marrying. That's fact. So they can help you to build your house, they help you to buy cement, block, paint, tiles, that is, and so on and so forth. They also do personalized gifts. Look at this. For example, Ray has my name on it. And it has exciting and personal items. I love class. You already know that. They won't put clock. Remind me, wait, I should not be using another person's clock to run. You understand me now? So anything that you want whatsoever, they are in Nigeria, they are in Ghana, and Cameroon. Don't worry, just go to their website. I'm going to put a link in my bio. Follow them on Instagram. Gbogbo Ishoro, Gbogbo Aile, Gbogbo Nile, Gbogbo Riro, Gbogbo Bibo, Gbogbo Kiki, Gbogbo Shisha. Any problem or any ills that you are having and you want it to be resolved, help me to waka. We help you to resolve it. You want to joke with me? Think I will cut and I will not pack all these things. I will pack it. I will wash me eyebrows to eyebrows. So you can come to my house and come and take it. But cut me.
You're welcome.
I'm not welcome.
Yes, I got your call. Who sent this to me?
Your brother.
Wow, so excited! I need to go. Hurry up! I'm so excited!
Ta-da! Surprise! Surprise! How are you guys?
I'm
nice to see you.
I'm live.
With Help Me Waka, I came to your house from your brother in America.
Wow!
Are you happy? Help Me Waka, the people who do what? Run errands for you in Nigeria and in Ghana. Say Ghana. Ghana. Say Ghana.
Ghana.
Nigeria and Ghana. Say Help Me Waka. Say Help Me Waka. Say Help Me Waka.
Help Me Waka.
Help Me Waka, the people who run errands for you.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has all sort of accusations leveled against him to say, this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon. Yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
not
took my
going
time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, please, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
And this interior, don't feel like you are making a mistake. And I've actually had. You see, this is exhausting. Our people, my God, this is exhausting.
Don't.
I think I'm going to leave this place because people are exhausting. And I've had this conversation with CM. And he pretended as if he doesn't know the context you were talking from. This is scary. This is just scary. Our people,
because
people are so dishonest.
You see videos,
you know what?
Sorry, forefather.
You should come and take over. You are too dishonest.
No, let me see.
I'm tired of you people. It's unbelievable. Show can come and take over. Show you can come and take over, please.
Forefather.
People are just full of dishonesty.
Please.
They will never tell you the truth. I don't know whether is it.
What are you accusing me? You've seen
whether it's deliberate or not.
Calm down, please.
Something is wrong. Something is broken in our people.
Oh, Father. Calm down.
We've had long conversation. That's made this.
They asked a question. I gave you instances.
A long one.
I gave you instances.
What
is see,
unbelievable.
See, listen, Father. Let me tell you. Let me.
All right, welcome to the show. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. It's Saturday, December the 16th, 2023. Welcome for joining us from all over the world. We appreciate your time, and today's show is going to be interesting. We have several issues in the news. We have the Senate President who we reports said he slumped and was taken to the hospital, and some newspapers were covering up for him. We will get to that. He had to come out yesterday to say, oh, he had malaria and exhaustion, and he's fine. We also have in the news the issue in Rivers State where Wike is fighting his godson. It's getting serious, and we had a situation where the budget of the state was presented in front of 5 members of the State House of Assembly, when you had another 27 members joining, leaving the PDP and joining APC. So things are happening there. Also, yesterday, the Supreme Court ruled in the case of Nnamdi Kanu, basically sending the case back to the High Court for trial. We will get to that and so many other stories. For those who want to join us, the link is out there. You can join us in the studio to be part of the conversation. And those on the comment section, we appreciate you. Those watching at home, we appreciate you. We'll be here and we will begin the conversation. Let's see people who are in. If you're interested in joining us, please turn on your camera so that we can bring you on. KJ, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Good to see you. This is the first time I actually have followed you right from the beginning. I enjoyed the videos that you put together. It's awesome. I commend you for that.
Yeah,
you are able to in one soup round up almost everything that had gone around.
Get the picture.
That's very good, very educative for anybody who wants to follow Nigerian news. This is the place to be. So if you have not subscribed, this is also the best time to do that.
Yes, please. That's very important.
Yesterday was heated for all of us, and the reason why I'm coming this early was because of the Nnamdi Kanu issue, of course. And there are many stories that are being brandished around. That's not totally correct. There's also I don't know if you I think you captured everything that I probably want to talk about. And maybe when the time comes, I'll be able to make more give more details what I think my views will be. And then of course you didn't. I don't know if you did before I joined the Olusegun presentation to the president.
Oh yes.
Yes, it was very incisive and to say that he was saying it right before the president was telling him, just sitting some few meters away from him. Before now I've lost hope in Olusegun, but after that presentation, I think he has given my trust again as a true freedom fighter who can say it as it is. I'm so happy with that. Even though we know that these people don't listen, not that Nigeria lacks truth, it's the ability for the leaders to check the truth and make good of it. That's what the problem is. Thank you.
All right, thank you, KJ. Yeah, Olusegun, I actually have the video, but I'm trying to find the spot. It's long video, so to play, but I will get to that. Mazin Prince, welcome to the show.
Oh, Dr. Damages, good morning. KJ, good morning, and good morning, other panelists. Pretty much, I know we have our hands full today, and hopefully it will go smoothly as usual. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anything that we missed on the clips we played and the subject matter? Anything important to you?
I think I kind of have my eyes on that of River State somehow. But then at the same time, there's also a news I saw somewhere about the organ harvesting in Abuja. That's going on in Abuja, and it's not mentioned here. Yeah.
All right, thank you. I'll look for that. Paul, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, and good morning.
Good morning. Is there anything that you think is very important that we have to add to the conversation today?
Well, Doctor, I would say just two of the things that you post there is enough for the day. I don't think only you can even stand it. You are still asking for more.
No, just at least we mention it. Maybe if it's important, we might move things around and make it the first.
Yeah, I would like to use some of the panelists may want to attack me, but I would tell you that the way the Hamas and the Israel issues is going on, the war is going on, and how it's affecting Biden, how Biden is trying to manage it, but still stand on where he stands, but he's trying to bend and everything. I think it's a lot. It's a lot for Democrats, and it's a lot for Biden.
That's very important when you come to American issues. Yeah, it's very important. World affairs. Thank you. CM, welcome to the show.
Okay, Rudolph.
Yeah.
I hope I'm coming out clearly. Good afternoon from the land of the king. And welcome everybody to the show. Actually, I listened Listen to, thank you. I listen to, thank you, KJ. Why am I having echo? So what I would have loved to add was
Go ahead.
mute. My own is it Chima? Chima, if you don't, thank you. Yeah. What I would have loved to add was something like something like a song I learned 2 days ago. Eyes on, is on. Eyes on, is on. Izoki memie, emie, asawana, wana. Asawana, wana. Asawana, wana. That is the time politically it is in Nigeria now. I rest my case.
Can you interpret? I have no idea what you just did. Is it Ijo? What language is that? Sounds like Sari Dokongo.
It's an Ijaw language. That is how they call their unity, and that is how they call when they want to go united we stand, divided we fall. That's not the meaning, but if they are going for war or they are going for celebration, that's their anthem, their national anthem.
You are not Paul. It is me. It's my copyright or whatever. Now me go interpret them my own way. It's not you. Rudolph, I paid money. I paid money. What Paul said is not the truth. Paul is just talking another thing. The real meaning, I paid money, I was taught this, so I can't give it, I can't divulge it easily. Rather, we say it again. Eyes on, is on. Eyes on, is on. Izoki memie, emie,
Emie.
Asawa wana. It's for weak, not for everybody.
All right. Thank you so much. Chima, welcome.
Yeah, we get wahala.
Let's leave it at that. Thank you.
Chima, welcome to the show. Okay, Chima is on the phone talking to someone while we are talking to him. All right. So let's begin with I think let's start with Wike. What's going on with Wike and in River State? KJ.
Yes, thank you. You see, sometimes I've said on this program that what goes around comes around, and it's before now we used to hear that the evil that men do lives after them, but these days it doesn't live after them; it follows them along. And God has said that it no longer be following their children; it will be following them. This same Wike that is fighting, to destroy River State today, did the same thing many years ago. He did that to Amechi, both as a governor and even when Amechi left, to the point that Amechi left office, Wike fought him to a standstill. I remember when I interviewed Wike many years ago, he told us of how he came back, how he fought for Amechi, how he brought Amechi into the office from Ghana, where Amechi had ran to go and, for his safety. Nyesom Wike was single-handedly the one who went to court, who defended the issue, who fought it to a standstill. And we commended him because he did what was supposed to have been right. And at the same time, Amechi was brought back and he became governor. Now, he haven't done that. Eventually turned against Amechi for whatever reason it took that both of them are fighting. I don't know. Because see, politicians are very crafty. Some of what you hear outside is not really what is the cost. There are many more things that are done in the midnight when we are all sleeping. And so we don't have those details. But if you ask me, I will say, you see, these things are not new in Nigerian politics. And I think that Wike, I blame him for a lot of things. When he's doing that, none of these people are considering the Rivers people. None of these people are considering the citizens of Nigeria. The House of Assembly that was knocked down is not going to be built by any of that money. It's going to be used, the taxpayers' money that will rebuild it. Those people who are on one side or the other are not doing that because they love Wike. They're not doing that because they love Simi. No, they are doing it because some of them know what they will get at the end of the day. Just like Wike got a choice appointment when he was able to restore Amechi in the government. Now, I think if you ask me in all good conscience, you have done the worst you could do to the people of Rivers. Now, here's what some people forget. Rivers State is not an APC government, APC state. Rivers State still continues to remain a PDP state, and as well as most of the eastern states. So when you decide to switch party, when you decide to ask people in the house to switch party and they all go at one sweep, what do you expect? Have the people of the state now become APC? Have they also switched with you? Who did you consult before you decide to switch parties? And then decide to say you are now belonging to APC. And I think that why Wike pulled that stone was because he thinks that the Nigerian people are still very naive of fighting back. The constitution clearly makes it clear that if you switch party, you will lose your position. This was an addendum added to the constitution some years ago because of this constant switching. Tomorrow you say you declare for this, next tomorrow you declare for this. No true ideology that least drives any party in Nigeria. So they're all the same thing. All my mind mixed together with Akara and everything. So now these people didn't know that probably just like Falana said, they were ill advised. Okay, they didn't know that it's not going to be as usual, and so they decided to jump ship in the midst of it. And look, like I wanted to say, so I don't digress so much. What they are doing is not in the favor, in the interest of anybody in River State. It is for their own personal aggrandizement. Both the governor and the FCT minister, who wants to govern two states, two places at the same time. You want to be in the FCT, you want to also have total control of what goes on in River State. In fact, that was what brought problem between you and Amechi, and you are still doing the same thing. You say there's no more longer godfatherism in Nigerian politics. You want to be godfather. You say you need your political base. If there's no political base, where you are finished. Then why did you accept the go to be minister of FCT, even though you told us that you were not going to accept ministership? So Amechi wrote what's his name? Nyesem Wike is filled with contradictions. In fact, after what's his name? Femi, what's his name? FFK.
Fanikaide.
The next person is, he has taken over Fanikaide's position because he talks on both sides of his mouth. And he's one politician that I don't think anybody should take seriously in Nigeria, honestly, to be, to speak the truth. He shouldn't be taken seriously. I don't even think he deserves to be in the FCT because he has not, like I said earlier, he does not have the temerity. But what has put him there? Because the strong man in Aso Rock wants a strong man that can do his dirty job. And that's the guy that can do the dirty job without fear. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mazi Prince.
KJ have said it all. He really touched it deeper than I expected him to do. However, weakest problem, just like some commentators said yesterday, I think he said God something God syndrome. Kind of like saying Godfatherism syndrome. But to me, I will differ a little bit on that. Why would I differ? Sometimes we see people on the streets and we really do not know their mental health. And when you talk about mental health, people think it's only when you see a madman on the streets, naked, chasing people or picking things from the trash. Then that's when we talk about the person is mental, is mental. No, it's not. It shows that some rich people are also got mental health. The thing is this. I think weakest problem could be attributed to that of Adolf Hitler. It's either the books he's been reading that affected him, or the movies he's been watching and thinking that he's a demigod. His end, from what I'm seeing, it's not gonna be good. In a sane country, by now they should be investigating him. Look at what Asari Dokubo's sister came out to say, that he's instrumental to the killing of a DPO. That calls for an alarm, and that she have other evidences to provide. Where are the DSS? It's a shame. And if I would diagnose Wike today, I would say that he is suffering from schizophrenic traits. He better go and check himself before he wrecks himself. That's the simple thing I can say for now.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you. Paul, you're from that part of the world.
Doctor, that type of thing that Wike is playing, I'm completely abnormal. I don't understand it because I don't know, people in the medical field, they have some big English that they say they speak. Sometimes we don't know whether Wike have selective amnesia, how do they call it? I can't pronounce it very well. Wike is just a problem. He keep contradicting himself in videos where he will gather team of journalists and he will contradict himself. It's just so painful. But also, in as much as we all will stand here, will blame Wike, the type of politics we are playing also call for all this nonsense. Because now we are supporting the man called Sim. You understand? We are supporting this man called Sim with network. You understand? Say Wike no get network. Now Sim get network. Without Sim, there is no network. That is the new slogan in Port Harcourt. But how funny it is, the Sim cannot even come out to tell people what he's been going through. At least we still see a strong man called Ngige. Ngige did his own. Ngige even say, let us go to Okija Shrine. But Wike Sim is not even talking. You understand? It's just like you can't beat the baby and equally ask the baby not to cry. That is the type of issue we are facing. But I get tired with the president, with Wike and everything. It kind of look like 1 minute to say the president is smart. But in this case, it looked like the president is not even smart. The president is supposed to rub shoulder now with Sim because Sim is the man. And doctor, it's so complicated that I ask myself, why is Wike doing all this thing? There is tons of precedent when it comes to this issue. You, Wike, Patient Jonathan single-handedly pick you when Patient Jonathan was fighting Amechi. Because sometimes some of us talk this thing, but we don't really understand. It was not Amechi that make Wike the governor. It's a different issue completely. It was Patient Jonathan single-handedly look who can fight Amechi. So Patient Jonathan picked Wike to fight Amechi, and Wike fought a good fight. Doctor, when you see Wike commission everything that he commissioned, he even invite Buhari that is fighting. He invite everybody. Did he invite Patient Jonathan? Did he invite Goodluck Jonathan to commission any of his projects? That is the godfather that even put him there. He forgot about them. He did his own thing. You understand? He did his own thing. He couldn't find any reason to say, let me even find a way to amend after getting power with Amechi. He fought Amechi to stand still that Amechi can't even visit the state. But the mistake Wike is making is that Wike failed to understand that you, as that individual, don't have power. It is the office that have power. And Obasanjo used the office very well. I really like it. Doctor, if you could remember, sorry, I'm deviating a little bit. In 2002, IBB post house was everywhere in Lagos, everywhere in Abuja. IBB post, IBB for president. Chris Anyanwu was interviewing Obasanjo and asked Obasanjo, the people that put you there, they are coming to take their power back. Obasanjo laughed. And Obasanjo said, well, as far as I'm concerned, Obasanjo indirectly, we know he's not talking to Chris Anyanwu, he's talking to IBB. Obasanjo said, in the military, I'm his boss. In terms of governance, 76 to 79, I become military head of state before him. I'm not a president. He has never been a president. So in all way, I'm his boss. So you cannot call somebody that I'm his senior, my godfather. Obasanjo sent that handwriting. Doctor, if you see that interview, suddenly we just see that IBB poster just started vanishing. No IBB poster, because IBB understand that Obasanjo are showing the handwriting. For him not to ridicule himself, he just maintained that position called Godfather. Because the mistake people are making, when you become Godfather, stay there. But when you take one more step from Godfather to become what they call Field Marshal, that is when you start having problems. Oshomole ridicule Almighty Tony Anene. We see so many people do all these things, and I don't understand why Wike can't get it. Then they are talking, you Wike, where you come from? You have only 2 local governments in the state. This is an unjust state. You guys have ruled for 24 years. These people have not ruled. Don't you think, even though if the man called the governor is very weak, what about the people? The people going to rally around for him. It's just like the way the people rally around for Chris Igige. At that time, the people going to rally around for him. So I don't get it why Wike can't see all these things. You've been a 2-time local government chairman in Rivers State. You've been a lawyer, never practiced one day. You become a chief of staff. You become a minister. You've become a governor. So why do I want to teach Wike politics when I don't even stay at midnight to do meeting? I can't teach Wike politics. But I think the problem is that it is the military. Those fake 40 years old whiskey that they sell in the barrack. I think Wike drink the fake one. That is the problem. Because Wike like to drink whiskey. But I think the fake one, when he drink the fake one, he talks anyhow. They scam him with that whiskey. I think that's the problem. That's what I take for now.
Thank you, Paul. Let's remind people of who Wike is, just for those who may not know.
I will never disappoint PDP. If I disappoint PDP, I will never have peace in my life. To make a pronouncement. So everybody will have to be careful. You give somebody an umbrella, the next day he defects. EFCC will come, he said, no, let me join them, so EFCC will not be against you. You carry the vote of another party, and you join another party. Can you transfer vote? You work hard for somebody to win the election. Tomorrow the person say, no, I have defected. If you are defecting, leave the seat. If you know it is easy. About that, even when you spend your 8 years in office, then you continue to pretend to say who becomes who, whatever, in Rivers State. Somebody say me, it may happen in Lagos State, but it will not happen in Rivers. As a governor, I will come and go. I can't stop it. I must come and go. All the Kevin left. You've never heard of me saying that you will do this, you will not do that. The day my tenure, by the grace of God, ends, I go. That's how God wants it. I am not going to impose anybody on this state. I will not do it. You see what happened in Edo State? You see what happened in Edo State? You see what happened in Anambra State? Even in Rivers State, did not happen. Did not happen? There's nothing you can do. People will change. People will, if there's anybody you want to bring in office that you think will do according to what you want, then you must be joking in your life. Then you're not a student of. When I hear people declaring for APC, saying that they want to continue the good job of Mr. President, the good job of people dying every day, the good job of Naira falling every day, I feel so ashamed that we have gone to the level where sacrificing, people will come and say, look, I want to continue the good job of Buhari. What is the good job of Buhari? Of hunger is a good job. Of poverty is a good job. Of insecurity is a good job. Of the economy falling is a good job. It's such a shameful thing.
That's Wike for those who may not know him.
Rudolph, actually, this week wahala is that the thing is, I like being fair. I discuss Nigerian politics based from the principle that we are different people that came together by force by Lord Lugard. I believe what is good for the geese is good for the gander. Since 1999, no Ijaw man has ever been governor of Rivers State. No Ogoni It has always been, I think, Ikwere. Since then, I don't know whether Peter Odili is Ikwere, I don't know. But whatever it is, if Peter Odili is Ikwere, it means 24 straight years, 8 years. It's not fair. For whatever it is worth, I don't
Odili
like
is
it.
not Ikwere, but Odili is from Upland. He's an Ndoni man. Ndoni.
Okay, I think they speak Igbo. Okay, let's just say it's Igbo. Unless
Yes.
he may deny
Yes.
his
Yes.
attended CKC. So imagine, okay, what of Ogoni? What of Ijo? And if you look at what Wike said, maybe then he wasn't taking that 40,000 for a 40 years old whiskey. You know, he looks fresh, very ploppy, everything. So then he was talking with sense. He said, what happened in Lagos won't happen in Rivers is not Lagos. You see, that is Wike. So, you know, when we look at this type of thing, apart from all this, I don't care. What people are asking is, what did Fubara do? Publish his offense under 6 months that you are wanting to impeach him. Of anybody can be impeached. Anybody. But what did he do? Let the people know so that everybody will say, look at the constitutional, because you impeach somebody based on constitutional breaches. Which sections of the constitution did Fubara breach, except that you want to preserve structure? What structure? Structure of criminality. You appointed all the commissioners, they will be acting as a check on Fubara. He can't do anything. You tie his hand and make him lame dog. I don't want to say, I don't want to dare, because I have no evidence that maybe is asking him for billions every month. Let's leave that one apart. What appointing all the, look at the commissioners you are appointing, and you are even saying it. You will be in charge of Abuja, then be in charge of, no, it's not gone now. The first time a German is becoming a governor of Rivers State. By the way, who made Wike the governor of Rivers State? Is Ijo Goodluck Jonathan from Bayelsa. Even when Amechi was fighting him, Goodluck and the wife, Patience Jonathan, stood by. I mean, Wike is an ingrate. I don't like such things. Everything is loaded against him. Common sense should tell you that, look, even if you don't want to live to what you preached, that you will never impose somebody. Now that you've imposed, what did Fubara do? That is the issue. What is the offense? All these things people are still nothing. And the Fubara even said it in his broadcast. What did I do? So I mean, that's why I said I sang my just song that I learned over the weekend. I'm not saying it to ridicule anybody, because as Igbo, we have our own Igbo Kwenu. Yeah, everybody knows that. So as it's on. It's on. It's okay, emie. Asawana, wana. Asawana. That's where I stand. I believe in fairness. I don't care. So after Ijo, it will be Ogoni. 8 years. That's what I believe in. There must be a good somebody, a good politician from Ogoni land that can even do better than any governor in Nigeria. But then they start to search. There must be a better politician in Ijo. Let them cooperate with a Fubara to finish. I mean, what is it? I don't like cheating in my life. I don't care whether all Delhi is Igbo and they want to dominate. Or Ikwere Amechi, 8 years, I don't believe that. Since God has placed Ijo people in Rivers State, although the whole of Bayelsa is Ijo, but since Ijo is still part of Rivers, Ogoni is part of Rivers. I mean, they should also have they should also have a stake. They should be able to lead. What Wike is doing, people should call him to order. And for what I know, he can never withstand the Ijo might. No matter what, already he said he's not Igbo, so nobody is, or Hanese won't intervene. So he can never withstand the Ijo might. He knows it. And let me want the Agbado, the druggie in Aso Rock. Let him steer clear. It's as simple as that. The governor has the executive power. Let him steer clear. The best he could do is to tell Wike what he told him. Go and settle with them. After all, Wike said that what happened in Lagos cannot happen in Rivers. In other words, he was mocking Tinubu then. So all this nonsense shouldn't come up. People should be able to have shame. It's a very shameful thing. If I'm part of the Ikwere or whatever, we go on a like and just like a midnight in Asoro in Abuja. Tell him to stop bringing shame to us. Amechi is Ikwere 8 years. Wike is Ikwere 8 years. For what? What are they talking about? What right has he? Even then, the government is having its APC. Does it mean that there is no APC man from Rivers that Tinubu could have appointed as minister for Abuja, but he chose Wike? I mean, this is so shameful. That's why I always say that my father taught me, a shameless man never know the way to my house. Wike is a disgrace to the Ikwere people. You shouldn't be doing this. What sort of greediness is this? In fact, there was, let me add this. People say this is the typical Ikwere greed that 67 to 70 both for civil war. We left properties in Kano all over the north. We came back, it was given back to Ndibo. Quote me anyway. Some with rent. Come forever in Yoruba and Jos. Take it back. In Lagos, we recovered. Yorubas gave back. Forget about their demolition now. Yorubas gave back. Otumba Subomi Balogu looked after number 9 Bombay Crescent, Papa, belonging to Alex Ekweme. He came back with sacks of money. He said, this is your house. I renovated it. Put tenant in it. Even when Ekweme didn't tell him to do anything, but he did it out of his own. That's why today, as small as Okweme's hometown is, there is a branch of First City Monument Bank, which was before First City Merchant Bank, owned by Otumba Balogu. He went there and put a branch in Oko, a very area, just because of Ekwere. So what is a week? This is a typical Ikwere greed. It's only in Ikwere land that Ndibo see property till today. They say it's abandoned. The Fulani that shot us, or even the houses, the north, they gave us back our properties. Yorubas did the same. It's only Ikwere. That's why they say they are not Igbos. Because they feel that if they say they are Igbos, Igbo man will say, okay, let's have our destiny. Is it not a shame on them? Power for 16 years unbroken. Ikwere man. Then when he gets to Ijoma and Storm, somebody will now tell you, start to say structure. You put in there, you will remove. It's a terrible shame. Ikwere people should call Wike to order. It's disgracing them. I don't support evil. I believe in fairness. I believe in live and let live. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to forefathers. We're talking about Wike. Now, there are many angles to the story. One of them is that APC, some people are saying that they actually enjoying this, having Wike distract the country while they do whatever they are doing. We are talking about Wike and River States and not the federal government and the economy and the situation in the country. That's one angle to that. So I want you to weigh in on what's going on in River State, and if you have any personal experience with dealing or understanding that you can share with us. We can hear you, forefathers.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for having me, Dr. Damages, and greetings to all the panelists and to the chat and the viewers. Yeah, definitely they are distracting Nigerians, and dangerously, by the way. And this is some of those things that you don't want to go and divide River State or that region. We've already had a little bit of trouble in the early 2000s with all the Niger Delta unrest. And then after that one ended, then you had another one in the southeast. And it has led, there are consequences. It has led to underdevelopment of that region. That's why most of the stuff is going to the southwest. And you like it or not, we are responsible for what is happening in the south and the southeast. And we people have to take responsibility for it. Wike has been shown to be a chameleon. He doesn't care about his own achievements. He did achieve some things. He's one of the best performing governors in Nigeria at his time, during his time. But these people have no shame. And clearly he's serving a president that behaves like a godfather. So he wants to emulate his president too. And this is the kind of culture that he build up. And it's not only them, it's not only in Port Harcourt that's Wike that is doing it. There are quite a lot of governors that tried to do it. So most of them failed this time. I think one of them was in, was this governor that was harassing that Akpabio lady. And that governor was trying to become a godfather too. They said there was a case where the people that took over were kneeling before the governor or something like that. It's like, this godfatherism needs to stop, because the constitution is what should matter, not people usurping power of the state to themselves. And in terms of Wike and what is going on in the River State, I really appreciate the way it's been covered by KJ. KJ, covered it quite well, and the videos you played, and CM also highlighted some of the a kind of hypocrisy and behavior of some groups in that region. And even from what I gather, somebody is saying it on the chat that Fubara is even half Igbo, half Ijo. So it's not like it's that extreme. You just allow the guy to run the state peacefully instead of creating all this kind of anarchy all over the place. It's just one of those things that people in that region have to keep an eye on, because tomorrow somebody will say they don't have seaport there, they don't have refinery there, they don't have airport. These are the problems. They keep creating it there. If you have instability, you're not going to have development. The same thing is happening in North. They have instability, they don't have development. But look at Southwest. They don't have that much instability. Look at how much development is going there. Even if, by my standard, that's not high enough, but compared to Nigerian standard, most of the development is happening in the Lagos regions. So we have to start taking responsibility for some of this behavior that we are, and calling these type of leaders out, that they are doing these things, that you can't usurp the constitution to yourself, because that governor is empowered by his constitution, not by Wike. He might have helped him to get into office, just like Wike too was helped to get into office by the people that voted him to it, not by other politicians. This arrogance that people have, I don't understand this hubris we as Nigerians have. We don't even have that much power. So why do we always like to show that? I guess it's this small man syndrome now. You don't have power. You want to make yourself, blow yourself up like you have too much power. Wike will walk into down the street and start kowtowing like a coward. He will be shaking before them. So I don't understand the kind of power that they are fighting for. I don't respect it at all, because they are losing sight of the people. I just saw Fubara go out and commission. He said he wants to commission about 2,000 properties to be built for lower income people. And he says his government is going to be focused on lower income people. So allow the guy to fulfill these things, because Wike was too focused on bridges, hospitals, and all those things. This guy wants to focus on the people. Then just let him govern. Let's see what he can do as well too. If he does that, then who knows? That region will start doing better. Aba will be ignited. All the southeast and south will all gain from it. I don't understand this type of instability that they like to create. And many people in other regions of the country might just be laughing at them, saying, you see them, they've started again. They started again. You see, tomorrow now they will be complaining they don't have seaport. They will complain they don't have airport. This is what is causing it. Dangote wanted to build a refinery there, wanted to invest there. But because of this nonsense thing that we do in that region, then they move it to the southwest. Then tomorrow you start complaining Dangote is usurping the whole power in the country. No. Stop complaining. And I'm happy that people are calling Wike out for what he has done. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Chim, let me ask you, because we talk about this. There's something I don't understand. Why is it that they're destroying the assembly, state assembly house? Why are they bringing it down? Is it structural error, fault, or do we know?
Okay,
it's a structural issue.
It's hard. I think there was a fire. There was a fire incident to that complex, but I don't know if it was enough to pull the entire thing down, or rather to like identify the damaged sections and upgrade it or sort of correct it. But since politics has come into the whole play, the man decided to use that as a basis to checkmate his opponents, because remember they have 25 or 27 members who were breakaway, and that they had enough number. This is me. This is not what I'm being told. This is me reading the situation. He realized that those guys could use. So I think his own advisors had told him, you have a good enough reason to pull down that structure. Just use the excuse that it was burnt for safety reasons, for whatever reasons.
But they can vote even without the building. Building cannot prevent them to impeach him. So,
yeah, but what he's doing is he's trying to keep those guys away from having a place, legal framework where they could sit and do their job. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Can I just add a little bit?
Chim,
they have the
please,
power
before
to
you
go
continue,
anywhere.
Chim, before you continue, can I give a quick rebuttal to Forefather, if you don't mind me asking?
Okay, I'm not the moderator. If Rudolph says you should go ahead, then you can.
Oh, Rudolph, please. I just want to say something too. It's kind of like a question.
Mazi, hold on. For everybody else, sometimes when people start talking and you stop them, they lose their line of thought.
I know. I just wanted to ask him before I lose the thought. That's why it's just a quick question before I lose the thought.
Okay.
And my question goes this way: Forefathers, you are in London or probably Canada, whatever it is, wherever you are, and you see how the government function. My question is, what criteria are you using to gauge or classify people as best performing governments? That they are, that they have some infrastructure, going on, doesn't mean that they did well. It's the government job. The money spent there, is it worth it? If they tell you billions and billions that they waste and they tell you they're building infrastructure, that is of no use to the common man.
All right.
So please, I'm just here.
Mazi Prince, thank you. But that could wait until the next time you have a chance to talk, because it takes us away from if he should answer that and then we can question. Okay, Chim, go ahead with comments.
Okay, so for me, what I'm just going to say is that whatever Nyesom Wike is doing is symptomatic of the typical Nigerian politician. There's nothing new. There's absolutely nothing new under the sun. He just seems to be a more toutish, if there is any word like that. He acts like a tout. He and his principal. I've said it before. There is nothing different between Tinubu and Wike. They are a perfect people of the same dispositions. The only difference, one has gotten older. In his younger days, what Wike is doing is what Tinubu was doing. So all those pushing out, determining who will be governor of Lagos State. I remember there was a time, if we were following, when Fashola was governor, Tinubu showed up at a state council meeting and sat in. And people were looking at him, what are you coming here to do? You've left as governor. He came in and the man was like, but we're trying to have meeting with my committee. He says, yes, that the subjects of today's discussion are of interest to him. And that's why he came. It happened. I'm not making it up. It happened. This is the man that is the president of Nigeria today. So, I'm not expecting, which is why he likes him and felt he could bring him into his distance. He knows they have similar dispositions. But I've told people they are going to clash. The ground for their fight is being prepared. It could be this thing that he's doing, that Wike is doing in River State. But again, people have spoken nicely, like forefathers earlier said. All I just want to say is this, that I don't think Ikwere people should be dragged into a one-man, an individual's fight. In all fairness, I've heard some Ikwere people say they don't like what is happening. In all fairness, also to Amechi, who is an Ikwere man, when Amechi was leaving office, Amechi was asking for power to be zoned to the next ethnic nationality in River State. And Wike refused. He said, it's unfair that I have been governor, I'm Ikwere, and then I'll hand over to you, you're my brother. I remember, look, whatever we have against Rotimi Amechi, and I'm not saying his sins should be forgiven because of that. What I'm just saying is, I don't think this is a one-man intention. Wike wants to be the lord of the manor. He wants to be a headmaster in River State. But I'm happy from what I'm seeing. A lot of Ikwere people are saying, we don't support you. Yes, there will be one or two people or a few people who are benefiting from him. And we all know that this is a financial related issue. He wants to have access. Tinubu is his model. Tinubu left office and had access, direct pipeline to Lagos State resources. Yes, anybody can say what they want to say. We know that is what happened. So he wants to model himself after Tinubu. He wants to be the next governor who held control. It has failed in many other states where people try to bring a so-called godson, but after a while, they and their godson will fight. It happened in Abia State between Tio Oji and Oji Zokalo. It happened. It has happened literally everywhere that we've had one person leaving office and wants to institute himself. But the answer to all of this is what we've been saying here. Let's have our constitution work. Let's have the judiciary interpret that constitution accurately. If we say that if you cross carpet after you have won election under the umbrella of a political party and you leave that party when there's no crisis, then you lose your seat. There should be a new election. Well, all these people, they want to contest the context, and then the new people go in. But if we're going to have the judiciary come later on and say that, no, these men have not lost their seats and do all the jugnu that we see they are doing, then Nigeria will continue to be running around in these circles. It's not rocket science. Let's just do the right thing. I listened to Abakoba, and I'm sure we probably will get to that in the course of our conversation. And he made some very valid suggestions. Let's begin to implement and make the little changes, like we said last week when we're having this conversation here. Make the little changes that we need to make that will remove this, this monster that it creates of governors and creates of political office holders. That is what is happening. Why should one man be responsible for determining who will be the governor of a state after him? Why? In which society does it work? You will see that somebody will govern Texas, and if Texans feel that, okay, Republicans, we are tired of you, the next governor will be a Republican. And it happens in New Jersey, it happens in New York, it happens elsewhere. Why is it only in Nigeria that one man will say, I'm leaving office, I need to put my stooge to come after me? It is because there's something fundamentally slightly wrong with our electoral process. These things need to be corrected. But again, it's not for the want of having good processes. I think we have good processes. I think the problem is with the individuals who run these processes. There is something fundamentally wrong with us as a people, that we don't want to follow the laws, follow the processes to do the right thing. Fubara has the right to, run his government freely, and let people of Rivers State determine. I don't even think it is in one man's power to say Fubara has broken any law. No, let the people say, okay, you know what, there's something Fubara has done wrongly, we are recalling him, or we're waiting for him at the next election. Or make submissions to the State Assembly to say, based on so and so infractions, impeach him. I don't think it's for one man to say, because he suddenly feels slighted that the person he put in office is not towing towards him anymore, then you start instigating his removal. I don't want to repeat what everybody has. People have spoken nicely. I don't think there's anything new to add except the few things I just mentioned. Let the Nigerian system work, the constitution work as is, and any infraction, let the judiciary interpret those infractions properly. Right now, our judiciary is a big problem. They are interpreting the laws in a way that is causing chaos and confusion left, right, and center.
All right, thank you, Chim. Ovie, are you there? All right, he's not. Tone, welcome to the show. Tone, unmute yourself, please.
Hello, everybody. It was nice having a session yesterday with forefathers causing controversy, naughty boy. Anyway, I'm just whining. I wanted to get a smile out of him. Anyway, it was a good thing that we spoke yesterday. You see, Chim just echoed what I was about to say. This constitution is a problem. We need to tear it out. We need to tear it completely and tailor something that is relevant to our polity, to our culture, to our country. It cannot work. It just can't work. With this constitution that we have right now, it enables tribalism, it enables nepotism, it enables all sort of things. I mean, why should it be turn by turn? Why should governorship be turn by turn? Anybody can be a governor based on your capability. Shim grew up in Lagos. He speaks Yoruba very well. If he's competent and is with the winning party, why can't he be elected as a governor? Is our problem. This state of origin thing needs to be, we need to tear it completely and bin it. But the powers that be, the criminals that have taken over Nigeria, will not allow the right thing to do. Do you think they don't know how to execute the right thing so that things will start working? After all, they go to Europe, they go to America, they go to Asia, they see things that are going on and all that. They know what to do. Look at the kind of money that Tinubu has been wasting, jaunting the whole world, saying that he's looking for investors. What a dullard! When he came to London, they asked him a question. He couldn't answer. He was just shaking like a banana leaf. He said, "Well, that it's that he's got a team that can take each question," and that's just what he's doing. The man has no clue. All he wants to do is steal, and steal. They have killed Nigeria completely. And I still stand on my word, and this is my view, not Dr. Damage's, not the view of this channel and all that. if we do not take them out by force, this shege banza will continue. All the people that were that have been saying they stand on the mandate, they stand on the mandate, all of them are just some of the shameless ones are in the comment section. They better start sending their account details so that I can send them money to buy pomo for Christmas, because chicken now is over 20,000 naira. I can send you pomo, especially Clapsal. I'll send you money to buy pomo for Christmas. And one man, you know. So where are we going? This thing is just not working. If we cannot realize that this thing is not working, the ordinary man is suffering. The suffering is too much. It is too much. Every time I see a Nigerian number on my phone, I don't pick anymore because my heart cuts. I don't know what it's going to be. You know? So they just know what to do, but they wouldn't do it. Tinubu is a criminal. You can't change a criminal. You can't change a bad habit at his age, whether he's 80 or 81. I don't know. I don't know what his official age is. He will steal and steal until he drops dead. Shetima is waiting to take over. And that is one thing a lot of us are not thinking about. That is another bigger evil that is waiting, because he wants to be the president of Nigeria. Well, that's my submission. Yeah, for Wike and all that. I mean, he's just playing back what this government is about, what Nigeria is about. Because if there's no criminality, Wike cannot be doing this. Tinubu is obviously supporting him. He has his backing. He knows what is going on. Well, Fubara, I'm just going to. I see bigger troubles happening in that region, because those people in that region, they don't agree at all. They are very, very stubborn people, and they are very, very fearless. I'm surprised that the man from the Greek, you know who I'm talking about now, is now crying. Yeah, Asari is now crying. I'm even surprised. That guy no get shame. Anyway, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Anton. Let's go to Obie. Obie, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Dameji. Anton, I beg that for more money, extend that to me. I went from buying gas $2 yesterday in Dallas. Now I'm in Vegas. It's $4. I beg, I need that money.
if others they complain of gas money, no be you when they live for Dallas, but they complain of gas money.
But I'm in Vegas right now. It's $4. I'm gonna be in California maybe in a few hours from now or tomorrow. How much am I gonna buy? $6 from $2.
Now big boy they do globe trotting now, like you now. You be big boy now.
Anyway, for Wike, I mean, nothing new that is happening. The most successful that the route that Wike is taking now. I mean, the most successful person that took that route is Bola Tinubu, and he went all the way to the presidency. So it's a blueprint that every governor want to emulate. Do I blame them? In a way, I would say no. I blame the structure. Anybody, just forget Wike first. Go all the way back to 1999 to date. I'm not sure there's any one governor that finished his tenure successfully that don't want to make sure somebody who succeed him come from him or have influence over that person. I don't think there's any governor.
Did P2B do that? Did P2B do that? P2B. Peter
Forefathers, in all fairness, he did that to an extent.
Okay. They always do, to be fair. Even in America, they do. So I don't
he
know.
did it very well, not to an extent, but he lost.
So
I guess.
No, why I said sorry, I don't intend to hijack Ovie. Why I said to an extent is that
Obi didn't do it.
CM.
Okay, topic for another time. Let's just let them go.
Obi went to a bank and brought somebody he knew to be governor. So let's leave it there.
But is it not natural though?
You don't know the story. You do
to recommend someone that you think is good.
So you don't know this.
Okay,
Don't worry.
let's not steal Mazi Ovie's time. Ovie, please go ahead.
CM, it might be good intention, but he did it. That is the question.
I guess I think godfatherism is slightly different from trying to recommend somebody for office, because when they end up in office, you let them carry on. But godfatherism wants to control them. I think that's a little bit of the difference, isn't it?
Okay,
sorry.
When you live in a society that has so many elements, when you finish your service, go. We don't need your recommendation. The people are not daft. But again, all of us will do it. It is the structure. When the environment enables you to do, you are a human being. We are human. Now that's who we are. If there's an avenue, we try. If we don't succeed, or if there's so many things blocking, that's why we will not try. But if this kind of structure, we will always try. Everybody. So until we keep pushing and have this structure rearranged, the way the power is structured right now is just too much in the center. Wike is doing braggadocio because he knows the center will back him at the expense of the citizen of that state. And that's why I keep saying that until we practice what they call dual sovereignty, whereby every state has its own ability to actually form its own government. Because I keep using it. As an Edo people, I don't think we want to continue with the system of having a governor, state house of assembly, local government chairman. We don't need all that. We can decide to reinvent our monarchy system. We can decide to do anything. I live in Texas. The lawmakers in Texas don't sit. I think they sit like once in 3 years, or less than any emergency. They don't care. So that's how it should be. We are too complex of a people for we to have an authority in one place deciding for us. We don't have any successful practice of that in our history. The only people that successfully govern large amount of people successfully are the Chinese. Go back to 15th, 16th century. They have experience. So their surgeons to the world leadership today is not fluke. They know what they are doing. Nobody has done it. But even the America, that is an idea, did not succeed. They know they cannot. There's no way you can just allow somebody in Washington to just be lord over everybody. That's why they break out from the British system. So it's not going to work. And I strongly believe that is what Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for. Nnamdi Kanu says there's no way a leadership will just sit somewhere and be lord over everybody. It's not going to work. We are not benefiting from it in any way. It's a democracy, but I can argue that the military regime is better than democracy. How is that possible? Why? It is because it is the structure. Everybody wants to belong to the middle. Just extract our billionaires. Forget politicians. All of them can tie their source of income to oil, directly or indirectly. They can tell you, oh, they bring money. It's a lie. It is because it's free for all. So until we break that leadership system, whereby somebody from Edo, somebody from Nigeria, don't care who is in Asu Rock, for he or she to survive. For our daily survival depends on our immediate environment. If I'm sick, why should I look for Abuja for me to get a better hospital? So the structure will keep breeding this kind of leadership. Is it going to succeed? I don't know. But what is at stake here is APC can afford to lose Kano State and lose Rivers State and lose Lagos State at the same time. So this is going to continue. But I don't believe that Rivers State people, the big boys at the background, will allow it to just keep deciding whatever has happened. But that's the problem is that it will keep happening. Whoever comes in, even Rudolph become governor of his state today, he will do it. The next one that is coming is Edo. I don't know if Lagos was 4 years ago. Let's see if I don't know could be Abuja this time around. So there's so much that tied to the way the leadership is structured. We can go on and we will be fighting. But the most important thing is we fight ourselves. Wike and his son are chilling. So it's just the power structure. So we don't like Nnamdi Kanu. And why I'm saying this should be released, because he's the only one that is contourizing people. We might like the message that he's preaching. When the British come and colonize us, they miseducated us. It is now up on our leaders to re-educate us, to re-energize us. All the system, but they fail. Somebody has to do it. That's what Nnamdi Kanu is doing. You don't have to agree with him. Yes, he committed crime. Is his crime unique than that of Obasanjo, than that of Buhari, than that of Tinubu? It's not unique. So the idea that, he commits treason and all that, they're trying. So we just have to keep telling our people the way the structure is. I don't care who they bring. We exercise that Lord where God give us over anybody. It's like that. We just have to have things, a way for us to checkmate power. It just is a winner take it all. It's just too much. There's too much to get. There's too much. Rivers State, after Lagos and Rivers in terms of money. So there's just too much for some group of people to just assemble in the name of Abuja Federal, in the name of Federal Federation, and start doing whatever they want, and we cannot do anything. It's just because I believe that it's not going to continue like this. But as I said, overproduction of the elite is a real thing. All of us are educated. We left Nigeria because the system didn't favor us. That's why we left. So it is not going to continue like this. Whether we like it or not, I know something will happen. I don't know when or how, but something is going to give. If the leaders are not going to sit down and say, "Come, we need to adjust our counting so that everybody can be carried along." So the masses have to do something. There is a constitution of 2014. Is there? Now their own doing be that. That's a way for them to checkmate themselves, but they refused. They are waiting for us to catch up. And the people who are helping the masses to catch up are the likes of Nnamdi Kanu, the likes of Shiwori. They are educating people. So when the national orientation deliberately sit down and refuse to conscientize the people, it's because they are enjoying the docility of the majority of the people. It is not our fault. As I said, we are colonized people. It will take us evolution before us to come out from where we are experiencing. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Sorry to come over. I support you today. You enter you go my way today. Thank you for this submission.
Right. Henry, it's your turn, Henry, now.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Rosa. Sorry for coming in like that without greeting first. Sorry. Good evening, the panelists, and good evening, everyone. I should go to Wike first, or which one should I go first?
No, we're talking about Wike and River State.
Wike, they should forget about the way this godson of Wike came to the governorship election. We don't want to know how he came in, how they ring the election. It's not so important. Wike should allow his godson, what I would say, to rule peacefully. He ruled for 8 years. The same Wike, if you can go back to some videos Wike play, he said he will allow his predecessor to rule with peace. He said it off again, but now he's trying to rule from Abuja. Wike is the same man who vomit and came back and eat his own vomit. He called APC cancer. He prefer to stay where they have malaria. You see,
you know all the lines, Henry.
Yeah, because I listen to this. It's not Wike is finished. Wike is gone. It hit what he cannot chew. Now it's already gone. Wike is gone. Look at him, how skinny he is. 56 or 55 years old man. Look at it. You see, now those people now, I think they wake up already from their slumber. I think they wake up, they wake up already. They should wake up and take their country, their state back. Let nobody come and be godfather in their state. They should do it. Every state should do it. Now, when we say don't be Lagos, we didn't mean we have international airport, whatever. We are unique people. You don't tell us what to do. We decide ourselves. This is how they should do. Wike made a mistake in his life. You don't even know. And if I were to be the governor now, he should focus how to develop that country and work for the people. Without the people, they will kick him out, or they would if he disappoint the people, they will demonstrate against him. Now is the time for him to work for the people and do the right thing for the people. You should forget about the so-called Jagaban of Lagos and the Jagaban. I want to be Jagaban of Rivers. You should focus on the people. Wike made a mistake for coming out to talk about want to be a structure by structure. What is structure? Structure of criminality. Rudolph, I think you know this news about your CJ now, who want to bring his brother. You see, You see, Nigeria is oh, we have intellectual there, the so-called science there, we have the so-called people there. Where are they? Are they sleeping? Where is our father now? Who is human rights? Now, come to Tinubu time, cannot come out and demonstrate about scarcity of high rate of things, high rate of things that's going on in the country. You cannot go out and demonstrate. Increase of fuel. Did he go out and show Shoyinka? They came out, but you know that time they were in the street. Where is Shoyinka? Where is our so-called favorite human rights son, Fanana? Are they doing Taba in a way here? Because Tinubu is their bon. It's all a bunch of hypocrisy we don't like in this country, Nigeria.
Thank you.
They fail already. River State should wake up. Sorry, 30 seconds. River State should wake up and take it back. That is it. That is long. Take it back. Because Wike is a failure. Play some video you played before about not being godfather for any state. Play it. We'll look for it, Wike. That much a shameless man and somebody's father, man. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry.
No, sorry. Please, Rudolph. You know, there's something, the video I had wanted you to play about Wike, where he said, if ever disappoints PDP, may he never mind his life. You know, that type of thing. So he cost himself, and that is what he's going through now. There's a particular place he said it.
All right, thank you, Sion.
Wike is a character.
Let's round up now. Let's go to Nigerman, Righteous Man, and Dominic. We'll move on to the next topic. Nigerman, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, good afternoon. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening, good afternoon.
Yeah.
Well, good evening, everybody, the panelists. I think there's three topics there. I think Akpabio has come out for the Akpabio. He has come out to debunk that one and that was tired.
No. We're talking about Wike first. After Wike, we pick another topic. Just Wike. We've not talked about Akpabio or any other topic.
Okay.
Wike and
for the Wike, but one thing I want to ask: what is the benefit of the citizens there, the people, the river states? That is what I try to understand in all this one. Because they say when two elephants fight, the grass suffer, but this one and the citizens they suffer. This one will not be development. Those Wike just want to be another Jagaba in Nigeria. That is what I see. Because I don't see how you are not a member of APC. They give you a position. And number two, you are in Abuja. From Abuja, you want to be ruling another state. Another Jagaba be that one I want to create in River State. So I don't want, but only one thing I dislike. I never like Wike for what he did because he is great. Wike is not relevant to be discussing because everything he has said all this year, he have go back to leak his vomit. So I don't know what they say about because it's not coherent in anything, and it's not true. He's a liar. So I think the spirit of Obi that he ring election in River State, that the spirit is worrying him because during the campaign he went to Anambra and talk about Obi and this, and I don't want to put it in that way, and just bring Obi down during campaign. So when he went for primary, before the primary, anybody that win, he thought he had gave the ground that he will support him. The video is there, and he lose. Then he begin to know that South someone should come to the South. And he win the election again. Was saying because he didn't work for Obi and he was continuing to work for Tinubu. So the karma is catching up with him. All the Joy youth, all of them, they are giving me the one. Even the Asari, the sister of Asari yesterday, all of them have come together to fight him. They have won him. I'm just blaming the governor that he cannot just show his executive power on me. Don't be number one to come to River State. That is number one. You have the power. The power belongs to you. So, but the governor said is one thing he did, I wish I didn't like. I don't know why that one we just did Mumu and go and demolish the complex, the National Assembly complex. I don't know. You could really have the power. You could lock it up and just give something that maybe there was robbery there or something. That if you want to punish those legislatives not to hold their impeachment. Till now, nobody has saw what the man had done. What is the case? What is the offense? Nobody says so. We can just want to play God. That is only what I see. And the spirit of Obi that is catching up with him. So anybody that try will be go and look all of them during the election. They see it now. So that is it. I don't want to be discussing about Wike. I just sit pity for the citizen of Rivers State. That is just my own there. And Kubara for being so foolishly and demolishing his house complex. That is it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Nigerman. Dominic, I know that in Anambra State we saw something similar with Ngige, and that was the turning point for the state where you now have one. It was Ngige because of the attention on what was going on, decided to do things for the state, to work for the people. So we might see Fubara do the same thing in River State because he will need the people to back him up. So against the Godfather. Also, what I'm thinking about is the other side of the story, which is now we have the governor present a budget of 800 billion, the second largest state in the country so far, and to 5 lawmakers who essentially said, okay, approved. Nobody questioned anything. So what do you think about all the dynamics of all this?
Greetings, everyone. Can you hear me, Rudolph?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, Kulata, you're always welcome to come on online on a stationary bike. Anyway,
Dominic, while we can hear you, can you just increase your volume a little bit?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I said Kulata is welcome to come online on a stationary bike. Let me continue. Well, yeah, Fubara hasn't started off on the right foot because you don't plan to gain empathy for what is going on by knocking down the House of Assembly. These are taxpayers' money, right? If you're trying to show that you are trying to bring River to a different state, a state where there is no godfatherism, you don't start off with that kind of action. So he hasn't started off on the right foot. Secondly, I don't know how many of you are aware of the budget presented by Alex Oti. I'm not someone who gives praise, in the beginning of someone's tenure, but I would say that he's someone that started off on the right foot. A lot of a good majority of what's in the budget is actually geared towards productivity rather than just servicing the economy of the state. But one thing that is interesting is, I think as of this point, we don't know who has the Rivers House of Assembly mace. Per my understanding, I read a little bit of governments in secondary school. Unless you have the mace present, any decision made, one, is non-binding. Secondly, you need to have a quorum. I don't.
There's a mace. There's a mace in place. There's a mace.
Yeah, yes, but one thing is missing. Not only do you need a mace, but you need quorum. Does 5 people constitute a quorum?
Yes.
Exactly my point. Not only do you need a mace as a sign of authority, you also need quorum.
Yeah, but 5 people
to show consensus.
Can I add a little bit, Doctor? Can I add a little bit?
Now,
hold on, sir. So that you just wrap. No, because you're already making a mistake there. When those 25 people they are now declared they are no longer members of PDP, they've automatically lost their seats. The only way their seat will remain is if the Speaker of the House did not acknowledge that. Since they've already written to the Speaker saying they are no longer members, and the Speaker have gone to the floor to say these people are no longer members and declare a seat vacant, it means that in that house only 5 members are the authentic members of the list, and they can sit.
I was gonna get to that point.
Whatever decision they take is binding on the state.
I was gonna get to that point. But per my understanding, that is still in question. There is what the law says, and there is interpretation. As far as I know, that is still in question. Correct? Whether or not those members who declared that they were switching parties, their seats are vacant. INEC hasn't said anything. I don't know who has to make that declaration, but as far as I'm concerned,
the Speaker of the House accepts the letter, and that's all. This is what I just quoted for you, sir. Is the constitutional requirement. That's what is the Nigerian Constitution as it is, and that is why Fanala said to them they were ill-advised. That's what he said. They were ill-advised. They were running with the notion that when they do that, they still no. And the reason why people said he knocked down the building because they sneaked into that place. The 27 members that at that time they were 27. They sneaked in there to take decisions. Okay, even though they have stopped them from going in there. So now they see. I'm not.
KJ,
Listen,
KJ,
listen, sir. Listen, sir.
don't even go there.
I'm
Now,
not
now you're
approving
making
whatever they have
excuses.
done. I'm saying
Now
that
you're making excuses for him.
you see, no, listen, sir. Listen, sir. You see,
No,
Nigeria
no.
have come to a place where illegality is accepted. If any way you decide to hold on to power, it is accepted unto you. And so, if I was him, I would even do worse than he has done, because that's what Nigeria understands. You illegally do a things and it stands. Nobody accepts any. Nobody. The court don't. The court is not. Anyway, I don't want to take your time, sir. Sorry. When it
But
gets
you
my
know,
time, I'll speak.
yeah, KJ, don't call me sir. I beg. But see, I understand everything you've said. Every once in a while, I'm tempted to think in a different way. I think sometimes Nigerians need things to be really messy for them to be able to wake up. But the way Nigeria is going, I don't know how messy things can get before people wake up. I feel like Nigerians are so dumb. A whole governor of a state encroached on the legislature and knocked down the House of Assembly, and no one is saying anything. Someone will come and poke you in the eyes, and you still not say anything. I'll just be watching on the sidelines for now. Like Nigeria is.
Dominic, before you go, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not holding brief for Simi. I'm not saying what Simi did was right. But Simi has what the lawyers will call a lacuna in some of the things he has done. Number one is this: that house was burnt. Some part of it was burnt. He's hiding behind it to say, "Oh, it's unsafe." That's why he knocked it down. Let's not forget that. I'm not saying that's correct. I'm just saying that's. In this game,
Not the entire complex. That one is inexcusable. That is inexcusable. Not the entire complex.
That's Nigeria for you. But that's Nigeria for you.
Anyway, I don't know if we're allowed to touch
Dominic,
on but
Dominic, sorry to come in. If you are talking about this destroying the government destroying it, what are you going to talk about your CJ? What is he doing now? Is he proper?
Wait, no, your CJ. Why are you saying my CJ? I beg.
I'm not in Nigeria, so.
I'm not in Nigeria too. What do you mean your CJ? The one that is bloated with power. Anyway, one thing I want to say is this: Wike, one issue about politicians is, politics. There's always one thing that's constant in politics is political alignment. Wike thinks the grass is greener on Jagaban's side, and he's doing everything to show Jagaban, this is who I am. But that's one thing that he's forgetting is this: that when your owner is tired of you, they'll throw you out, right? He's doing all these things, but something he hasn't thought about is when you become bigger than your boss. At some point, your boss will get jealous, and your boss will knock you down some notches. Right now, I don't know who's more larger than life, Tinubu or Wike. Wike is forgetting that he is not the president of Nigeria, and he's acting out of his bounds. So I'm still watching. He can, when you are in Rivers, you can be the man of the stage. But when you're at the national stage, somewhere as national and federal as Abuja, you have to remember there's a man who's higher than you, and you don't get bloated more than your boss. Wike is forgetting that.
All right, thank you, Dr. Dominic. Righteous man, what do you think?
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah.
Good evening, Dr. Rudolph.
Nice to have you.
Yeah.
How much is it now?
Good morning. I will give you details. Don't worry about those things you guys read online. I will give you live details on what is happening.
You need to go to the market. You need to go to the market.
I have gone to market and I'm here to give you a feedback. Yeah. So, Dr. Rudolph, any individual born of a woman under the sun that put his fingers in the eyes of any Igbo person or Igbo nation will go down, will suffer. And that is what is happening to Wike. Wike insulted the Igbos during the primary of PDP. Wike went to Anambra State and said, we are minority, we don't have the number to win. Wike insulted Obi. Wike believed that he wants to play God. He doesn't know that Igbos are covenant people, and we are very proud people. We don't hide. The lion doesn't hide in the jungle because he's the king of jungle. It doesn't matter who is ruling Nigeria. We cannot be pocketed in this country as long as we remain one. So Wike is going to pay the price, and he will pay it dearly. I love what Simi is doing. Anybody criticizing Simi is not being real. Simi has done the right thing. In fact, if I am him, I would do worse than that. I will go and break down the house of Wike. Because since every government has power and legitimacy to do whatever they like, he has the power to go and bring down his house. Just like Wike brought down the house of AIT in Port Harcourt with frivolous reasons. So he's going to pay. Wike called APC cancer. He called APC cancer. Bros, give me the number again, please. He called APC cancer and the PDP is malaria. Now that cancer has caught up with him, and cancer will eat him up. He will know that you don't touch the Igbos, whoever you think you are. Those who conspired during the Biafran War and joined hands together to fight the Igbos, where are they today? Where is the middle belt people? Are they not crying? Because they joined hands and fought the people that were innocent. Are their people not being massacred today? You can't kill the Igbo man. You can't waste the Igbo blood and think you will go scot-free. No, we don't fight people, but it's people that push us to the wall. And when we react, people will begin to, find a word to say. Wike killed thousands of Igbos in Obi-Igbo, massacred Igbo youth, destroyed their properties, just because he wanted to please the Southwest and the North so that he will win presidency, the primary of the PDP. And they played the game on him. Wike will cry. Just like Asare Dokubo is crying today. You heard him? He's crying. The cry just started. What I'm saying in the platform today, people should learn from what had happened. People should learn from history. People should desist from making Igbos to look as if they are nobody. Any individual that rises against the Igbos, the God of our ancestors will rise against that person. And Wike is one of them. He will pay. Now, finally, I went to Ladipo Market yesterday to put a finishing touch on my car. And I had a very, very mind-boggling news. And each time we try to say that we are being marginalized, some individuals will say, hey, don't talk about the Igbos. They are not. If you have your own tribe in Nigeria is marginalized, please cry out. Cry out. If you can't cry out, then keep quiet when we are saying our people are marginalized. Imagine Ladipo Market was closed by Lagos State Governor some few months ago, and they paid hundreds of millions to get it reopened. When I got there yesterday, I was told that the state governor, the local government chairman, gave order that every shop in Ladipo Market must get fire extinguisher, which is good, which is normal, at least to protect the environment. But that it is the local government that will supply it to them. You see the marginalization? Igbos have become a tool to make money in Lagos. That it is the Lagos State local government will supply the fire extinguisher. Can you imagine that? And that is running into hundreds of millions of naira coming from the purse of Igbo man. And tomorrow they say we are not contributing well, that we can go and develop ourselves, our place. They should watch out. Before 2025, we will shock people. I think they want us to go. We will tell them that we are Igbos. We are not afraid of any man. We are not afraid of faces. And we don't fear man, but we respect people. Thank you.
Rudolph, can I say two things?
Right.
So first thing I wanted to say is I don't know what the situation is with fire extinguisher, but if I wanted fire extinguishers to be supplied to a whole variety of people and make sure that it's up to standard, I would want it to come from one source. So whether it's from local government or like a private contractor who majority of the market people subscribe to, but I want it to come from one person. one supplier, rather than everyone buying their individual fire extinguisher, including the ones that will buy kabu kabu ones that don't work. So there has to be some type of standard. Whether it is what Lagos government wants to do by having local government supply, that's not my concern. The second thing I wanted to mention is, while I agree with your sentiments, let me finish. While I agree with your sentiments, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. I just said
Rational mass, why I agree with sentiments. I don't know if we're talking about Igbo legislation now. There's always time for everything. The one thing I want to mention is, and this is not personal. I'm not attacking you personally. What I wanted to say is, I think a lot of times us Nigerians, we are very inconsistent. When you see that someone's impunity is supporting some of what you like, you praise the impunity. When you see that someone's impunity is actually treading on the people and is not fair and is against what you believe, you support, you cry out against it. It's either you support impunity or you don't support impunity. What Wike is doing is impunity. What Fubara is doing is impunity. You have to be consistent. That is how you change Nigeria. You can't pick and choose. You can't choose. No. What I'm saying is, you can't choose the kind of madness that you want. Is either you support politicians who are mad and do things that are mad and it's crazy, or you don't support it. What Fubara do is stepping out of the bounds of separation of powers. He does not have the right to go and knock down the House of Assembly. Even if he wants to do it, he should at least do a hearing, explain why he's doing it. You can't just in the dead of the night, just because certain lawmakers who are against your political leaning decided to go in there. That is absolute impunity. So us Nigerians, we should not pick and choose the kind of impunity we want. Is either you support impunity or you don't support impunity. Simple. You have to be consistent.
I thought the court
that is the issue we have.
approved the demolition, from what I gathered. So.
See,
Which
court?
Which court?
I have a council opinion. I have a council opinion.
The charge and bail court of Nigeria.
It's not pure impunity.
All right. So we want to move on to another topic, but I want to.
Sorry, Rudolph, can I quickly say something about this?
Before we move on. I need to speak, please. Let me go to KJ. First.
Yes, Dr. Dominic. Listen, I have watched Nigerian policy keenly for many years, and you see, what you say is impunity is where the system functions. There used to be a Nigerian minister called Chikelu, okay, who operated at the normal level as any minister will operate in Nigeria. He was never reappointed. In fact, people came to his office, and I can tell this for free, to tell him that the way you are going about this ministership, they're not going to give you a second time. And he said he doesn't care. Chikelu, and anybody who knows Chikelu can bear me witness. He drove his personal car to the office. He lived in his house.
Chukwuemeka Chikelu, First Minister of Information.
Yes,
for
back to the office in area 11. He leaves the office, goes back to his private practice. He never. And then when they told him this, because they expected him to be lying again, for government, defending Obasanjo. He said, no, I'm the Minister of the Federal Republic. I defend government policy. If it's government policy, I defend it. If it's private this thing, find somebody else to defend it for you. And he never missed leaving the office. In fact, there was nothing to leave because he comes with his bag every morning and goes back with it every day. Why am I saying that? Those kind of people don't remain in office. If you want to play Nigerian politics and be in the office, you are people like Mike. You are people like Jagaban. You are people. Look, let me tell you something. If the Fubari had Sim had not taken the action they're taking, by now he'll not be governor of Rivers State. They will meet in a kangaroo place, or just like they sneak into that building in the night and take a decision that they have impeached him, and that will suffice. In Nigeria, it has happened before. It has happened many times. So if you want to play the politics, some of us, not because we are not strong enough to play the dirty politics, we just didn't want this nonsense. If you want to play the politics the way they play it in Nigeria, you must. And I'm saying most. Look, let's not go too far. Look at the former governor of Benue State, Otto. Okay, he didn't want to use force. All right, he didn't want to impose people. He said, "Look, let's do this fairly." Did the fairness work for him? He didn't. He was rigged out. He was rigged out. People were all rigged out. Okay. Now the same thing playing out in Rivers is about to start playing out in Benue. because the minister, the SMG, don't like the politics the governor of Benue is playing. Okay, because he wants the guy to call him for everything that's going on. Look, this is Nigeria, and I'm telling you the truth. If you refuse, if you fold your hands and say you play a gentleman, gentlemanness don't work in Nigeria. If you live in Nigeria, you who is a gentle person who obey the law, it is you police will stop everywhere. It is you that will be dragged to the court. It is you that will pay. In fact, everything will be against you. The only language you understand if you're operating in Nigeria is when they stop you, you say, hello, you know who I am? Okay, before they're talking, you have brought out your phone and calling General this. General, look, your boys are here. That's all they understand is power. It's power, please. Let's not miss these things. Okay? All of you live in Nigeria, and if I'm lying, please help me. That is why most of us wanted to join the army. Because that's the only word they understand. Power. Power. Nothing else. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Rudolph,
Yeah.
Rudolph, do you have
I
somebody
guess the
interested?
idea is to move away
Rudolph, do you
from
have
that
somebody
kind of
interested in
culture.
comment?
Can I say? I thought I would say who was speak next. All right,
Rudolph,
Paul.
Rudolph,
Paul, next.
Rudolph, please.
Okay,
You
it's Paul.
Okay,
It's Paul. When you
Someone should
get
check
to
the
your turn,
comments
you
there,
talk now.
please.
You are the next. You are the next in line.
Just two
You
minutes.
are the head to my throne. Why are you rushing again?
2 minutes, guys. Let's round up this topic now.
So KJ, sometimes I don't get it. You know, sometimes we all make this mistake. I think that is what our doctor here is talking about. You see, you so much embrace and like what Minister Chukwuemeka Chikedi did. He did the right thing. You understand? But Obasanjo told his cabinet, say, anybody who have intention for any political post should let me know. But Chikelu is going behind the scene to go contest for governorship in Anambra State. That's why Obasanjo let him go. But Chikelu, as a minister, is a fine, perfect, gentle minister. He did a great job as a minister. We can rule that part. And that is the right thing to do. But all these other ones that they are going the wrong way, I don't support it. That's why I will still blame Sim Fubara. In as much as I will blame Wike immensely, I will blame Sim Fubara. Chief said something about Wike and Amechi. To some extent, I think Sim didn't get it very well. When Amechi is trying to bring the governor that he wants, patient Jonathan fight because Wike, Amechi want to destroy Waterside. You understand? That is where patient Jonathan come from. That is, you understand, want to destroy Waterside. So patient Jonathan felt who is the right person to fight Amechi, because Amechi was so powerful with all the talk, everything. Amechi was too strong. That's how they brought somebody from his own camp. That's how they brought Wike, because Wike is in Amechi's camp. You understand? That's how they brought Wike to fight Amechi, to divide his house. You understand? That's exactly what they did. So in excess of it, Wike did not even recognize patient Jonathan. Not at all. So this thing is not even good. So I will, in as much as I will blame Amechi, Wike, I will still blame Fubara, because the type of politics we are playing is dirty. America have one culture of politics that they play for a long time. It was Trump that tried to destroy it. When the president leaves, it's just a cultural thing. The next president does not criticize the new president for like a year or thereabout, so that they give that president time to achieve some of his purpose. You understand? You remember any president that called, the first thing you see, they start taking executive order before Congress will go against it and everything. Before they kick against it, sometimes those executive orders may work for you. Sometimes it may bring your rating low. You know, so, but we can't continue to pick and choose, say, oh, we like power. When you call power, why don't you take the next step that go with power? They say power and absolutely power corrupt. They never say it favors. You understand? That is a country that lacks a lot of police. Just imagine, if I landed in Nigeria today, I can have 2 police to guide me. I can have 3 army to guide me. You understand? Why other people are suffering, I'm using my influence. It is the wrong thing to do. Let's tell ourselves the truth. It's the wrong thing. We can't continue for a nation like that. This is what we are doing here, the power of media. You might think what we are doing is not so powerful, We sensitize the people. We enlighten the people. We also don't want to send the wrong signal to the people. When we send the wrong signal, everybody just believe, oh, you need power. Oh, you need influence. Oh, you need this. Oh, you need that. A pastor lived in my father's house for 5 years that my mother could, they never paid rent. When my mother passed on, immediately I choose that apartment, that is the one I wanted to share for me. You understand? I said that's the one they want to share to me. I just told the pastor, I said, I'm not giving you quick notice. I give you emergency quick notice. Stay 6 months and leave. Or let me give you 6 months rent. You leave under 1 month. Which one do you want? I will support you 6 months, leave the house. Or you stay 6 months and leave. No comment. And then for that thing, I still follow the law in as much as I hate it so much. I still try to follow the procedure. You understand? Oh, your mother did this, your mother did that, your mother did this. I said, well, my mother did not even build the house. You understand? She only inherited due to marriage. You understand? Now that she's gone, me myself too is my own turn. So me myself, I want to give it to my Muslim man. Just simple. But we have to do the right thing. In as much as we say the system is bad, the system is corrupt, but let us try to see things and make them more adequate, more appropriate way of doing things. We can't follow these politicians. If we follow them the way they are doing things, it will not work. Amechi did it to Celestine Omeya, and Omeya with Amechi, or bring Celestine Omeya, and Omeya and Amechi, they are first cousins, the same family compound. You understand? The same family compound. Amechi left because of the fight. Wike fought for Amechi. Amechi bring Wike in. Amechi came back with the court, and after that, what happened? The same problem. So why did the Ijaw people did not take power then? Because Amechi was so powerful. That's how patient brought Wike, and that is how Ikwere also take another time again. He was an Ijaw person that brought an Ikwere person. You see how dirty politics work? Because they understand that Wike is the right person to fight Amechi as at that time. All these are just dirty politics. So today the Ijaw will cry, for 24 years we will not get power with you. But guess what? He was an Ijaw person that fought for another Ikwere person to take power. It was Patient Jonathan, Ijaw person, good luck Jonathan, that brought Wike. You see how dirty politics can be, but today when the Ijaw cry, they don't talk that fast. Wike, like I said, Wike called Buhari, call Obasanjo, call everybody to commission projects. Did you see Patient Jonathan commission any project when Wike was inviting everybody? The people that make him governor. No, he fought them too. He fought them too. You understand? So let's not continue this way. It's not good for our country in as much as we want to play politics.
All right, thank you, Paul.
Rudolph,
two more comments.
wait. Do you wanna remind people in the comment section that we have monitoring speeds for people who post their ethnic bigotry in the comment section? Continue, CM.
Rudolph, I told you before to check it, Rudolph, please. This guy is getting out of hands.
Nobody wants to do anything about him.
He's sorting Igbos.
Don't worry. You guys don't even have a comment. I'm just reminding people. You don't even have to talk about it much.
No. They have to.
No, he will continue because they allow him.
Let's not belabor the point. Don't worry, Tone. I'm just telling you guys, people that we are aware.
I sent message to Rudolph. Rudolph, read your message. I said it before.
All right. Thank you, guys. CM, go ahead. CM.
CM
is frozen.
All right.
Okay, yeah. Just a quick instance. Just a quick intervention to what Dominic said. You see, on this fire extinguisher issue, what the council should do is to specify. They give a.
Let me go ahead.
Can have that specification. They can then deal with you provide it. Remember, you are telling a group of business people, if you give them specification, they could contribute money among themselves, send somebody to China to go and buy it and come back. So I don't want, because just to reduce areas of friction, there's nothing like everybody will buy from the. So what has council to Nigeria? Is it not to tell them that this is the specification you want? It's like that. This is the specification. Then if they can provide it themselves, they go to the market and buy. Because them buying it themselves will be far cheaper than telling the council to come and then you have to pay, you do bribe, you never. What of what is it called? Prepaid meter. You have people to go and buy prepaid meter their own. It will be, everybody will have, but because the government supplies it, today they say there's no prepaid meter. If you pay exorbitant amount through the backyard, you get it. No, please. So I do not support that. Yes, they should have a what is it called? Fire extinguisher for health and safety, but for local government to provide it, I do not support that.
All right, thank you.
I think
Give them
uniformity
specification.
offers in Nigeria. You have a lot of confusion if you don't have one source, and monitoring it another waste of resources, and they will just eat it because somebody has to supervise it. If you start giving different types of, you have different types of extinguishers out there, so you can see why it's better to have one source. Listen, I agree with Dominic on that.
For Father, that is wrong. There is a department for that. So go and do your inspection and every other thing.
No,
You don't
they have
force people. That's wrong.
It's better to be efficient.
Then what is
efficient.
monopoly in business? If you say one source, what's monopoly?
That is wrong.
And apart
It's not
from
about
that,
monopoly.
why
Why are you
fire
guys so against monopoly?
extinguishers?
As long as they are offering value, why are you guys so? If
No.
they are offering something that it takes less people to monitor because it's coming from one source. Whenever there's a problem with fire extinguisher, you know where it's coming from. You want things to be efficient. Come on.
So let us
why don't you make the market people
sometimes
get a
you
contract to do
confuse
that?
us.
Then you inspect it.
Hold on, guys.
let me say
I
something
want
short
Chim to
fast.
speak. Chim is the next person online. Chim, go ahead.
So two things. I want to talk about the politics of rivers again, and then this extinguisher. I think this extinguisher is common sense. I don't know why we're trying to. Even Dominic, you're contradicting yourself. Sorry, you're talking about doing things right. What the government? Okay, good. What the government does is to give specified standards. You specify a standard to say this is a sort of fire extinguisher for this kind of business. Let's say because we know how rowdy and crowdy and unorganized that market is. You can say that for situations like this in this kind of environment, this is a kind of, I wish I knew what those kinds were. I would have mentioned, say this is the kind of extinguisher we need you market people to own, go buy it. And then you set up a system where, if you're being honest with yourself, for every shop that buys their own, there is a process for verifying to make sure that meets the standard. You check it. Even those of us who work in offices, no government anywhere.
Have you met Nigeria? You want a standards organization to be set up. Come on.
Please. Let me finish, please. It's acceptable for you to dig.
It's okay.
I agree with you. So set up that standard. I work in an office where the government sends people to come and check that even the house where I live, my furnace, there is people who come in once in a year to come and make sure that furnace has been serviced, that you have done the right thing. Then they will check to say that this your furnace is in standard, is healthy enough for people to live in this house, that you are using the correct filter and everything. It's the same. They don't tell me where to go buy my filter. They don't tell me who to invite to come and service my furnace. It is my money. I go to who can, as long as I have met that standard. That is what the regulatory, that's why you call them regulatory. So if they are being honest with themselves, set up the standard you want them to have. You know what that standard is. Anybody who doesn't meet that standard, shut their shop. I'm not going to support. In fact, I'm even surprised that they were operating without fire extinguisher for this long. So you're not doing anything special. Set up these things. Look, forefathers, this is why the society is where it is, because the government is not doing its job. Before, should these people be operating without fire extinguisher in the first place? So why are you approving their businesses without fire extinguisher? It's supposed to be what they're supposed to have. If not that you are being wicked, you have ulterior motive. That's why you are doing some of these things. When you license somebody to do the business, or you license and you approve that their shop is within 2, tell them the kind of standard you want, measure it, make sure that standard is what they have put in place. If nobody has put in that place, then you have the right to shut their shop. At that point, when anybody goes and you say, oh, please, this guy was told to bring so and so type of standard, he doesn't have it, his shop is shut down until he brings it. And when he brings it and you certify that is correct, open his shop for him to do his business and allow him to do his business and live his life. That one, I'll put it aside. On this Fubara thing, see, we all want things to be done correctly. I cannot overemphasize it. I'm not in support of Fubara. I'm not in support of Wike. But the truth about the matter is there is ideal politics in Nigeria and there is real politics. In the ideal politics, everything Dominic has said is the way things should be. We agree, including Paul, what Paul has said, that's the way it should be done. We agree. But you and I know that Nigeria politics is not ideal. And this man is trying to survive. And in trying to survive, they are asking him to go and play ideal politics. That before he finished playing it, the way Peter Obi was busy telling us, I am coming, I trust the Supreme Court. And they have played him ideal judiciary, the real judiciary, the way it's supposed to be. Listen, in an ideal situation, people go to sleep, knowing fully well that they have done their work, the result will pan out the way it's supposed to pan out. But you and I know that the society that we are operating right now, that's not the way it is. I'm not saying Fubara is right to go and pull down house. I have said it here, it's not correct. But the man, he rode on a hidden lacuna, if you permit me to say, that the house had been burnt. Whether it was him that burnt the house or the opposition that burned the house, but there was a damage to that property. And he hid behind it to demolish it, knowing fully well that pulling it down will create a problem for those guys to meet and do their job. They don't have the mace. He has removed the mace to where his own group of 5 are working. Look, all politics played in a society like Nigeria is fair. That's not the way we want it to be played. I don't want to be played that way. That's why I haven't joined politics, because I can't play it that way. I cannot, like Nnamdi Kanu asked his own godson in Oyo State, if I give you, can you swear by the Quran? After swearing by the same Quran, then you go and do the wrong thing. He asked him. And the man said, no. We're in Nigeria here when somebody said he's removing the governor because the governor is not giving him 50 million. And he said he's collecting 50 million. Can't I have a percentage of it? We all watched it. That is the real politics. So don't be ideal politics in Nigeria. Ideal politics in Nigeria does not exist. We want it to be that way, but right now, it doesn't exist. And Fubara is fighting for his life, political survival. And any game he plays to survive, all well and good for him. If he wants to play gentility, well, I will be waiting for him in the streets of Port Harcourt when he's out of office. But he is doing everything he wants to do to protect himself. That's my point.
But him, Fubara would have just sacked the chief judge. That after they constitute the panel of impeachment, they send it to the chief judge. You just sack the chief judge. That solves everything. Than bringing the whole historic building down.
But the man wearing the shoe, you know where the shoe they pinch, so he understands what they are doing. So I'm not saying it's right though, but you and I know. You understand what I'm saying? He's playing the politics the way they are playing it. That's simple.
We can't excuse it. He has to be more creative than destroying a building. I think maybe Dominic is right. You have to be consistent about these things. You can't just excuse bad behavior.
All right.
Somebody should also realize that it's wrong for somebody to say you must come and buy something from me.
I don't know why Forefather keep insisting that Dominic is right. You know, the same way
because he's right.
I'm coming, sir. The same way you keep insisting that Nnamdi Kanu should have been in his house and be killed because he's trying to.
What are you talking about now?
You
are bringing Nnamdi Kanu up again.
Just like Chim have said, you are the one who is on.
I hope Tracy, you are hearing it now. They are bringing him up again.
What is going on? And you are saying that the man who they are fighting dirty, and he should also just have his hands clean and let they just keep collecting the punches. Did the person who is giving the punches do that? Did he do that to Amechi? Did he do that? Look, let me tell you something. Like I said, just like he said, some of us didn't join police because we're not ready to dance to that nonsense tune they are dancing. And if you cannot get dirty, don't get into it. If you cannot stand the heat, don't get into the kitchen. So those people are people who can stand the heat. They are taking the heat and they're returning it back. Look, let me tell you something. You cannot be a doctor and say you're afraid of blood. Some of you, you cannot be a doctor and say that is what is going on. The system has refused to accept reality. Let us put things in the way it should be done clean. Okay? And if all those who have gone to equity with clean hands have come back dirty and crying, and they are out in the rain, and those people who went to there with dirty hands have come back rejoicing, and they are the ones enjoying the booty. So if you cannot join them to do the dirty game, then you don't join politics. Okay? Fubara himself, is he a saint? He's not a saint. We don't think he's a saint from anywhere. So also is his godfather or whoever he calls himself. All right? Is it not even surprising that one man wants to be in Abuja and control Rivers State with all the contradictions in Rivers State? You want to be the one dictating to everybody. Okay? It's not a contradiction. So let's
I support Fubara because constitution is on his side, but I don't support the idea that he should go and destroy the
you
building.
didn't just go there. Remember that house had been already slated to be demolished. I'm not saying that he did the right thing, because if you are saying, okay, you got a judgment on your behalf to demolish the place, and then you demolish it with air conditioner, everything inside was demolished. Everything, no, that's not right. Okay, but we are saying that Igbos have a proverb: if somebody is biting on your head, I didn't fear the hair. If you want to bite him on the anus, the bottom, you won't fear the shit. That's exactly what's playing out. Okay,
Jesus Christ.
this I'm telling you the truth. And there's another one.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's get other voices.
All right.
Okonkwo part 2.
Let's Tone. Okay, let me just 2 minutes.
Yes,
Tone and Prince. 2 minutes. I want to hear from Exero and Wale, who are here to say something. Go ahead.
Okay, doctor, I'll be back. If I follow this your program, I'm going to go to cash me. I don't get fat for body at all.
Okay. All right. Well, I will see you.
Okay.
Tone, go ahead.
You see, forefathers, you see, this is part of the thing that we were talking about yesterday. We tend to protect our own criminals and demonize other people. And the minute we start learning to call out people not because they are from our region or from the same church or from the same religion, Nigeria will start getting better. You see, what Dr. Dominic said was what I wanted to say and all that. See, standardization. We know how Nigeria is. I've gone to buy fire extinguisher whilst I was in Nigeria for a business that I had. I know that. And it turned out to be fake. It was sold by who? It was sold by the people in Oshodi. Whether the person is an Igbo person or not, I know that. I don't know.
Oh, and how does fake come into the market?
What is wrong with standardizing it from it coming from the same source to ensure that the standard? So if anything goes wrong, we can go back and say this is where it came from. Well, I don't see anything wrong.
Tone and forefathers. Let me help this conversation. Okay. So I know what you guys are saying. I understand your position about, and Dominic too. But don't you think that there are two things? I also understand what Chim is saying. Don't you think that if in every situation we have to hand over this thing to the government because we don't trust the open market, we don't trust that people, our own people, government, let's say I'm the government, the people I'm sending out there to go out there and make sure there's a standard, that they won't do the job. So we're saying that government has failed, essentially, that we failed to do the job that we're supposed to do. That's why we are now saying that we have to be the suppliers now. So how many things will the government supply to the public? And so when do we grow? Hold on, let me frame it very well so you can answer me. When do we grow? At what point are we going to do the right thing? Because we are saying that government will now say that the vehicles on the road are not good, the parts that are being supplied are not good. So everybody will buy from the government so that the parts will be sure that the tire of the car is the right one. Everybody who wants to buy whatever you think about, that it has to come from the government. Is that where we're going? Is that the goal? Are we going to ever get to the point where we will function like the societies where we live? Is that not going to be? Yeah. So
okay, that's fine. That is entirely another discourse. It's how many markets have a fire extinguisher? If you go to Tejoshu market, how many shops have a fire extinguisher? Remember what happened last time? Tejoshu market was burned down, and there was rumors that it was Tinubu and his guys that burned down the place so that they can build a modern market and sell it at a higher thing. You know how rumors fly about. Onitsha market, I've been there a couple of times. How many people have fire extinguisher? People even have dollars in their shop. They have thousands of naira in their shop and all that. If fire should ravage through that place, how many? So I think it's let's commend somebody when people do the right thing. I think I will commend the Lagos State government for that and all that. I don't see anything wrong with that. I just don't see anything wrong
What are
with
you
that.
what are you commending them? What exactly are you commending them for? What exactly are you commending them for?
I'm
Please, I want to
commending
understand.
them. I'm commending them to ensure that a standard is kept. That is what I'm saying. I don't see anything
Nobody has a
absolutely
problem with
wrong
that. The
with them.
problem is the sourcing. The sourcing is the issue. See, I have no problem with
Let
fire
them do
extinguisher.
it because I know most of my people from. Listen, I'm not
Why
saying
is the
that.
You cannot
sourcing
use
so
you
I'm
cannot
not.
sorry,
I'm
Chim?
I'm saying
blanket
it.
on
Our people,
everybody.
our Igbo people like cutting corners. Some of our Igbo
That's
people
wrong.
like cutting
That
corners.
is wrong. That is
See,
wrong to say.
I cannot hide because I am an Igbo person. I know that some of
You're
our
not
people
more
cut
Igbo than
corners. Some of
anybody.
our Yoruba people too
I've
cut
been
corners.
called diplomatic. Yeah, I've
Let us
been
tell
called
the
You
truth.
see,
diplomatic,
you
and
see
there are
how
lots of
Chim is
people saying that.
smiling. Chim is smiling when you are saying that,
Let us
as if you are not living in Nigeria. You know, you can buy every time I
tell the
buy that
truth, man.
belt that looks like it's a good belt, then I use it twice in Nigeria. It just breaks apart. You know, we've all had that
But
experience.
forefather,
I, my
forefather,
point.
forefather,
Let me just make my
forefather.
point. 30
No,
seconds.
no, 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 forefathers,
30
you're not making
seconds.
you're not making
I
no.
thought
So
you brought me up,
no, I didn't
Rudolph.
bring you. I
Rudolph,
didn't bring
You
you.
called no, you called me. You said
Rudolph,
Dominic, Tone, and forefathers.
No. I said Dominic. So we're going
Rudolph,
down. I need to hear from other
Okay,
people.
fine.
Rudolph. I think Chim misunderstood what I was trying to say. The point of standardization, I brought it up to suggest. I wanted to suggest two things. One is I wanted to suggest that perhaps the government is trying to have one source. I wasn't saying that I supported the government supplying it. I was only providing an alternative. Second, the government could be well doing it because they want to uh, um, reap. There's always corruption. You don't know if there's someone in the background saying,
Please.
okay, let's do it to local government so we can get a lot of money. And I always know there tends to be corruption sometimes when government is involved. The point I was trying to make is this is just suggesting there needs to be some type of standardization. Now, all well and fine, I support what Chim said. In a sane society, you're supposed to have set a standard. The government doesn't have to
Exactly. That's
micromanage
the
things.
point I was trying to
So
make.
I'm not saying that I support local government doing the supplying. I'm only suggesting that this is bringing about the question of there needs to be standardization. It doesn't have to be one supplier. I never said I supported the government doing that because I don't trust the government either. And what Rudolph said makes sense. You don't micromanage things. You set the standard, and if someone doesn't follow it, you shut the place down. I totally support that.
Dr. Dominic, it's just like the River State House of Assembly that's been pulled down for one reason. I know that is a business opportunity that just because I don't think there's any structural damage to that building. They just wanted to pull that down. I mean, there's a lot of factors why he chose to pull that down. And somebody will make money.
Rudolph,
Will make money from that misfortune. At the end of the day, somebody will make money. That is the kind of crazy society that we have in Nigeria. When you have a crazy society, this is what happens.
I
I'm
think
not trying to defend anybody and all that. It could be the person that
Tone.
I say, okay, in the local government that took that decision, it could be they are doing it hands on heart with the best of intent and all that. But this is society.
Thank you.
And
I
some people, I'm telling you, I can assure you, even if they ask people to buy individually, some people will just say no, but they're not going to buy it and all that. Look at the way our brother came, Righteous Man, as if it was a slight and another attack on the Igbo people and all that. It is not. You need to have a fire extinguisher in your business. Simple. No long and short or corner about
anyway.
that narrative. You must have a fire extinguisher in your shop.
Anyway,
Simple.
Tone. I remember when I was very young. My mother was telling me that the FRCS or whatever required everyone to have a fire extinguisher. She bought one and she kept it in her car. I mean, the government, when they want to do things properly, they know how to do it. You set a standard, you make sure there's a body that monitors it, make sure that you have good public service awareness, people actually know what the standard is, and you set a deadline. If you don't get it by this time, I'm closing your shop. Because guess what? When that fire
So
starts in
even
that
let
one
me even
in that one shop,
stretch this
it burns the whole place.
conversation. Why don't we
And then
have
we all,
fire service working? Why doesn't the market have a good
Chim,
fire service?
don't even
We are
go
not
there.
living in a state
Don't
society,
even go
Jim.
there. One last point I will make,
Okay,
and I'll leave you
which
guys
is
to talk
cheaper.
is, let me make one last point. I know a lot of people were saying that when I talk about impunity, you either support impunity or you don't support impunity. All I'm trying to say is this: if you are crying for a Nigeria that works, we should support consistency. If you are well and fine with the kind of politics that is being played, and you like the gimmicks and that are going back and forth, and you like watching drama, and you like Wike singing, what is Wike's popular song? By all means, go with what you want. All I'm saying is, we are all here in this platform because we believe that Nigeria has to succeed one day, and it has to start at some point. You can't delay the development of Nigeria. You can't delay the revolution. You can't say, okay, let us keep supporting impunity that Fubara and Wike are doing, and at some point in the future, in 20 years, we will change. You either support impunity or you don't support impunity. You have to set a standard. That's the issue Nigeria has. There is no standard. If someone goes to DMV in Nigeria today, motor vehicle license, they will say, okay, give us something, right? Yeah, you say, okay, oh, let me give it today. Maybe tomorrow, okay, let's just give the bribe today. Tomorrow, I won't give the bribe. When tomorrow comes, they say, Oga, give us something. Like, okay, let's give something, right? In 20 years' time, you will still be saying, okay, Oga, give us something. Okay, let's just give it for today. You keep delaying the change. It's either you accept impunity or you don't accept impunity. That's it. I don't like all these things of like, you come here and oh, my state is not developed. This is what's happening, and then you glaringly ignore the impunity that your brother is committing. Come on, either you support impunity or not. I'm not trying to be naive. I understand how Nigerian politics works, but if Nigerian politics has been played for many decades and nothing is being developed and people are still dying, what stops you from saying, you know what, maybe I.
All right, we lost him. Mazi Prince, next.
Okay, Doctor, thank you once again. First and foremost, let me start with forefathers, aka Tunaja. Forefather, I know you very well, and I know you to the house. So I even know that you're an Edo man. So don't even. I know you. Okay,
It's not
but that's aside.
no. It's not a real Edo man. It's a outcast.
Carry on now.
Okay, so what I'm saying in essence is, Father, you're neither here nor there. Why am I saying that? I understand where you're coming from, which is kind of like trying to balance the topics or whatever it is. But what I'm saying in essence is sometimes I am disappointed at what some of the panelists say. Tone, you are in England, you're in UK, okay, and you are siding government on telling people to get fire extinguisher. Number one, it is not the government duty to ask people to provide fire extinguisher. Why do I say so? Number one, at what time does the fire normally start? When the fire starts at 12 a.m., when the fire starts at 2 a.m., who's gonna use the fire extinguisher? Why not provide for them? Either you provide water, you provide a borehole, and have them install water sprinklers in their stores. Or if that is too much, then you can provide them with fire department that will be there 24/7. They will be in their houses when the fire is burning. And is the fire extinguisher going to be automatic and quench the fire by itself? It's not going to do that. Come on, we all know all these things. Years ago, there was a time buses, what do you call it, these bus drivers, commuters, were being forced to have baskets in their buses. Until today, where is the basket? It's not dirty. It's a way of extorting money from them. Because at the end of the day, they will tell you, oh, you buy from us. We'll be the one to supply you. It's not right. It's not right. And sometimes when you say these things, some people want to tribalize all these things. It's not about tribe. Let's stand on justice. When something is right, let's say it the way it is. That's me. That's how I've lived my life. I live my life based on saying the truth, no matter whose us is God, even if it's my own brother. Sometimes I don't agree with him because I tell him the truth. That's me. Forefathers, another thing I wanted to come to you at is when you start praising government and you start saying in all these places that we've been at, how many times have we seen governments or have we seen mayor or governor flagging off projects, commissioning projects? How many times have we seen them? But things are done. And when we say, oh, he's the best governor or whatever, is it his money? Is it his personal money that he's using? It's not taxpayers' money. If I tell you the corruption in this, you shake your head. Even before now, let me tell you the truth. If the executive is corrupt, the legislatures are corrupt, you would think that the judiciary would be, would be incorruptible. But to tell you the truth, the judiciary right now in Nigeria is even the worst, to the extent that the chief justice appointed his own brother to be the auditor of NJC. Does that make any sense? At the end of the day, what is he hiding? How come no neutral body can do all that stuff? And those are the things that go on in Nigeria, and we keep hiding. We keep hiding all these things, and we keep, oh yeah, yeah, he's right. They are right. Why are you saying it this way? And these people keep embezzling and digging us deep into corruption. I'm sorry to say, I rest my case at this moment. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Prince. Let's go to Wale. Wale, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. I greet everybody. I think, Mazi Prince, you actually got into my mind. I was going to ask everyone here that when we look at the problem, even from the family root, how many of us can actually jail our brother or put gun in our brother's head when they do wrong thing? Probably if we take the polls, we'll probably see maybe 2 or 3 will be able to do that. The reason being that, let's say my brother is a local government chairman and he embezzled the money, build himself a house in somewhere in Abuja, whereas Abuja is not his local government. But he embezzled the money that is meant for primary school, health in his local government, and he relocated. Because I'm benefiting from that money, would I be able to say, hey, bro, what you're doing is not good. You need to do that. And if I'm the justice and I want to send him to jail, do you know it's my mother that will say, please don't send your brother to. You see the problem? That is every single one of us, one way or the other. We are all connected to these people we are blaming. But, two things I always think will make human do the right thing. Because we are all born as human to, one way or the other, to be selfish or corrupt. But the only thing that will minimize it, it won't get rid of it, is either our conscience, if we believe in God and we connect our conscience to God, that, well, nobody is watching me, but God will punish me for the wrong things I've done. That is one. The second thing is law, and we all know that we live in a developed country. They don't say you shouldn't buy Ferrari and do, speed 150 miles an hour. Do it. By the time they give you a ticket first time, second time, and they take your license off you, you will learn a lesson. So when the law is working, everybody will be in line. As much as we think developed countries we all live in, we still have people who are, sick in the head. They can do anything. They don't mind going to jail. But that is fine. So when we look at where we're coming from, it just looks like, how are we going to get it right? And I always said at this platform, and the reason why I come to this platform is, yes, we can come every week, express our, our dissatisfaction about the country, how the people that are ruling, they don't even care about the people. But the most painful thing is the people themselves don't even know. And you'll see people coming out praising people who are their oppressor. For what? Like someone said here, that these people are not, it's not even their money they are spending. They're spending the state money, and the people of the state are not even benefiting from it. But because they give some people crumbs, a little, they will praise song. And it pains me when I see people, dancing and praising all these politicians. They're supposed to stone them. Honestly, they're supposed to stone them because they're not benefiting anything. And well, we all know how they use it, how they use us against ourselves. They will say, "Oh, I'm a Muslim, you are a Christian. We don't have anything in common. You are Igbo, I'm Hausa. Am I buying rice cheaper? Simply because you are Igbo, are you buying petrol cheaper? No, we are all suffering the same. But these people, they can take our money and buy SUV because road is not good. Doesn't even make sense. Who is meant to fix the road? But then, so I think until we all tell ourselves and we start from the uh local government level, that whoever is going to be the chairman or going to be the commission, what do they call them, the senator or the MP, no MP, what do they call the state one, the whatever they call them, until we know the right people to be there,
House
who is going to
Assembly.
speak, House of Assembly, thank you, until we choose the right people there, not because the governor chooses his own people. Like the people of Obiako in Rivers State come out and say, well, if these people move from PDP to APC, they've already lost their seat anyway. But how and who is going to come out of that place? Until people actually say the truth to themselves. These places we all live, there's nothing major that we cannot achieve back home. Is it the electricity? Is it the roads? Is it water? Is it health system? We are so blessed that we don't even have all the natural disaster that happen, earthquake, Katrina, we don't have that. Imagine if we have 150 miles wind blowing. Can you imagine how many people will suffer? Just a flood that happened early this year. Artificial flood, not even now. Can you imagine? So until honestly, Dr. Rudolph, I know, and I've said this times without number. Yes, it's good for us to come here. Let's settle our differences. Let's hear our opinion. Let's express ourselves. There's nothing bad in it, and I even like it that people are coming out. But what I want us to do, Dr. Rudolph, these people that are tormenting us, they have Igbos, Hausa, Christian, Muslim, Babalawo among them. They do their meeting in the middle of the night. They strategize how they're going to continue to torment Nigerians. At what point are we going to come together, strategize, think of people who are really patriotic among ourselves? Because trust me, these people that are tormenting Nigeria, they are among the people listening to us. So I don't want us to kind of put all our eggs in one basket. Dr. Rufo, you can do this. Pick people that are very consistent and you know that they are patriotic. Contact them. Strategize how they can do things. Either every one of us have to go to our local base, educate our people, orientate them one way or the other. That's how we're going to get ourselves free from these people. Otherwise, 20, 30 years down the line, we will still continue to do the same thing because they do their own meeting in the middle of the night. They strategize how they're going to win the 2027 or 2030 election. And we will be here thinking, oh, it's not really good. They've increased the petrol price. They've increased this. They've done that. Nobody, even the court of justice or the judiciary. What do we see? And now, sorry, quickly going back to Wike and Fubara, we all know that River State wasn't won by APC. Now, the secret is coming out little by little, only for those who can open their eyes and see very well. So it's just a matter of time. Karma is.
Sorry, Wale, which of the elections are you talking about? The governorship or the presidency?
The presidential. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not from River State, but
Right.
for the presidential, I know definitely.
Wale is a table shaker. Wale is a table shaker. Wale is a table shaker.
That's the good thing about this forum.
Yeah. Sam, hold on. Well, thank you. Let me just say that, well, you have a lot of power. You don't know it. You are talking to over almost 600 people. You can tell them that you are forming a group that will do things at night, meet at night, and this is where we are going to meet. And then we all join, those that care about don't push it to me. I'm just saying that you are talking to 600 people, and you can say, this is my contact, this is how we are going to do it. Join me if you want to do this. And people will join
Thank
you.
Dr. Rudolph. That's why I take my time to come here every
Yeah.
week.
Yeah.
Because I know I always tell myself, Ade, Wale, are you patriotic Nigeria? And if I can answer that question truthfully to myself, then I need to start from my family. I need to start and say, my wife was just looking at me and thinking, did they swear for you with Nigeria? So I don't have any other country. That's my, yeah, forget it. Let the, the Queen of England, or well, she's there, the American or the whatever, wherever we live, let them give them your citizenship. Don't you know that you're not white? You are black. Where are you from? If you ask an average white man here, they say, where are you from? And you mention the provinces, the province where you come from. They say, no, I mean where you come from originally. Do you want me to say I don't know my root? No, I'm a Yoruba man. I know our village. I know. So that's the thing I will tell my kids. The world is big enough. You can travel anywhere you want to travel, but don't forget your root. So I know I have the power, but I do tend to start from my own family. What is my value? Where do I come from? Educate them, orientate them that this is wrong. If you try to be, an average white man will tell you that this is where they come from. So why should I be ashamed of where I come from? And I always tell them that, look, my country is beautiful, if not the people that are there. But then I ask myself, who are these people? They are my people. They are not Asian. They might have their underground hand in what is happening in my country, but a thief will never come to your house without somebody who knows you very well.
Well, thank you. Let's stop here. Next week, if we can come up with an idea of the group I'm serious, the group we want to form, we can talk about it and give maybe a way that people who are interested can join your group. That's the way to do it. There's no other way. One person cannot.
Dr. Rudolph, I don't have money. Because I know some group will eventually involve money. I don't have money.
No. You have to believe. First of all, believe in the idea. Forget about the money part. Start a WhatsApp group, and then come here and announce it, and people will join you. Just believe in it. All right, let's go to X0. Yeah, let's keep Henry and CM for now. Because we have to go to another topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. My internet is not that good. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'll just be quick because my internet is fluctuating. It's stormy here. I've listened to what everyone said about. First and foremost, good evening, everyone. I listened to what everyone said about the local government that wants to take money for is it fire extinguisher? I don't know. I'm beginning to wonder whether if we want to discuss Nigerian issues, maybe I should just take 75% of my sense, keep it inside one colo and use 25% to be discussing it. Because the way some of us who are in Europe, who know how things are done, choose to allow Nigerians to make mistakes and say we have not gotten there yet. It's amazing, and we can never get there yet if we continue to applaud mediocre behavior. How can you accept that a local government should sell fire extinguishers to traders? Forget it, man. That's somebody's racket. Somebody wants to racket. The same country where the government is tired of selling fuel for you, they change the NNPC to NNPC PLC because they are saying, government cannot do it. Yeah, what is wrong with all of us? Why? Come on, if you come here, let's use 100%, man. Why are we doing this to ourselves? We accept that local government is fair. They should sell fire extinguishers to. Okay, so it means when fire, let's just take a scenario, a perfect scenario. Say some shops are burning now. They will now say, Chico, they bring your fire extinguisher. They will throw it. They say, fire still many. Better bring your own. That's what. Throw it. It still remain one fire there. Emeka, bring your own. Come on. The proper way is there should be a fire service station somewhere that is able to get to the four corners of a certain territory or place within 2 to 5 minutes. How can you say, if they say everybody, every shop, whole fire extinguisher, every home should have a fire extinguisher in that case? Do you know what is fire? We should come with 100% here. You cannot accept this for Europe and then accept me mediocre for your Nigeria. That's why Nigeria is not growing, because of this kind of acceptance. We accept that we are already slaves to the system. That means our African politicians cannot think with their brains. That means we must forgive them and give them a lower level. Why now? Why? I will be throwing away 75% of my brain before I come to discuss Nigeria, because it appears that the whole thing is dumping me. It's dumping me down. And the same problem with the River State. We accept Fubara. We throw away Wike. It's not the same Fubara that stole the billions that guy stole in Naira. Almost my 500 generations to come. I don't think we can finish that money. A criminal stole power. Another criminal wants to stage him, upstage him, and we are taking sides. The whole thing is not right. It's wrong. Let's just take none of us is benefiting from any of these politics. Even if Fubara wins, none of us is going to benefit, not the citizens of that state. Do you know there's something called suit? These people are dying every day. They are dying every day.
I'm not hearing anything, or is it just me?
It's just UCM, and it's normal.
Okay. I mean, I'm just appalled by the way we accept.
So CM, you're using Biafran network. Yeah, that's why. Change your network. You're using Biafran network.
No, don't say that was him. Don't use it as a joke.
We shouldn't accept mediocrity. And lastly, this same Ladipo is the same Ladipo that I've heard almost 10 times before now. Ladipo versus local government, Ladipo versus state government, Ladipo versus federal government. Only Ladipo, only these markets, Why? So there's something. It's just like witch hunting. If you go there, you count all there's 1,500 people there. If they all buy this fire extinguisher, we will make this money. And somebody wants to go and marry second wife. Please, let us not accept it. Just change the system, standardize the system so that you buy standard products or you do the right thing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Let me just say this. We're going to go to another topic because we spent almost 2 hours, more than 2 hours on this. But let me
talk before you change the topic, please.
No, Henry. Okay. But let me say this. You know what's funny to me that maybe people are not thinking about. So let's say the local government, they insisted that they would do this and they are allowed to do that. You know what they would do? They would go to that market and get one of the boys who own the stores there and say, look, import this thing for us. So, and then bring it to our office and we share what we add on top of the cost and everything.
Always a traitor inside among them. So
no, it's not. But the person will see it as business. But what I'm saying is this. It's all about, I want us to always think about what is the best practice out there. We can't be living in a world where the best practice, we know what it is. And we think that we don't deserve it at home. Our people at home, they don't deserve the best practice. And if you cut corners in one part, what about all the different things the government is doing? Are they going to do the same thing? The government will become too big even to function. But let's leave that topic. Henry, 1 minute. I have to go to...
Before Henry, 2 minutes, please.
Before Henry, I said I wanted to push up
don't take my time.
Before
Henry
spoke,
because they will kick me out again. Don't take my time, please. You see, before the government come out or whether local government come out to say something like that, they have to build infrastructure first. In the sense that when the fire service come to the marketplace, they have where to connect their pipe and quench the fire. But they don't have this structure there. If they say they want them to have extinguisher, they have to, like here in Germany, like my office now, we have security service who is in charge to check the alarm, to check the fire service, to provide the fire service. Not even individual. They have companies who do this. These companies are registered company In America, the same thing too. In Europe, in UK, the same. When people since talking about local government have to come and provide, so I'm ashamed of you guys who accept this kind of things.
All right, Henry.
In UK, no, don't give me. It's not.
We've been here on one topic. There are a lot
We're going to talk about Nnamdi Kanu today, Abi, or that, right?
Yeah, we have to. Yeah, and we have to talk about Akpabio. You know, we have to get to other things. Tone, 1 minute, and then I'll give forefathers because I know you are mentioned.
Okay. Yeah. You see, whenever I'm sure if this fire extinguisher thing was done in the East, nobody will start criticizing that maybe the local government in whatever
Don't
Eastern
start it again.
no, excuse me, I have no opinion.
Rate
Can I talk, please? Henry, please, can I talk? Please, it's my opinion. None of us, we are all pretenders. We are all pretenders. So let us just stop all this rubbish. It is a right step in the right direction. If we are talking about fire services, that is even another thing. Because when you talk about fire services, we talk about effective truck, we talk about traffic in Lagos. When you have a good luck in Lagos, I have lived in Lagos and all that, even the so-called fire trucks will not be able to move. So if we want to talk about things, yeah, we're not saying it's not the government. That's what I'm saying, a zero. So there are a whole lot of things. So it's a start. Let us comment the start. Let us comment that they have said that everybody should have it. It shouldn't be an issue. We shouldn't politicize it. That's all. Thank you.
UK. You have to think about it, do it in UK.
So, Henry,
you are so primitive.
Henry, please.
A question.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Just a small question. Please, Tom, can you mention one thing in the Southeast which local government has supplied to the market?
Well, let me start with, I've never lived in Onitsha and I've never lived in Anambra State. My local government is one of the most corrupt local governments. I'm saying this on camera. Anybody can challenge
your local
me.
Government, say it. Your local government, say it.
It's Onitsha local government. What are you talking about? I'm a proper Onitsha person. I'm not a main market Onitsha. I'm proper. We are the owners of the land. My local government is the most corrupt. What are we talking about? Let's call out our criminals. And that is the problem with Nigeria.
All right, thank you. Forefathers, 1 minute. 1 minute.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a time there is always a time and season for everything. If, like now, the Nigerian state is not ready to start having regulators are just going to come and take money. We are talking about people that approve the properties to be built on canals and all the rest. And when somebody decides to streamline something so that it will actually work, we complain. We worry that this guy even narrowed it down to tribalism. It's like, how ridiculous can it be? You know, some things need to work sometimes. And there's something to be said for one person delivering the product, because then you don't have any confusion of people buying adulterated one, all kinds of crazy stuff. If anything goes wrong, they know who to hold. Besides, even if it's a kind of monopoly, the point is they're offering value. Is our life's going to be saved? That is what you want immediately. Instead of start arguing that, oh, they need to create another regulating body that we know is going to be corrupt.
All right, thank you.
You're very wrong.
Forefathers,
very wrong.
We have to move. We have to move on. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, on this topic. Let's go to the next topic. I wanted to go to Akpabio, but I think we can wait. Akpabio can wait. Let's talk about Nnamdi Kanu.
Nnamdi Kanu is a distinguished senator representing his senatorial constituency. But you see, the ruling today was in part disappointing and in part satisfactory. A lot of people might say it's a bit ambiguous. So I'm going to speak very briefly so that I do not preempt what is going to come out of the registry of the court. We are going to promptly apply for certified true copies of what the justice stated in court today. But some things that he made clear were as follows. That number one, Nnamdi Kanu was enjoying his bail when his house was invaded, and that was wrong. If you recall, we had obtained a judgment in 2022 at the High Court in Abia State.
Are we on a break, or
So this indirectly
you want to play a video
he's
for
just
us?
playing this
I just
video.
want to
and
play
that the
this
manner
video.
of bringing him into Nigeria was also wrong.
Maybe before
But
fathers
despite all of that,
should
the
play the
Supreme
video,
Court,
because it looks like Rudolph, you are not
found
technologically
cause
sound.
to send this case back
Well, the video is
to the
fine.
Federal High Court. And sending
It's
it
not
back
playing
to
on
the
my
High
own. No,
Court
I'm not seeing any
actually
video.
called remission.
I'm seeing it here.
And when they remit
That's
it
why
to
that's what I'm
instructions.
saying. That's
We
why
don't
If we are seeing it,
not
your
into
this
instructions
system
because we
is
don't have
the problem.
certified 2 copies
Nah,
of the judgment and
wow.
the judgment order. So in days to come,
Okay, let me
that
see.
will
Let
be
me
available and be made
refresh.
available to the press.
Okay, please, when the judge said appeal and cross appeal, what does it mean?
Well, the government appealed against the discharge granted by the Court of Appeal, and we cross appealed, okay, against the stay of execution granted by the Court of Appeal. So these were the issues. But what came out was that the revocation of his bail was wrong. So this, in fact, has created a basis to further seek his release, through some other means.
So the judge is saying that the trial should continue. What does it mean for your team now?
Well, basically, it's going to continue, or it's going to proceed in accordance with the instructions the Supreme Court has issued. And those instructions will be clearer when we get them in writing. So the judge, or the Federal High Court judge, will have to be restricted within those. It's called a remission. So they have to carry out, the Federal High Court has to carry out the strict instructions of the Supreme Court.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, that was Nnamdi Kanu's attorney, one of his attorneys, Aloy, who we have a long-standing invitation for him to come on this show. Virtually every week I reach out to him. He's hasn't committed. He might come in tomorrow, he might not, but we are in touch, and any day he wants to come, he's welcome on this show. All right. So that was yesterday at the court in Abuja, and I want to hear what you guys think. Let me start with, where did I stop? Okay, let me start with
Rudolph, can I beg for, can I favor? Because I didn't.
Well, most people have spoken for longer, actually. You want to start with some other person that has spoken for 3, 4, 5
I'm not
minutes
speaking.
already.
I'm not talking about the video. I didn't watch the video. I just want. Is it possible to summarize the video? Because I didn't watch it. It wasn't clear to me.
Okay. So that was a lawyer.
I'm not asking to speak.
Okay, that was the lawyer, Nnamdi's lawyer, being asked after the judgment what it meant and what they were going to do. And he said the case is now pushed back to the High Court, that they are going to go there, and that there were a few things that the Supreme Court said that were good, and there were things that were disappointing. But that they are going to, they're waiting for the written judgment, so they will know how to proceed. So that's a summary. So let's welcome Kene to the show. It came at the right time. Kene, welcome to the show.
Yes, Dr. Damages. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too.
Yeah, good day, everyone.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
how can he just come in and have his say? People have been talking for how many 4, 5, 10 minutes, and I haven't even said anything.
Hold on.
And you gave me 1 minute to say something. Then they start again. It doesn't seem right. This is marginalization here going on. What is going on?
Are you the moderator?
No,
Don't
because
you have a
you have to be fair.
Don't you have a chief in your place?
Spoke twice.
You have a chief in your place.
I have not.
Actually, my turn.
Just Kane, let him speak.
You spoke twice already. I've spoken only once.
Okay.
Do you have a chief in your place?
So after Kene, I'm coming to you. I felt that this is a new topic, and we're starting from new point. Okay, Kene, go ahead.
So we're talking about Nnamdi Kanu or the fire.
No, Nnamdi Kanu, fire thing, Nnamdi Kanu and the case.
Okay. For the Nnamdi Kanu, I think Nnamdi Kanu has been my leader. I don't hide it. What is going on with Nnamdi Kanu is one thing that every well-meaning Nigeria should condemn. Reason being that Nnamdi Kanu has been in Nigerian courts where he was set free and even asked for compensation. But today, nothing has been done about it. I believe that Nnamdi Kanu has been in the High Court, right? And there was a ruling from the High Court. So why not implement the ruling from the High Court?
Why is Supreme Court sending him back to the same High Court that has already made a ruling over that case? Do we actually have a constitution in that country, or is it just a cut and join kind of democracy that we're practicing in the same country? Yesterday, I was unable to call in. I overheard someone saying that Nnamdi Kanu killed a lot of people in Nigeria, and that really was aching. Who actually did Nnamdi Kanu killed? A victim is now becoming the aggressor, right? Someone that his house was invaded, a lot of people killed, and you are now comparing him with terrorist group Boko Haram. And I'm referring to forefathers, when I'm making this point. So if Nigeria really want to be truthful to themselves, every well Nigerian should come up and condemn this, because you may think that it's not you. You may think that you are not the one being affected today. You may probably not be not affected tomorrow, but someone close to you might be affected. Look at this guy from Niger Delta, Asari Dokubo. Last time he was everywhere shouting, jumping up and down. Today he's crying. The same Buhari, the same Tinubu that he was praising, the same Tinubu that he was fighting for. Today, Tinubu has become his nightmare. So if we keep quiet and this kind of treatment continues, today is Nnamdi Kanu, might be someone from your place tomorrow, and you will be here shouting. So please, I will urge us, like Exero said, if you are coming up here, please do not leave 1% of your brain somewhere. Come with 100%. Do not leave, because I know some of us here, I don't want to call them, but we tend, like Exero said, some keep 70% somewhere because of hatred over an ethnic group. You will refuse to say the truth.
All right, thank
Federal
you.
High Court has placed a ruling. Let's obey that. We're taking him back to the same Federal High Court. By the way, do we actually have judicial system in that country? If we do, what happened with the election results? See, Nigeria, I just called in because of that fire stuff, but seems you guys have, passed that stage.
Kene, what were you going to say about the fire thing that we haven't had?
Okay, the fire thing, right? I think we are leaving the causative factors to that fire incident in Nigeria. Someone, let me list it here. Someone is deliberately setting up people's businesses on fire. You see that? That person is setting it for personal gain or for wickedness. Secondly, on the part of government, you are out selling fire extinguisher for what? Don't you know what is causing the fire? You are useless, indiscriminate connections from NEPA. NEPA connections, that electricity, or I don't know what they call it now, is it NDDC or whatever they call it, is majorly cause fire incident in Onitsha main market, where you see electrical wires everywhere, just the way you see telecommunication wires. And these are live wires being wired everywhere, connected everywhere. These are the cause of the fire incident, and they have useless expired transformers. Sometimes the transformers will blow off and fire, the thing will just caught fire. Fix your NEPA. NEPA is the one destroying people's market. And secondly, the government officials that will go and ignite that market on fire so that there will be contract for them at the end of the day. They are the problem. You want to sell fire extinguisher for them. Why not use the money that you used to import those fire extinguishers? Use it to create fire hydrant on every corner in that place. It will be cheaper for you. Have fire hydrant. You don't even need to have your staff there. Just teach the marketers or the business people or community leaders how to use those fire hydrant in case of any fire incident. You're not doing it. You want to go and contact one criminals, diasporan criminals, because in diaspora we have criminals among us in China that will import fire extinguisher for you. They are not going to use any business man in that market to import it. No, they will contact their partner, just the way we have the likes of, I don't want to be calling names here.
Don't call name.
One man.
Right.
We know their names.
Thank you.
Don't call their
Thank you.
names.
Thank you, Kenneth. Thank you so much. Okay, let's go back to Nnamdi Kanu and the case. And so I'll go to forefathers. From forefathers, we go down. Go ahead, forefathers.
Yeah. Hypocrisy is one of our favorite sins in this country. When it suits us, we speak from this side. When it doesn't suit us, we speak from the other side. In the meantime, the country decays because we don't want to uphold one consistent system. And if you don't do that, you're going to have problems. Though I know why we are where we are, but the point is that we have smart people that wouldn't allow themselves to at least raise themselves beyond with some discipline. Yeah, I know it's hard not to, jump in there and be tribal or be all kinds of stuff. But exercise some discipline and just do the right thing by the people and say, you know what, this stuff is not right. I've heard Nnamdi Kanu say things that if he was in the UK that we like to praise, he will be in jail. They will try him though. That's what they will try him. Or if Americans like, they will put him in Guantanamo Bay or put him in a black site. These are things we know full well, but when we come to Nigeria, we say it's a different standard because, hey, Nigeria impunity is how it goes. Because let's just play this game, pretend as if we want our country to be good, because all I want is for the country to be good for me, not for the other guy. We forget that by the time you play that game, you are making it not good for everybody. This is the same stupid game we played that we lost the country in the first place. Every single tribe was fighting each other. The so-called tribes we have now, they were all fighting each other the same way. Every single one. Igbo, Yoruba, the Ijebu kingdom, we were fighting for 16 or 19 years before the Yoruba man came and finished the job for them. We don't learn. But carry on with the name of the game. You see something with your own eye, you pretend as if you didn't see it. Because the other side, you think the other side is corrupt. But sooner or later, somebody has to put a hammer on the ground and say, no, enough of this. We can't carry on like this. If both sides, if the government is misbehaving and Nnamdi Kanu is misbehaving, you call both of them out. Plague on both of their houses. Because you know what? We are the victims. Most of us are in the West, not because we love the West so much, because we want to escape the anarchy that has been created by people that think like this in Nigeria. We want to escape it. That's why we are here. Many of us want to go back. If you want to go back, you don't go and reinforce the same system, because that same reinforcement is why people are running away from Nigeria right now.
Forefathers,
be consistent.
Forefathers. So the case, the judgment, do you have any problem with it? Do you support it? Let's go specific.
I support the judgment because I know full well that I saw what he did. Nobody needs to tell me what he did. He needed to face questioning for that. If somebody made him say it, then maybe it's not total. He's not the one that will go and grab the person that is really responsible for it, or if he's the one in charge of it, because this will cause problems. People lost their lives. I'm here watching the South is being torn to pieces. Police officers, annex properties getting destroyed, people dying, finding bodies in the forest, digging body out of the ground, every corner. There is, and it's not that he's responsible for all of them, but the atmosphere that was created that environment. You don't see that in Calabar or Cross River. You don't see that in Lagos necessarily.
Make your point about the court case. That is what they told you.
I am saying I just made it. See, the court case, I answered it in less than 10 seconds and he didn't catch that. I said I supported it.
Then forget the next person, please. Stop ranting.
Because you don't like what you are hearing. Ask yourself whether I'm telling you the truth. But it's okay.
It's rubbish.
I will let me have my turn. Because you are trying to shut me up. And tomorrow you say you are being marginalized. All this why behavior you will have. You need to stop it. I was just hearing that when Nnamdi Kanu was arrested, he was flying on private jets and in Fendi, the designer clothes. This is what we do. We play this game like we care about people. We care about ourselves. If you don't get out of this mindset, I assure you, you are going to regret it in your lifetime. You're going to see something you've never seen, and the generation that came before us never saw it, and you're going to see it. You will get it in just our lifetime. Maybe in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. The world is going to realign itself, and we'll pay for it if we remain like this. Because when Oyibo, let me finish my point. When Oyibo came here, if Nigeria or in the entire Igbo people were together, they would not have taken over Igbo land. Because the Igbo people they have enough population to resist their invasion. But because they were divided, they were doing this thing again. And then the Igbo came in between, use this one against you, use this one again, and then the last person standing, they took that one out. They did the same thing with the Yoruba people. If Nigeria was united, they didn't have enough power to take over the country. But now they do. They've gotten stronger while we're busy arguing amongst ourselves. They've gotten stronger and they're getting stronger. That's why I tell you, in time, you will pay for weakness, because this world always punishes it. And if you think God is going to come there to save you, no, they are doing the righteous work of God. That is what God wants. God wants you to learn what is in this world and behave accordingly. If you're not listening, don't blame him when somebody comes here and start using all kinds of weapons to defeat you. The language of God is the language of progress. If you don't want progress, you'll be swept aside. Simple.
All right. Rudolph, you see how many minutes he spent now? You see how many minutes he spent?
I will talk.
You see how many minutes he spent?
I will talk. You don't like it, you will listen to it.
All right. Thank you, forefathers. I didn't know God now talks to forefathers. Okay. KJ, you're next.
Sorry. This
no,
no. Let me make this point. This point is important because he just said something about me. He said something about me.
You don't have to respond to everything, forefathers.
No, because that's the interesting point.
He said that God wants something. So I didn't know that.
My point is that we need to read the world. That is the truth. Do you know? When I was saying this stuff last week, I thought I was joking around. When I listened to another philosopher this week that was talking about in the period of enlightenment in Europe, this was the conclusion they reached. And that is, don't worry, I will be doing videos about this. We don't even understand it. Well, I really fear that we are too behind. Hold on, we are too behind.
Forefathers,
we don't understand this world at all.
I'm KJ. Have you become KJ? And you see, this thing you keep training about philosophy. It's like a blind man, going through the elephant. You are touching only the tail, and you are assuming that is what the elephant is all about.
Don't worry, it's okay. Don't worry, I'll be making shows about
this. If you want to talk about philosophy, you take it from the beginning. Some of us also raise philosophy as a course. So don't just throw these things in and then make it look as if it's the reality on ground. Please.
It is.
KJ, hold on. Forefathers, tomorrow we have a Buddhist coming on the show. So come around and we will talk about philosophy.
Great.
And things like that. Okay. KJ, go ahead.
Okay. You see, I want to cool down my passion so I can actually deal with some of these things that forefather keeps throwing in. You see, it's easy to throw these things in, and somebody who does not have a good understanding may begin to believe you. But the truth of the matter is that there's a legal term that says that nothing can be built on nothing. You can't build something on nothing. Okay? So if you go, and I'm going to start from the judgment of this appeal court. The appeal court, if you have not read it, please go and read it. It's very, very explicit. They went from one thing to the other, one thing to the other. They didn't just jump in and declare that Nnamdi Kanu should be freed. They built it on what was available. And the Supreme Court agreed with them in total that all they said was correct, but failed to say, okay, because we have seen all these things, we are not party to international law. Nigeria no longer become party to international law that you even have signed. This is surprising. It's the first time we are hearing it. And I like to align myself with Olisabakubo, who said in the 46 years he has practiced law, this is the worst Supreme Court has seen. This is the worst. Very contradictory. Everything about it is flying everywhere. I'm not a lawyer, but he has been practicing law. And he came up to say this before the president of Nigeria. I'm not saying he said it in hiding or in a small interview. So what are we saying? Nigeria is no longer part of international treaties. Oh, wow. It's on the case of Nnamdi Kanu, we have heard that. Because if not, at the West African Court of Justice, the West African Court has ruled that Nnamdi Kanu should be freed. Nnamdi Kanu have more than 5 judgments in his favor in Nigeria. None of them have been implemented. Now, in this same one, even if the Supreme Court, just like you said, you support it, the Supreme Court have agreed that his bail revocation was wrong. Why did you not free him since you have the power to do that? Why don't you say, okay, no, you know what? Leave this man. We agree he should face his trial, but let him be released to his family. You didn't do that. You said he should go back and start the process all over again. Remember, he has spent already 2 years and in prison. And the Nigerian law system says that what? You are first, when you are, even if you're accused, you still remain an accused. In other words, you are a free person. In other words, you're not guilty until you're found guilty by the law court. On what basis is he being held for 2 years and counting? On what basis? So when we say this and we say Igbos are not throwing anything into the, it's what we are seeing, we're interpreting. It's what you see that you're interpreting. If you feel the Igbos are marginalized and you see or you don't feel they are marginalized, read through the lines of what is going on. What is going on? Okay? And I've said it on this platform that I don't blame even the government, because there are certain group of people you cannot do that to. You can't do that to certain group of people in Nigeria. Okay? Because there are elders to come after you. But our elders, since they remember, I said on this Readoff platform that when the case of Nnamdi Kanu was thrown back to people like Iwanyanwu and David Mahe as the chairman of the committee, I said, Okwagu, that's the end. It has been, totally forgotten about, because these are agencies that have been used to reduce Igbo land to nothing. Okay? And they just sit on it until they are doing something about it, but nothing is being done about it. So what we are saying in essence is that, are we saying that Nnamdi Kanu should not face trial? No. Let him face trial. Okay? Let him face trial. If you think he's guilty of what he has done, let him face the trial. But give him a fair trial. Don't assume that he's guilty, just like most of you assume, until proven guilty by the law court. And so far, no law court in Nigeria have held him guilty. So far, if it was easy for the federal government to hold him guilty and they have evidence against him, they should have presented it there. Remember, what the appeal court said before dismissing the whole thing was that even though the government was given the opportunity, okay, to present their case, they could not defend what they have accused him of. There was no evidence to prove what they have accused him of. I'm not speaking my own word. I'm speaking the reading that came out from the appeal court. They could not present one evidence to justify what they have accused him of. And so based on that, it was thrown out. And now you are saying he should go back to the same court led by the Nyako lady, okay, and face the trial. Is he supposed to remain in prison to do that? So you see, it's a contradiction that some of us sometimes we want to be sentimental about and not follow what is written on the papers, or because he is Igbo. And that's the other thing I can see. Okay, if not, and then some people just wake up and say all kinds of things. Look, if you listen to Nnamdi Kanu, I can say without contradiction that he presents a more intelligent argument, more intellectual, intellectual argument that most of us do. And there's so much to glean from when you listen to him. And whether you like him or not, that's the truth. And I keep saying here, the reason why the Eastern leaders are afraid of him is because he's the only one Igbo leader who, without money, controls so much power. I don't know how he does. Look, me in my village, I'm sure that my village were not more than 5,000 or 6,000, maybe 10,000. Okay, of my close. I can't tell them to stay, not go to their farms, and they will agree. Me sitting here. But this guy can say something and everybody accept what he's saying is true. This is what the Igbo politicians are afraid of. And that is why they are manipulating the system to keep this thing going the way it is going. I don't want to be, like I said, I want to remain within the ambience for which we are discussing, which is that if the Supreme Court feels he's not guilty, or rather he should go back to trial, they should have asked him to go back to his home. Because they agreed that the revocation of and that the army going to raid his house was wrong. What punishment was meted for the army? None. What punishment was meted for the court that have been holding all this while down? The government have been holding down in detention? Nothing. And then he's only the one you find guilty of? Come on, bros. I think there's something wrong there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Tone, you're next. I see your electricity.
Okay.
Sorry, Tone. Can I use your time because I need to go? Do you mind?
I need to rush out as well.
All right, go ahead. Thank you.
And I'll leave it to you. Sorry, my bro. Okay. Let me just reiterate. It is wrong still holding the man because first and foremost he was abducted. That is the that is the underlying factor. He was abducted. Whether he jumped bail before, because the Nigerian government are saying because he's a flight risk and he jumped bail before, which is a valid point. That is, we shouldn't forget that. Okay. Now, there seems to be a lot of emotion going to that. It is wrong holding the man.
Sorry, John. It's not a valid point because the Supreme Court said that is wrong. That he should have jumped bail. That there's no reason for him to remain when they are killing people. That what he did was right. The Supreme Court said that in their ruling. So please don't say
Okay,
that's a valid point.
okay, KJ, I'm not aware
of the
okay,
law.
that's fine. I'm not very conversant with the details of the Supreme Court judgment. But what I'm trying to say, this is my own take, and this is my own personal take. You cannot continue to hold a man that you abducted him illegally. You should return him back to France and then go through the due process in applying to get him back to Nigeria. He holds a British passport, he holds a Nigerian passport. There are ways and means of doing this and all that. At the worst case scenario, declare him wanted, a wanted terrorist, if you want to tag him that way, just as they tagged IPOB at some point, and declare him that, and we're clear about it. But one thing that people do not understand is this fight is between him and Buhari. Buhari does not forgive. Yeah, Tinubu came in power. If he was a sensible man, he would have just let this guy go and give him a presidential pardon. But no, he chose to take the baton from Buhari, to continue the nonsense. But all I want to say to all IPOB people, just chill. He's going to be released with time because it will be a slight on Tinubu. It will be a slight on Buhari and the people that he had offended, similarly offended, if yesterday he was just asked to go. And Nnamdi Kanu, with all due respect to him, is a basket puff. And everybody in the IPOB camp will start high-fiving themselves and all that, which is, but they're going to let him go. I believe that this process and all that, at the end of the day, they will let him go. Tinubu just wants to score. He wants to use this to score a political victory for himself, which is not going to help him anyway. But I don't see anything. I don't see anything that we should be worried about. They will not harm him. They definitely will not harm him. But then IPOB need to re-strategize, and that is why I do not agree. I agree with the struggle, but the modus operandi that that is being used is something I do not absolutely agree with. This is my opinion. Anybody can abuse me or insult me on that. This is just my opinion, and that's my take on that. It's just as simple as that. But I know he will soon be released. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you put me in the background, please? I'll come back later. Put me in the background, please.
Let's go to electricity next.
Thank you for having me on. I don't know. Rudolph, you're the only one showing there. All right, thank you. It's okay. I'm speaking from an ignorant point of view. But I'm addressing forefathers because you started your statement in respect to hypocrisy. You pointed hypocrisy. You reference if Kanu had done such a thing or if it's an American citizen. I stand to be corrected, please, if I'm quoting you wrong. If it's an American citizen or any other country, they would have thrown him into jail. Am I correct in that, please? So what you're saying is that is the rule of law they will apply. Is that the case? Correct. Now, in the case of Nnamdi Kanu, as the rule of law, has Nigeria applied the rule of law over the years?
And sometimes they are willing to break the law.
Can
to
you
even
just
do
answer
that.
my question, please? Yes or no, please?
I'm trying to answer it now.
No. It's a straightforward question. You know where I'm going. Has the rule? You're very knowledgeable about has the rule of law?
I wanted to qualify how far the West was willing to go. Is they are willing to break the law to hold somebody. That's what I'm trying to say.
He's been in prison, in jail for how many years now? Has the rule of law, have they applied the rule of law? It's a question. It's a yes or no.
The Supreme Court, yes.
They've applied the rule of law. And what
Yes.
is the rule of law there?
The Supreme Court just ruled based on it
that
he should go and face trial again.
And he has been in prison for how many years now?
3 years or so.
Would that have happened in the America, the UK that you highlighted earlier?
Yes.
So they'll be going back
It has
and
happened.
forth. Is that it? You remember
Julian Assange is still in jail.
No. You remember, people are listening to you. You are demonstrating hypocrisy. I'm just telling you straightforward.
Julian Assange is still in jail. There's no hypocrisy there.
I'm telling you that you are demonstrating hypocrisy. That's just what Donald Trump is presently going back and forth in court. Okay? That is what you are demonstrating. Now I'm going to ask a question. Is IPOB classified as a terrorist group? The answer is no.
Nigeria
Boko Haram is
classified
as a terrorist group. That is yes.
In Nigeria, IPOB is considered.
No. I'm not asking you a question. I'll finish my question with you. Please. Okay. If you interject again, I'm going to be disrespectful to you. Just get it straight right now. I don't want to go there. Don't tread that path with me, please. 2 days ago, you came on this platform. I have listened to that tape over and over and over again. I even asked few people to listen to it. You highlighted about a single Boko Haram who has never committed any murder. And here is the incident here. I have not committed a murder. I am a member of what? A terrorist group. Even though I did not commit murder, I provided matches. I gave Kenneth the matches. Kenneth strike the matches to burn the house. Am I part and parcel of it? Because I was not the one that strike the matches. Then you are saying because that person is a terrorist group, has not killed anybody. You are one of the greatest hypocrisy on earth I have ever seen. And I'm going to call you out. Call me out anytime. And when we come on this platform, I'm speaking, like I said, if you interrupt me again, Rudolph, can you please tell forefathers not to interrupt me again, please? I did not interrupt him. If he does that again, I'll be disrespectful to him. I usually don't do this. When we sit down here in world stage, we forget that things are on record. What we say on record can be played over and over and over and over again. It does not go anywhere. And you do that a lot. And I say this, and I'll repeat myself. You intentionally deflect on important issues. Whether you do it deliberately or you are paid to do it, I don't know. I'm going to speak out. And I have marked you, and I'm telling you outrightly. You messed up my day 2 days ago. Yesterday, I beg your pardon. And you know what you did. So, when we are calling people out, we first of all need to look at ourselves first. We first of all need to look. I had to search the whatever it is. I had to do research. The Global Center for Responsible Project that described the amount of people Boko Haram have killed in Africa region alone, up to 35,000. Is there? And you sat on this platform. It is a shame. And Rudolph, if you don't do anything about it, it is equally a shame. It's going to affect the integrity of this channel. These people kill, they maim. There is no basis for comparison. There is no basis, I repeat, to bring up a terrorist group. There is no room for comparison. 7 years ago, I put out a post in respect to Nnamdi Kanu. It's there on record. I said this action is treasonable offense. I said it. But the rule of law must still apply, must still be applied. So if they want to judge him, let them. It has to be a done deal case, not a back and forth. And you are bringing America, UK, and everything up. I really don't understand you. And I'm saying this in open. I don't understand you, and I hope you redeem yourself. Thank you.
All right.
Truth shall set us free.
Thank you, electricity. Forefathers.
I thought it's my
You know,
Rudolph.
you just said, I
Rudolph.
just posted a comment that said there is nothing above reason. You can
No.
not, you may disagree with what I say, but you can't break reason. It's just a fact. Julian Assad is still in jail. The West breaks the rules all the time to get their way. They do that all the time. They put people in black side. It's not legal, even by US law. They do it, and yet they get away with it because of national security. They put that first. When we do these things and we come to our own country, we say it's something else. Then you say I'm the one being inconsistent. I don't know. The Boko Haram issue he was talking about, I was saying that if somebody is responsible for killing people, directly responsible for a lot of loss of life, like let's say I'm responsible for the loss of life of 10 people, and some other person that is in Boko Haram is not directly responsible for the loss of life of 10 people, I should be held more accountable than that one person. But yet, that one person, because he's part of a bigger organization that has done a lot of things, may be prosecuted more harshly than myself. You see what I mean? That is the point I was making. He asked me about it. I clarified it for him yesterday. He still came back to say, I'm just excusing Boko Haram somehow. I don't understand. My point was that Nnamdi Kanu, we saw him on live TV inciting violence. We saw the instability in the southeast. You can't just say wipe all that from the table, except you want anarchy. If you want anarchy, make your peace with it. If you get a Supreme Court that wouldn't put your candidate in office, make your peace with it. Make your peace with all the chaos you see in Nigeria, because that's what you are wishing for. I hold both sides accountable because all of them are responsible for our problems. These people are playing us like yo-yo, like ASU, all of them. They are all incompetents that won't allow our people to rest. They won't let people rest. You think you feel more pain for the people in Nigeria than I do? You don't know. It takes a lot of discipline to maintain this sanity. Because we just like to embrace this thing. Oh, this one is evil, this one is good. Even all of them are playing you. Who is getting conned here? They are all cheating you, because in reality, we are all suffering. Our national budget is 27 billion, and you can't even see that both sides are conning you. The southeast and the south has lost out a lot. Even in the pathetic state we are in, we have still lost out that much, and yet that region has a lot more resources. Look at our development there, because we won't even manage to have a little bit of stability. If you want to do something, do it the right way. Nnamdi Kanu has proven, what's his name? Peter Obi has proven that there are other ways of doing things. Peter Obi has the respect of almost the same people that love Nnamdi Kanu here, and yet they don't learn the right lesson. That maybe Peter Obi's method has a way of succeeding better. But I'll leave it at that.
All right, thank you. CM,
please.
You're next.
Sorry, I just want to say something.
Okay, thank you.
Prison, which prison is WikiLeaks, please? I thought it's in Russia as an asylum seeker. Which prison?
That's Snowden. That's Snowden.
Update me, I beg. I don't.
Snowden is in Russia.
That's Edward Snowden. Edward Snowden.
Snowden is in Russia. Julian Assange is still in jail.
He's still in jail, and he's held by the government.
Okay. Which jail? Sorry,
Is he in jail or in an embassy?
No, let us tell us.
No, it is in the UK. In the UK prison. I think it's in the UK prison.
It's in UK prison.
Oh,
he lived in an embassy. They were waiting for him outside that embassy for years to arrest him. And the moment he came out, they arrested him.
All right, let's go to CM. CM, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Without wasting time, the Supreme Court ruling yesterday, I respect it, but I do not accept it. There are 3 high points. Number 1, he said the Nnamdi Kanu should go back to High Court to be retried, because he's been there before. That's why I say retire means because I've been tried before there. So Supreme Court ordered him to go back there to be retried. The second thing, Supreme Court condemned Nigeria for illegality, which is called extraordinary rendition, not extradition. Extradition means telling your Attorney General to write application to the government where he is, tell the government that you need this person, the government will contact Nnamdi Kanu, so in Kenya, and tell Nnamdi Kanu they need to be in Nigeria, arrange for transport and bring him to Nigeria. That is called extradition. Rendition means carrying somebody hand like this behind hand behind the this thing. His what is it called? His eyes blindfolded, so that you don't know where you are. And he was tortured for days. He didn't even know where he was carried. So that is called extraordinary rendition. It's an affront on the international law. Buhari government, under as a head of state, tried it with Umaru Diko on 5th July 1984. It failed. Because of that particular failure, UK introduced visa for Nigerian citizens to come to UK. I want somebody to research it and prove me wrong. So that is the effect, because when we say rule of law is a gift, it's an invention of England to the world. The rule of law started from Professor AVDC at London School of Economics, University of London. So he is the father, he is the propounder of the rule of law that contains three major key elements: equality before the law, the principle of impartiality, and fundamental human rights. So anybody talking rule of law must first of all respect UK, which is England. So that is the second thing. They told Nigeria that it is illegal to rendition on Nnamdi Kanu. So Supreme Court had said so, because it told Nigeria, remember your image abroad, internationally and nationally. So Nigeria damaged this image. The third thing is, he said it is illegal to invade Nnamdi Kanu's house when he has been given bail. You enjoy your bail, be in your house. If you break the bail, for whatever reason, the government can easily tell you come. You apply to the Commissioner of Police in Abia State, is paid by the government. The DPO of Nnamdi Kanu's local government is under the payroll of the government. His lawyers, the government knows them. Senator Abaribe, who signed the bond, who signed the bail, is in National Assembly. All you need to do is you call Abaribe, say that man you signed for, we need him. That's what they call shorty. Government left all this normal way to do things and then invaded there with trailer load of military people, firing everywhere. Whoever is telling him now they cannot John Bell, I wish the person may ordinary them robber will just come into your house and show you gun, you jump through the window. Can you stay? So now the cat has to run for his dear life. He didn't jump ordinarily, nobody should interject me. Emefiele, if you give Emefiele bail, he goes to his house. If you do not invade it, when you need him, he will come back. So these are the three key elements of what they did. Now, these are my reaction. One, Nnamdi Kanu is being told to go back to the High Court for retrial. Nnamdi Kanu was tried at the High Court. He has been tried at the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal freed him that he should go a free man. Federal government held him since November 2022 for almost a full year, depriving him of his right. Remember, until they pronounce somebody guilty, you are not yet guilty. That is what you mean by rule of law. If they had pronounced him guilty, all this thing would have rested. So holding him since November 2022, even when you renditioned him illegally, you didn't try him. We are holding him until Supreme Court now come on December 15, 1 year later. So what my submission to that is because Nnamdi Kanu is Igbo. It's as simple as that. This has never happened anywhere in Nigeria. I want somebody, I can bet, Rudolph, just be my witness. I want somebody to come and tell me that there has been a Nigerian, for whatever offense, tried at the High Court, tried at the Court of Appeal. When he came to Supreme Court, they refer back to High Court. I want somebody to tell me the person. You are free to research it between now to infinity. A Nigerian who has been tried in the High Court, tried at the Court of Appeal, freed. You hold him back for whatever offense. He got to Central Bank, he got to Supreme Court. Supreme Court said go back again. It's because he's Igbo. That's why they're treating him like that. It's as simple as that. Now, that is my first submission. The second submission, who is calling me. Please. The second submission is, just note your point down. The second submission is this. You see, forefather, for your own safety and the people that pay you, anything that concerns Nnamdi Kanu and Indibo, just recluse yourself. Because one, nobody knows where you come from. So we can't put you and then see what we are trying to talk about. It's a very big shame that up till now, as old as you are making money being paid. Be an agent. You come here to talk. Yesterday, Rudolph, please take note, because we have to bring it, cut it out. Yesterday, when electricity was hosting, I listened. He said Nnamdi Kanu is responsible for the death of 40,000 people. Look at the figure, 40,000. I'm not saying 39. I'm not saying 41. Electricity now asked him, okay, can you provide evidence? We left him yesterday, he was scrambling. Till today, no evidence. That was why electricity left him yesterday, because electricity, I believe, is from a home and not a house. That's why he left, in annoyance. He said, there's no evidence. He said, and this forefather will always tell you, I want evidence. I can give you a lot of things you said here without evidence. I can give just for the sake of time, without evidence. You just ramble about Ndibo, ramble about Ndibo, ramble and this Igbo hate. If they are paid here to take money to come and be talking down on people, anything about Igbo. Look, Wole here is Yoruba, he will tell you. Everybody here, if you start to produce, even Tun, he said his local government on Onisha is the most corrupt. He's proud to be on Shaman. He has a tradition. San Antonio here, everybody here will tell you. But you don't want to, you just hide and be talking down on the Igbo. The Igbo you are looking at, every ethnic group in Nigeria, every ethnic group in the world are itinerant because they move from one place to the other. But Igbo has been identified as one of the foremost itinerant ethnic group in the world, after the Jews, the Indians, and the Chinese. Of all these four, it's only Igbo that do not have a state of their own, where they say this is our country. India has their own. The same thing with the Jews, the same thing with the Chinese. Why some of us feel bitter is that Igbo man is the light of Africa. Nkrumah said so. Mandela said so. Nyerere said so because of Zeke. But when we come to Nigeria, the way we are treated, and forefather we come here, if you see what he said yesterday, I mean, people should go and listen to it. That's why electricity left. It was a shame. But let me tell
Excuse
you,
me, as
if
CM,
Igbo can
CM, I have to
stand,
stop. CM, I
listen,
have to stop you
listen,
there.
listen.
It was a
Yes,
misunderstanding. No, 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 no,
don't
no.
stop
That's
me.
untrue.
No. Because,
Hold on.
okay,
Let him
people,
finish. Yes.
Rudolph, later you play it. Not, there's no misunderstanding. Later you play that clip yesterday when he came in. You're asking him 40,000 is a big number. Now the Kanu is responsible for their death. Provide evidence. He was blabbing yesterday. He was blabbing. He was just showing an interview you had with Nnamdi Kanu on Sahara Reporters. You see the way you talk down. Look, you are no match to the Igbos. You are no match. Why in the Igbo Nnamdi Kanu said it? Let me repeat it here. Why we seek a country of our own? It's not because we hate anybody, but we want to compete, preserve our value, compete with the Jews in science and technology and innovation, compete with the Chinese in terms of industrialization, compete with the Indians in terms of providing human service, particularly in the medical field, like Indians are doing, and all over the world. Is we are handicapped, we are struck. When you take money from your pay people, you earn a living by just coming to talk down on the Igbo. It's a very terrible shame. To be honest with you, you recluse when the issue is just recluse yourself and then get out, so that people with open mind, if you are criticizing, you criticize. People will know where you're coming from. You don't just tell people that I'm a Nigerian. Who are you fooling? We've had a Fulani here, Dr. Mohammed Nasidi, who did a youth service at Yaba. He was on 90 Minutes Africa. Rudolph interviewed him. He said a lot of things. A proud Fulani man. Despite the fact that we are accusing him, said Fulani herdsmen did this, he was still saying what he's saying, and they felt sorry where he used to feel sorry. He's a proud Fulani man. Maska is from Kano, I think from Kano, Hausa. Where are you from? All you want is Igbo. You're talking now the Kano. Let me tell you, the Igbo we've battle tested. where we are, your ancestors for the next 1 billion years cannot attain it. Because sometimes when you say all these things, you feel that at least there's nobody to talk to you or what. You don't tell lies. Provide evidence that you met 2 Cameroonians. He said they have to vote out and then leave Nigeria because of the fact that Ndibo were treating the Cameroonians, this Western Cameroon, when they were part of Nigeria. You said ETF. What happened? Where is the evidence? You can't provide. You cannot provide the evidence. Where did it happen? Nothing. All your knowledge from the beginning to the end is 15 January 1966. Go and read the book written by Adewale Ademoyega, one of the planners of the coup. He said, why we struck. Go and read it. The man explained everything, even the word Igbo coup. He said it there is not. But people like this will come and be peddling this for a long time. Every time they keep peddling it. Go and read, research, read the book. People that you weren't born then, or if you are born then, you didn't participate. So when you come here and be talking, please, yesterday, if you see the tension people were having, calling me. So please, when the issue of Nnamdi Kanu is coming up, recluse yourself. If it's Supreme Court, because you are saying invaded. So the issue of Nnamdi Kanu jump bell has been put to rest. Because army invaded his house. I'm here in the UK. If you invade my house, I jump through the window. Whatever is just life is precious. Even when you don't like it. Why should you rendition somebody? He said he was taken, that they can take it. So you love Nigeria more than the Supreme Court. You love Nigeria more than Lord Lugard. Is that what you're telling us? Please, all this, enough of all this insult. We've had it enough. And finally, Rudolph, it reflects so poorly on the quality and your sense of judgment that somebody like this will be a host and be raining it down on people. Have you noticed that most people don't come here? The moment you leave, intelligent people will just leave. If you what is it called? Igbo basics, and they are said. Do you see them here? Why do you bring somebody whose identity we cannot verify, and they come here and be raining down on the Igbo? For what did we do to you? Did we kill your forefathers? What did Nnamdi Kanu's case is a very Supreme Court says it's a terrible shame on Nigeria for breaking international law. Do you know what it means? It's a very terrible shame. And you come here to justify it. I want people to go and listen to what he said yesterday. 40,000 Nnamdi Kanu calls their dead. Provide the evidence. Whatever it is, if you have all those evidence, forward it to the High Court. Then convict him. You know law more than Professor Michael Zekome. Is that what you are telling us? It's a very terrible shame. To be honest with you, Rudolph, you must have to do something about it. It doesn't reflect your standard. Yes, I can put up with shows. Yes, we can put up with electricity and the other chap, Dominic even. But to come and bring somebody like this,
Doctor,
have baked somebody. No evidence. All he talks is just Google. You Google something, it's not everything that is true. Tell us the author. Tell us the authority of what you are saying. You can provide. Every time when you come here, just Igbo this and Nnamdi Kanu, it should be held. It should be held indefinitely. I'm putting my life on the line. Nnamdi Kanu will go through High Court and they will still free him because he's innocent. What do you want? A human being like you should be held? You tell lies about UK. Whatever you say it's UK. UK is an open book. Anybody can read it. You are not the only person living in UK. Every time when you want to talk, you say in the UK it's like this. Sometimes you don't listen to your analysis. People laugh at you because you are half-baked. You are half-baked. It's as simple as that. I can't bring myself to come and debate you. You are just so shallow, full of hate and dead. What did Igbo do to you? It's a terrible shame. What did Igbo do to you? Tell us where you come from. What corner of Nigeria do you come from?
Thank you. Rudolph, let's move forward. It's okay.
Yeah, thank you, Sam. X0, can you save us?
I wish. I wish. I wish I could save us. Yes. Let me hammer on the forefather issue.
This is about Kanu. Now it's about me.
You have to be careful because if you are doing your research, I just want to advise you. Sometimes you can be in a tunnel and you are truly looking for light. But instead of going towards the sun, you are tracing the light from the touch of somebody that has gone deeper into the hole. You are confusing that with sunlight. And then when you do that tiny research, you now come here and tell us, yeah, this is how it is. Please, follow the world with an open mind. There's something they call you learn, you unlearn, and you relearn. Take yourself out of the box sometimes and assess situations and then do your own analytical thinking. Does Nigeria work for anybody as it is? The answer is no. Now, that doesn't mean that I support the breaking of Nigeria. Okay? I want a Nigeria that is big because that signifies power, strength. I want an Africa that is together because then we can negotiate better. We are stronger, you know? But I don't want it by all means. I don't want it by all means. I don't want to stifle somebody's identity just because I want a bigger Nigeria. You know, if somebody's right is being trampled upon, I'd rather defend it first than to accept a bigger Nigeria. No. The thing about people who are like, sorry to say, to use you as an example, you now is that if Nigeria breaks into different splinters, now you will benefit. I wish that if those people who are clamoring to break away, people like you will remain in the soup. Then we will say, okay, yes, he got what he wanted. He can stay there. But if the likes of Nnamdi Kanu succeed now, people like you will succeed. You know, that is not saying that I want Nigeria to break. I'm only laying it bare. The Nigeria that we have today is not the kind of Nigeria that I will say we must defend this territory by all means. No, we must defend people's rights first. Now, what are we even defending in these territories in Africa that we are talking about? These lines drawn by some group of criminals in 1890 something in Berlin, when some people woke up, went to bed as Senegalese and woke up as Zambians or Gambians. People's resource territories. Have you researched what some of the likes of King Leopold did to Congolese people? And people are fighting. We must keep Congo together as one territory. Who defined the territories of these countries? Do you know that almost half of the world are feeding from Holland? Holland is feeding almost half of the world. Do you know the population of Holland? It's less than one third of the population of these Igbos. You so denigrate. So if you are defending, how many countries do we have in the world? 195. Who says we cannot have 300 countries? Who's defining these laws? If these countries that are there, who defines what they say in the UN? If the UN is that sincere, it's not when one overlord comes to you, Nigeria, hey, this is what you're going to say. Hey, this is what that's what we see. So when you're defending things, please defend them with an open mind. You know, that being said, I still want a Nigeria that works. For Nnamdi Kanu, which Supreme Court is even giving judgment? Is it the same Supreme Court that passed judgment on the last election? Oh God, babe, no, go sit down. This country is not ready. It's not ready. When you discuss this country's issues, open your mind. The same Supreme Court that allowed the last election that was so shady, that gave a pass to the current government, cannot do anything in my eyes that I will value. It cannot. We should be able to see problems and say, okay, everything is not as it's supposed to be. But then this is what I want. But do we have everything it takes to make Nigeria a solid force as one entity? No. But do we want Nigeria to be a solid entity? Yes. Do my rights matter in Nigeria? No. The answer is no. How many times Well, let me just leave the rest.
Can I just say something? Because some of all these things they've been saying is forcing me to ask myself why I even bother to say anything. And if I listen to them, people, it's not going to help the women, the children on the street, and the families that lose their loved ones in the southeast. Some of all these people, they will tell you that they care about their people. They talk more about tribalism than they talk about the real people suffering on the street. They don't know. They don't know what it's like. And you guys, if you think what you are seeing now is bad, and you don't even understand where I'm coming from. Some people say I'm paid and all the rest of it. I wasn't. If I was paid, believe me, I'll be better. I'll be doing a better job than this. I don't have money to be this thing, but the little I have, I'm using it in Nigeria there. But the point is that people are suffering on the ground. You need to know when you're getting conned. Your people are suffering, and it's getting worse. Our position in the world is getting worse. And what you are doing is exactly what your forefathers did. How can you not learn? How can you not? I don't understand how grown people can't figure that one out. It's a maths question. It's simple. Your forefathers made the same mistake. You want to avoid it. Simple. It's like two. Binary choice. You want to make the same mistake of your forefathers, or you want to go away from that direction, because we've been making that mistake since 1960, and look at where it has gotten us. The Southeast, you claim you care about the people, but you don't remember them. You don't even remember the faces that they were killed and all the rest. One video I saw of one lady getting her head knocked off. That one traumatized me for weeks. But you don't know. You say you do know, or maybe you are just traumatized and you just want to be a kind of, this is a kind of therapy. So you want to hear what you want to hear. You don't want to hear the truth. If that is the case, I'm sorry. But I'm here to tell you what I believe is the truth of the situation we are facing. We have a bigger problem here. This is not a tribalistic issue. Even hold on. Even fire extinguisher.
You come from? Where do you come from? Where do you come from?
Let me finish my point.
Where do you come from?
Let me finish my point. Even fire extinguisher.
Where do you
tell
come
you how
from?
bad it is. Let me finish my point now.
Where do you come from?
I let you talk. Please.
You're a machinery. Where do you come from?
I let you talk. Please.
Where do you come from? That is the truth. The whole truth.
Even fire extinguisher.
Where do you come from? Tell us where you come from.
Not
I let you talk.
I try to mute him. I cannot. Sometimes he can't do
even fire extinguisher will reduce you to tribalism. Is there nothing we don't bring down to tribalism? We have to focus on what the true problem is. You have to know who is conning you. If you think,
but I think that's a lie. Nobody's doing that.
They are conning you. Both sides are conning you, because you see, you have to sooner or later take report of what is happening to you. When both sides tell you they are helping you, and you end up getting poorer, you have to ask yourself, are they not conning me?
It's all lies.
Forefathers, thank you. I'll come back to you to respond.
You're a bloody.
CM, hold on.
CM, that is enough now. CM.
All right. So I could see that Exara, you failed to save us. Let me go to Chim. Chim, now I'm coming to you to save us.
Are you expecting me to be a savior? I don't have messianic power, so. But anyways, listen, I think we should just respect each other, and I hope righteous man will not accuse me of being a diplomat. That I am being diplomatic. I'm not following. I want to follow exactly what KJ said. KJ, ordinarily I wouldn't have added anything. I just told you to pass the baton to the next person. But let me just say a few things. What KJ enumerated is exactly where I stand. The only thing I'm going to say is this. Are they called the appellate courts? That, please help me. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. Good. Is the Supreme Court saying to the appellate court, you didn't do a good job? Go back and redo the job that you have already done and told us you have finished and handed over to us. Is that what the Supreme Court is? I thought the Supreme Court was a court of what? What do they call the Supreme Court? Please help me, KJ.
A court of policy.
Policy. The policy has been made. Exactly. So this is strange. So you know what? I'm happy these things are happening. Remember when we started today's conversations, my first word here was that the problem we are having, where we started when I was talking about Wike and his son, I said the problem we are having is that our judiciary is not interpreting the law properly. And it's pathetic that in this era, 2022, 2023, we find ourselves under this Olukayode man, or whatever his name is. The guy is intent on destroying the judicial legs of this country. That man he's hell-bent on destroying that system. And I don't know why he's doing it. This man has gone through several layers of the judicial process, and they didn't find him guilty. But the federal government decided to appeal, which is within the rights of the federal government. We know that this thing has nothing to do with whether Nnamdi Kanu is guilty or not. That's not why. I think it's all a function of people not letting their ego, and the federal government of Nigeria is one guilty entity that never allows his ego to go. Go check it. The American government, you see that Joe Biden will lose and he will hands up. He will come out and say he doesn't agree with the fact that the Supreme Court has ruled against Roe versus Wade, but he will respect it. But when it comes to Nigeria, the Nigerian elites who run the federal government never want to let go. I'm not saying Nnamdi Kanu is probably the first person. Even in Dasuki's case, we saw how it happened out. They said, let this man go home. They refused. They held tightly to him. And that's why I keep saying our problem as a society is not that we don't have good laws. It's not that we don't have good processes. We just have a problem with the heads that interpret some of these processes and the laws. Sometimes we bring in primordial issues into it. So, and then for the person who brought in Julius Assange, which is actually where I was going, Julius Assange's matter is nothing, has no bearing, no relationship with what is happening to Nnamdi Kanu. Julius Assange is operating at an international level. He gave out top secret, military secrets that top governments in the world held. That's why they are holding him. It has nothing to do with Nnamdi Kanu. And guess what? While we were at it, I Googled where Julius Assange is right now. Let me read out what I saw. It says, Assange has been confined in HM prison in Belmarsh in London since April 2019, as the United States government is exploring extradition laws, which is being contested by other people in the British courts. In other words, even the American government is respecting that process and allowing the process to pan out the way it's supposed to pan out while the man stays in prison. In other words, if the British court comes out and says, free this man, they will free him. If the court says they should not release this man to the Americans, they will release that guy and let him go. The Americans can go and assassinate him, kill him, or do whatever they want to do if they think he's still a great risk, but they will respect that law. In this instance, the Nigerian state is not respecting the law. That's the point. The Supreme Court is supposed to be the final court. All this rigmarole is to bring it back so that the man is still held in court while they continue to do the shenanigans they are doing. Do you understand? I'm one person people have criticized me for not supporting Nnamdi Kanu. I've said that I didn't like the way he was going about his process. I've said it in several places. The man has some points. He makes sense. But what I did not agree with is the way he was going about it. Just the same way I don't agree with this man called Simon Ekpa. I have said it on this forum that you cannot sit in the comfort of Finland enjoying benefits and you're asking for people to be killed back home. You can't be doing that. That's wrong. That's where I disagree with them slightly. But following the process of the law has said we don't find this guy guilty. Release him, let him go. If he now commits another offense, then you can hinge on that. And I'm sure the court will oblige you to say, okay, we freed you, but see what he has done next. Right now, like you rightly said, even his bail this thing, you are denying him. It's only in Nigeria will a court say, give this man bail, let him go home while you try him, and the government will refuse. So I don't understand how anybody is going to come here to come and defend anything. I don't want to spar with anybody. I don't want to make it personal. For me, like I have said, let Nigeria work for the benefit of everybody. I am one person who says that the thing you support today that is not right, be careful, because tomorrow it may just turn around and be hitting you. And at that time, we human beings have a way of saying, God don't catch her. At that point, nobody will come to fight for you, because you know what? You've lost every right or every reason for anybody to defend you. This guy is being held wrongfully. He should be let go. That's my point.
Thank you, Chim. Let me make a small speech here before we continue. and I want to address a few things. I've seen some comments on the comment sections where people are basically saying, ban forefathers, what is Bello doing here? Why are you not donating to the side? Because it doesn't matter to me. Let me explain this. What I want is for us to have conversations across board. I don't want to talk to people who believe in what I believe in. It doesn't help you. It doesn't help me. I want us to exchange ideas, challenge each other. The speech that CM made today, he wouldn't have made that speech without forefathers. If CM is talking to Ekene, there won't be that speech. Maybe somebody will learn something from it. Maybe somebody else will push back and you learn something from what they are doing, what they are saying. Nobody here is accurate all the time. Not me. Even events will prove you wrong, even when you think you're accurate today. I don't know why people want this kind of world. I don't want it. And there are options out there. If you want that, where they talk about things you want to hear, you go there and listen to them. Please, I'm not banning anybody. I won't ban anybody because of their views. And we expect that people will have evidence to support what they're saying. And when they don't, I trust that you will challenge them. And you are doing it. We are doing it here every week. So why can't we live on that? Why can't we see the benefit in that? Why do we want to ban people? Why do we want to stop people from saying? If you stop me from saying anything on this platform, I'll go to another platform and say what I'm going to say. Why? I don't want that world. And if I'm part of this, I can leave this for you guys to do what you want to do. But if I'm part of this, I want something that I will learn something from it. Anyway,
I'm the only one who used my time properly. Others went on a this thing. So you owe me a Christmas gift.
Papu Doka.
You are the one that will save us now because
I don't know if I fit my son. Papu Doka, I don't know if I fit.
Anyway, not yet.
Anyway,
anyway,
thank you, everybody. Thank you for everybody that have contributed. I don't know, people sometimes people try to criticize people. In the process, they're doing the same thing. They try to criticize. Forefather is entitled to say his opinion, whether he did research or not. If he's too hard on Igbo people, we can go back and push back about that, which I believe he have been too hard on the Igbo people. The question for me, what have Igbo people do that we don't have the right to be in the same stage with everybody else? The same thing that led to Biafran War is the same thing 50-something years later is still happening. And when we say leave us to go on our own, you say no. My brother, I don't support way Nnamdi Kanu have a point. I don't support the way he go about it. But Nnamdi Kanu do not deserve to be in jail. Nnamdi Kanu do not deserve to be kidnapped. What they did, they tried to kill him. They didn't survive. They kidnapped him. So he doesn't deserve that. When you say that he killed all these people, my brother, I wish that one day they come and kidnap you to go to Nigeria and put you in jail without trying you, without giving you bond. Even Western world jail, It's a 5-star hotel to compare to Nigerian jail. And he's been over there for 3 years for no reason. And the only reason why he's there for the last 3 years is because he's an Igbo man. Because what it is that why would an Igbo man come and talk in the stage? It's because he's an Igbo man. My brother, you don't understand the scar that Igbo people have because of the Biafran war. I wish you understand. And they're still doing the same thing. When you caught a pregnant woman, cut him out and grab his baby and bring him and kill the baby. That is traumatizing for our people. I lost 3 uncles that could have changed the world during Nigeria Civil War. My grandmother was never the same. So when we tell you, and when we speak about it, people feel like, why would we continue to talk about it? Because the wound have not healed. Igbo people say when the wound finish healing, you never forget the pain that happened during that wound time. We cannot forget until reconciliation is happening. And when that reconciliation happens, that is when we agree that Nigeria as a country want Igbo people to belong in that. Look at what happened during this election. Everything is set. But tell me one good position that they give an Igbo man or an Igbo woman that matters in Nigerian stage. But guess what? The only person, the only ethnic group that want one Nigeria, any ethnic group, the only one is the Igbos that want one Nigeria. Because it's only Igbo man that can go to Lagos, buy a land and build a home. Go to Kanu, buy a land and build a home. Go to Kafanchan, buy a land and build a home. How many Yorubas or Hausas build home in Igbo land? We give them opportunity to do that, but that's not their style. Look at what is happening in Lagos today. Is it not somebody sold the land where they build the houses? Nobody's holding the person accountable. Rather, demolition, sharing just to make sure that Igbos continue to have pain for belonging in Nigerian stage. But my prayer for every Nigerian is that we Igbos, we continue striving, continue soaring like eagles. Because to me, it's all about hating the Igbos. Because all the time they say, if an Igbo man become president, this and that. Look at what Nigeria become. Hausa and Yoruba have ruled Nigeria for how many years? Look at what Nigeria become. Look at, we borrow money. We borrow money. People, we borrow money and buy motor. The people in Nigeria, their great-grandchildren will not pay the money we have borrowed in the last 9 years. So, my brother, until we include Igbos in the Nigerian stage, there, Nigeria will be a better country for me and you. Go and write it in the world. As long as we continue excluding the Igbos, Nigeria cannot get to their promised land. I guarantee you that. Because Igbos have something that cannot be duplicated. It's in our gene. I don't know if you see how Abakoba talked to President Buhari, President Tinubu, and the Senate President 2 days ago. He lectured them. He lectured them very, very well how Nigeria can become what Nigeria can never dream of becoming. Papudoka, I still wait for my cashew. I haven't get my cashew on the mail. I haven't get my salad soup and the nubu soup.
Just come to New York. Come to New York anytime.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank
yes.
you. We have to go quickly. I want to hear from everybody before we move to, we're done 4 hours. We need to move to the next topic. Tone, go ahead.
Thank you. I hope I will not be insulted. Anyway, what I'm just going to say to everybody, We need to chill. There's no point attacking each other. We are not, it's forefathers is not the problem. Rudolph is not the problem. Anybody here, all the people here are not the problem. The problem, we know the problem. We have crooks in our local government, in our towns. The Agbakoba you're even talking about is an Onitsha man. Why did he join Tinubu's gang of thieves? And he comes yesterday, so that should impress me, and open his mouth to start talking. Why did he not decline? Why did he not decline? A proper Igbo man, Onitsha man, proper Onitsha man. What we're talking about here. Let me just push back something, because I hate bigots, whether you're Yoruba bigot or Hausa bigot or Edo bigot or Igbo bigot. Bigots are bigots. I hate, that is why I have some problem with some people here. Some people that are not even bold enough to put up their name or answering Igbo name or answering some other alliances and all that. A bigot is a bigot. I hate it. And see, my brother, let me just put you right. Yesterday's program, I don't know what happened. Electricity, I've never seen him lose his cool. He just lost his cool. I don't think yesterday was something that would have caused him to be annoyed like that and left. Even forefathers were even appealing to him so that we'll talk and clarify what was said. In my own opinion, because I like to look at the best of people. Forefathers cannot obviously answer to that and say that Nnamdi Kanu foresaw 40,000 people being dead. That is not what he said. What he said, because this is the way we twist a history. Let's all go back and watch that program. In fact, we enjoyed ourselves yesterday. What he said, at some point, I think there was a disconnect with understanding and all that, and he went back stage and was trying to research, because he was pushed back and told him to bring a proof. So he researched. And I said, forefathers, are you sure you heard this guy clearly? That was when he came to his senses. I said, yeah, perhaps I said yes in the heat. Because yesterday, this heated argument between him and electricity started from yesterday. For some reason, I think electricity is just, I've never seen him like that. He's just upset about something. So he had to find someone to take it out on, and he took it out. And the way he acted yesterday was wrong. Let's call wrong a wrong. He shouldn't have that was his program. He shouldn't have just abandoned us and just went off like that. Well, forefathers declined to moderate. We say it doesn't matter. Let's just have it was a freestyle and all that until late, and everybody had to go to bed. And the program, in fact, by the time I came back doing what I had to do, and all that, because I was trying to do some stuff and all that. By the time I came back, the program was ended, and I went to bed. So let us just let's get history right. Forefathers did not take over the program yesterday. He came to give his, and I think he was misconstrued. It was just misconstrued. And it just much like what people. I mean, I know 10 years down the line or 20 years down the line, people will say that there are some people, some liars, that will say that Tinubu won the election. And I want to remind all of us, Tinubu did not win the election. Tinubu rigged the election. We all know it. It's a fact. So if we are pushing back on facts and all that, and with reference to that of the visa thing and all that, I'm a British citizen. I'm not British by domicile. I was born here naturally. I came back here not because for economic hustle and all that. I came here naturally to my country of birth. Okay, that's a visa thing. When it happened, it wasn't just Nigeria. Where there were 4 other countries. I think Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, and one other country. And it was Thatcher. It wasn't. It had nothing to do with Umaru Diko. And Umaru Diko's thing. Anyway, a lot of people said it was due to Umaru Diko. That was why Nigeria was included in that list and all that. But it just happened. Let us just forget. Okay, civil war. My brother Ikenna talked about the civil war. Everybody lost somebody in the civil war in the east. Houses were destroyed and all that. Homes were destroyed and all that. Why? How long can we continue to cry about this? Nnamdi Kanu was insulting Buhari all the time. We all know that Buhari is a very, very unforgiving and an evil person. That is why he's suffering. Let us just not forget about that. He carries a British passport. Do you think Britain cannot instruct the Nigerian government to do something about it? But they wash their hands off. Why are we not calling out the British government? Is it because me and you live in the UK and they might tell one of us, well, anyway, they can't tell me, so I'll be Queen Peking. I'll be now Prince Charles speaking now, King Charles speaking. They cannot. The worst thing they can do, they will just throw me in one prison in South London. That is why they will just forget me. But they can't carry me to go to Nigeria. I'll tell them I belong to this country. I was born here. So the thing is that let us be careful attacking each other. Everybody agrees. All of us agrees that it is wrong for Nnamdi Kanu to be held. The Nigerian government should release him. We know we're expecting too much from a criminal government. Yesterday, I was on a panel I was trying to tell them and say, listen, we need to work together because we've got a common enemy. They were just attacking me, saying I'm a Nigerian soldier, I'm a spy. Somebody here in the comment section told them my real name and all that. But anyway, I'm not worried. I put my face on this channel near almost every week, and I'm not afraid of anybody. I'm not worried. So for us to move forward, we need to be, please, we need to come together and be cerebral, and then we can move forward. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Tom. Yeah, CM.
Rudolph, please. Rudolph, yes, please, Rudolph, it's important. You see, Tom, the pushback you are making, you make a very poor job of it. Number one, electricity, please, wherever you are, come back and clear the air. But before then, Tom suggested that the thing should be played back. I think that should be played back. I don't want to interpret anything anymore. People should listen. Whether the figure they hear and the context in which it was used is for people to judge. I don't want to interpret it anymore.
What is
All I
CM?
insist
CM,
is,
you keep
please
wait,
play it
CM.
back.
You keep attacking
Electricity.
forefathers.
No,
You keep wait. You wait. You keep. I forgot this thing. 1 minute, 1 microsecond. You keep attacking forefathers where it comes from. He has a right not to tell you where it's come from. It's none of your business.
I can never give you.
Rudolph, it's
Let
my
me tell
turn.
you. Let me tell
Rudolph,
you.
I'm in Nigeria.
I have the.
Rudolph, it's my turn.
With you, you allow people to keep fighting. You like to fighting.
No. I sometimes I try to stop.
Rudolph, it's my turn. It's my turn. My daughter is coming.
Please, righteous man, please. Hold on.
Please.
CM, hold on. I gave you 1 minute and then you went from that. I thought you had something you wanted to correct. There are people who have been here, they've not said anything.
Yeah.
I don't like.
I've not finished my. I'm looking.
You're what? Say that again, CM. All right, we can hear CM now.
I
CM,
said you said I was looking.
Go ahead, CM.
Please.
1 minute, please.
Who is muting me? What I was saying is this. I was looking at the time. The issue of what happened yesterday, the best way to trash it is electricity come and clear your name and then play the tape so that everybody will listen and interpret on themselves. I don't want to interpret it for anybody. Then secondly, on the visa issue, 1984, Dumaro Diko kidnap. Then I'm coming. Dumaro Diko kidnap led to Nigeria Britain breaking diplomatic relations with Nigeria for the first time in history. That's what I'm saying. Go ahead. That's why.
All right. Thank you, CM. I'm going to watch what happened yesterday.
To come to you, Gary was there. It was free. Go and find out. As a Commonwealth citizen. So I'm coming. When he says I attack people, I attack this, I attack that. Look, let me tell you, I have the right to put in straight. I have the right. If you can be a paid agent of anybody, or you are an advocate of anybody, or somebody pay you to come and defend him, I don't care. You can take your pay. I don't know who pays you. You know who pays me? If somebody pays you, do you know who pays me? So you can't tell me what to say. You can't be prescriptive. Don't prescribe to me what to say or how to say it or who to attack and who not attack. I don't bloody care.
All right, Sam, thank you.
Enough.
Thank you. Let me just say that I watched what happened yesterday. I have no idea something happened. I just now that I'm hearing it, but I watched, and then maybe after the show tomorrow, when we have the after show talk, we can talk about it. So, all right, let me go to Righteous Man. He's joining us from Nigeria. He's been patient enough and burning his money, and we should all recognize that. Righteous Man, welcome to the show.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph, good evening. Yeah. Forefather, my ancestor, good evening. CM, good evening. Chim, the diplomat, good evening. Tone, the gentle voice, good evening. AY, good evening, the fine man. And the rest of them that I cannot see well. Good evening, all. The national grid has fallen again, and there is a total blackout in Lagos State. We are suffering heat here. There is no light. You have to go and buy fuel to make sure you power your house. The naira is falling. Is 1,249 today, and the security is not improving. They kidnapped one guy called Emeka. He had two plazas at Ladipo Market. He's a big guy. They kidnap him, and the kidnappers are demanding for 500,000 naira. The information I give you at this platform are great because I'm on ground.
Million, 500 million, not thousand.
500 million naira. That's what they are demanding from him.
Is it the president of the Ladipo Market?
No, one Emeka from Enugu State. He built two big plazas in Ladipo Market. I was there yesterday to buy papers, and my younger brother trades there. He was the one that was telling me what's going on there, like the issue of fire extinguisher. At the initial time when I presented that case, I am not against fire extinguisher, but what I'm against is the rest of Nigerians using the Igbos as a catcher. You know, just you want to make money, you go to the Igbos, you bring down their buildings, you close their markets, you harass them on the road just because they are Igbos. That is what I'm against. Now, the market said, give us a species of the kind of extinguisher that is required so that we can import from China, and every shop owner buys from what we have imported. The government refused that it must be purchased by them. And when they calculated it, according to the number of shops in Ladipo, the thing is running almost to 1 billion naira. And 99.99% of shops in Ladipo is controlled and owned by the Igbos. So how will I be happy to see my brothers and sisters carving out almost 1 billion naira to a local government of something they can, okay, the price of it is about 15,000 naira. But the local government said they want to supply it to the tune of 23,000 naira. You see it, it is Igbos that are suffering. It is Igbo money that is going. And look, I am not a pretender. I can't come to this stage to say all is well. In as much as I love Nigeria and I want to be a Nigerian, you can't be cheating on my brethren and you tell me to keep quiet. That can't happen. It cannot. It cannot. They are suffocating us, the Igbos, in Nigeria. I myself have paid the price for being an Igbo man in Nigeria. My children have paid. How can my son score 195 and he was not given admission? Somebody that scored in for the same course and scored 14 is given admission. And then you said all of us are suffering, I should be happy. Happy for what? Happy that there is a quota system that gives people edge over my person because of my tribe, my language, and my color? Come on now. Come on. We can't take that. See, one thing I want to tell forefathers, I love you as an individual, honestly, as a human being, as my brother, as a Nigerian. But see, before I came to this platform, myself and my colleagues, we have been watching Rudolph program for over 2 years. And they asked me to go and represent them here. I've said it many times. And do you know the feedback? People said that Mr. Forefathers has a passionate hatred against the Igbos. There is no time the issue that pertains to the Eastern region is mentioned with Mr. Forefathers taking it lightly or being polite. He wants to make sure that he proves that he's right, and he cannot be right. Let me tell you one of the mistakes he had made this night. He said, can't we learn from our forefathers? The error they made. Sir, with due respect to you, my forefathers never made any mistake. They fought because they are men. They fought because they believe in righteousness and truth. They fought because evil man cannot be a servant. They fought because there is a cause they believe in, and it's never a mistake. I want you to withdraw that statement by saying the mistake of our forefathers. There is no tribe in Nigeria that is better than the Igbo tribe. Never, until this war comes to an end. In fact, all over the world, there is no black race that can beat the Igbo tribe. I am proud of being an Igbo man. When I die and reincarnate again, I will be an Igbo man. And for you to say my forefathers made a mistake, please, it's an insult. And you can't continue to insult this worldwide celebrated special tribe. Which kind of mistake? We fought the Biafran War, and we fought it gallantly, and we won. And we're not the first to fight a civil war. America fought. Yes. French fought. Why are they not discriminating against themselves? Why must Igbos be relegated to the background? For what? Why must you practice quota system against my people? And you want me to keep quiet? Nnamdi Kanu said, even if he dies, it is better he dies so that Biafra will come. So don't pity him. I know you're against him, continue to be against him. But look, we can never be pocketed. That is just, we are the shining glory, shining light, shining star of Africa. And nothing can cover this blessing that God has bestowed upon us. That's just my contribution this evening. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, righteous man. So the good news is that we don't decide how we reincarnate and where. I also believe in reincarnation. So you might end up coming back where you did not expect. But you know, this idea of my ethnic group is supreme and this. Anyway, another time. Bello, welcome to the show.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah, Bello, before you say anything, I want. Hold on, let me find out where this is coming from. I think it's righteous man. Can you mute yourself, please? Righteous man. Right. Bello, so the comments when you appeared, that people were talking about what you said the other time. I want to give you the chance, you know, while you are talking, if you want to say anything about that. It's up to you, really. They were referring to when you said that if what did you say? That something like if the remind me if they give
the Igbos they'll have a seaport,
yes,
that's why they're not giving them.
Yeah, it's something like that. So it's an opportunity for you if you want to. If you don't want to, you don't have to. But I just wanted to go ahead.
Good evening. I mean, good afternoon, good morning, everybody. You know, regarding the issue of seaport or no seaport, I mean, I just say this the way I say it. And I mean, I think I've been able to, like, I was able to make my point kind of like, you know, straight and short. And, you know, and I think, Doctor, I think I was listening to the EO at the background the other time when you say, oh, there was already a seaport at the, in the south or stuff like that. But I really don't want to, you know, spend too much time because I know other people really want to talk. But, you know, but first of all, let me first commiserate with the family of a Chief Ezefe who you know, passed away like a few days ago, and commiserate with Chief Ezefe.
Oh, okay. Oh, former governor of Anambra State.
Yeah,
okay.
Governor of Anambra State, and to commiserate with the entire, you know, Igbos and you know, his family. And I pray God rest his soul. Yeah, today, what actually brought me here today was just I need to actually, and I say this every time I come here, and maybe I should probably try to plead or maybe beg. Anytime there is a situation, especially on this platform, if even let it be like there's no light, it always come down to, oh, they hate us Igbo people. Why do we always do this to ourselves? I mean, I'm begging on you, please. Why can't we just, sometimes just look at issues objectively and say, at least, discuss, say things, say our mind objectively without being, too ethnic or, religious or whatever. It seems like these days, in every of our discourse now in Nigeria, we always, and it has always end up in, oh, tribal situation. And recently, let's look at the situation in even Niger Delta in Port Harcourt. They so narrowed it to like, oh, it's because of they would not want to make with job people. I mean, why do we always, always come down to that ethnic, I mean, it's really, really a big problem. And sometimes when we are discussing issues, or probably even if I'm in the background watching, platform like this, and people talk about, oh, because I'm outside, because I'm Yoruba, because I'm Igbo, it always like kind of touch my heart, like why do we always, have to come down to, this same issue of ethnic or tribal. And I watch, I watch some people, talk, and and the situation was getting heightened that, some people started threatening and other people. I appreciate that you came up and give a little bit kind of caution. I'm talking about Dr. Damages now. I appreciate that you were able, but I still feel like, even though, we want people to say whatever they feel, heard they say and stuff like that, nobody should come here and threaten another person on this platform. That is very, very wrong. And because, like, people, you can, and as a matter of fact, I've been accused of, accused wrongly of, about something I never said, and they say, oh, this is what they say. Meanwhile, changing the narrative is not always good. Now, going back to the issue of Nnamdi Kanu, this is what the court said about Nnamdi Kanu, which, I also condemn, the fact that, it was abducted and, the way it was treated and brought back to Nigeria. Everybody condemned that, which was the reason why I think the Court of Appeal, the High Court said, was it the Court of Appeal? Discharge him and release him. But however, the fact we're operating, a country that is being ruled by law and order. The federal government also, they have the right, to take the case higher to the Supreme Court. It's within their right. And what the court have said was that even though his abduction was wrong, but at the same time, the case before them was that he has the case to answer, which was the case that, they took to the was it the High Court or the Appeal Court or wherever. And the case that his lawyer took there was that maybe he doesn't have any case to answer due to the fact that it was abducted, it wasn't arrested, the proper way. But the Supreme Court has come to say, no, even though the abduction was wrong, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't have a case to answer. So when people start coming in and say, oh, the High Court have already set him free, why didn't you let him go? When the High Court or when the High Court gave the judgment to Bola Tinubu that he won the case at the High Court, or gave the what's it called, judgment to Tinubu against Obi and Atiku. Why didn't they just stop there? Why did they have to go to the Supreme Court? Because they have the right to do so, and it is the same right that the federal government is also doing, because they have the right. Now, about Nnamdi Kanu, I mean, anybody can say, due to, we might, try to be talking about, from our own biases, or because maybe I'm Igbo or something like that. But from, in normal, I think, point of view, because I don't want to be so because I'm a Yoruba or because I'm an Hausa man. This man has a case to answer. Because people are being killed every day just because of the kind of ideology that this somebody is trying to bring. And the fact remains that we have to keep talking about it. But unfortunately, some people, when they kill people in the Southeast, they won't, especially the, I'm talking about the higher hierarchy people in the Southeast. They don't want to say anything about it when there's any killing or anything about it. But let there be any killing in the North or somewhere elsewhere, they are the first to tweet. They are the first to come on different platforms. But there is a fire burning in their own backyard. But you will not see them say anything. But the government of the day will not keep watching. And this is the way I see, because I don't really want to, keep hammering or spend too much time, talking about what some people do or what some people don't do. But the way I see Nnamdi Kanu's case, in my own way, is that this case is going to go back. This man is going to go back to trial. At the end of the day, I believe this guy is going to be convicted. But at the same time, I believe Tinubu at the end of the day will set this man free. But because Tinubu cannot give this man a pardon if he's not being convicted. You cannot pardon somebody that is not convicted. He still has to go back to the trial for us to be talking about, maybe political settlement or anything like that. But that's just the way I see it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Bello. We appreciate you. Steph, welcome to the show.
Thank you, my brother Rudolph.
Sorry. Let me just. Sorry.
Can everybody hear me?
Sorry, Steph. I wanted to do something. Dr.
Can everybody hear me? No,
yeah,
allow me to talk, please.
So there are a lot of
here
people
for a
on.
long
Hold
time.
on. I just want to remind Dr. Damages of something. There are a lot of people on right now. Maybe it's time to encourage people to subscribe because you seem to have forgotten to do it.
Oh yes, thank you so much.
So when I wanted to talk, it's time to encourage people.
sorry. So he doesn't do it. I have to remind him.
You have started.
It's 40-something seconds. Let's just play that. 700 and something people watching.
Yeah, please. It's very important. We are behind.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Sorry, Steph. You just need to please remember because people are coming in, so you get your subscribers.
Thank you for that.
I've heard you, and I've seen how much you love Dr. Rudolph. You love Rudolph so much.
I help people. That's what I do.
You love Rudolph so much.
Okay, fine.
Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you.
Somebody's playing it.
It's you. There's no.
Have you subscribed? It's free.
All right. I just wanted to say while we wait for him to start.
Just one click. Thank you. I see you.
All right. So please, this is the secret of this thing we do here, YouTube. If you don't have up to 100,000 subscribers, they don't even reply your email. You don't count. And all the people that do this kind of thing we do, they're all over 100,000. Please, if you can help us, just a click. It doesn't cost any money. That's really. Some people say it from the beginning, say it 10 times. I don't feel so comfortable doing that, but it's important. It's important so that we can actually get some advice from them. There are certain benefits, some things we can do because we don't have up to 100,000 subscribers. That's why. All right, Steph, go ahead.
Of course. Well done, my Niger brothers. I salute you, Chim. I also salute you, CM, and my brother forefathers. I have seen an LY I agree to. I've seen people that love Igbo people well. Their love for Igbo people is so consuming that they even love the Igbos more than the Igbos too. What a patriotic set of people. They are so concerned about the people that are being killed in Igbo land. And they really want Igbo people to be safe and free. God bless you all. I can see that. Huh? May God reward all of us. I just want some of us to understand something. And that thing that I want some of us to understand is that when it comes to the issue of Nnamdi Kanu, and when some people talk about it, some people from the area where he came from talk about it, they're not talking about it because of love for Nnamdi Kanu. They're talking about it because Nnamdi Kanu represents something. Nnamdi Kanu is not just a person. Somebody talked about ideology. I don't even know if the person knows what ideology is. What is wrong in having an ideology? Are you gonna kill somebody because he has an ideology? You think the ideology will die with the person? No, it will not. It will not die. What Nnamdi Kanu represents in Igbo land is like when they say that conscience is an open wound and only the truth can heal it. It doesn't matter whether you love Nnamdi Kanu or you don't love him. I don't love him, but I know what he represents. There was the last meeting I talked about Nnamdi Kanu. I said something. When I finished saying it, CM said something. What he said to me was a little bit of derogatory, but I understood where he's coming from. I am an Igbo person, and I'll still say it again here today. I don't hate Nnamdi Kanu and I don't love him, but there is something he represents that matters much to me. Whether he's going about it the way I would if I'm in the room with him and say, okay, I'm in the position to say, okay, can we do it this way or this way? It's a different thing altogether. But that does not mean that what he's saying does not resonate with me. He could insult some people. I may not insult people like that. Everything that CM said about forefathers, I could say the same thing without sounding the way CM sounded. And I will say exactly the same thing, that I may not sound the way CM sounded. Then does it mean that CM is a bad person? No, that's his nature. That is his nature. It may not even mean that he has bad thing against forefathers. No, he just want to say it the way he felt it. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't have waited this long to say this thing, but because the last time that this issue came up, I know that I made some comments to forefathers about his position that he took. And I don't know whether he still remember how that conversation ended. But what I'm trying to say is this. People are watching. and some people can read in between the lines. People can listen in between words. I feel ashamed talking about anything that has, because I'm an Igbo person. Because whatever I'm going to say about Nnamdi Kanu, if he's not an Igbo person, I'll still say the same thing. 100%. When Sunday Igboho was having an issue with the SSS, that they went to his house and he ran away to Benin, I said the same thing. It doesn't matter where the person come from. Truth be told, you can't just isolate where you feel that somebody was wrong. Government accused him of treasonable felony, yes? Fine. If they have evidence to prove it, so be it. If they have evidence, so be it. Let him be convicted. He will go to prison. He will serve his term. There's no law in Nigeria that said that he's going to be killed. There's no offense that is being accused of today that warrants killing him. None, as far as Nigerian law is concerned. And there's no law in Nigeria that said that somebody who is accused of treasonable felony, that the government have the right to go to his house and pull his house down with the intention of killing him. And we don't want to talk about it. Nobody want to talk. Even those that said that they love what government is doing, they love even that aspect of the government because they never condemned it. Even if they want to condemn it, they will spend like 1 second to condemn it and emphasize, use the remaining 60 minutes to talk about Nnamdi Kanu insulted President Buhari. Nnamdi Kanu insulted the other person. The government is supposed to be the adult in the room. How have they lived up to it? That is so bad. When we see injustice, let's call it injustice. It doesn't matter where Nnamdi Kanu came from. It is embarrassing what happened in the Nnamdi Kanu's compound. The same reason why his parents are no more today. I heard one forefather said that Nnamdi Kanu is responsible for the people that have been killed in Igbo land. Because he enabled it, right? Are you aware that your federal government, that Nnamdi Kanu is the creation of your federal government? That they are the ones that created him. Whatever agitation he's championing today was a creation of the federal government. If your country have been doing what they're supposed to do, there will not be Nnamdi Kanu today. I'm not talking about his person. I'm talking about the ideology that somebody talked about. It will not be. It will not even gain traction. So who is creating Nnamdi Kanu? Who is creating Sunday Igboho? Do you think it's only one Nnamdi Kanu you have in Igbo land? Or even in your own place? There are so many Nnamdi Kanu in so many local governments in Nigeria. But like I said, because of the strategy he adopted to champion his own cause, that's the reason why his name is everywhere. You said something about, Rudolph, let me just make this last point because I'm going to be going off now. You said something about whether you have, I know that you had good intention when you made that statement, but you know, sometimes when we say something, we don't know how other people interpret it. When you talked about Igbos not learning from their forefathers, it sounded as an insult to me, to somebody like me. And I'm sure that anybody that is an Igbo man that heard that thing from your mouth will consider it as an insult, as you may not mean it that way. I have to give you that benefit of the doubt. But if you want to hear an advice, don't make that kind of statement. in the presence of anybody from the Southeast again.
I also use Yoruba. I talked about Ijebu. You chose
I
to forget that.
don't know. Ijebu may take it lightly. Any other person may take it lightly.
See, I don't care.
But I am saying it. No. We are not children. We are not children.
See,
what happened?
What do you want me to tell you?
I'm coming. I'm telling you. You may say something.
You are a grown person. You are strong enough to hear the truth.
You may say something. The way you mean it may not be the way another person will receive it. The way I received it is that you made that statement. You made that statement in the context of. I'm coming. You made that statement in the context of the civil war that happened.
No, I said when the Europeans came, we were fighting each other.
I'm coming. I'm not asking you a question. I'm saying the way you say things may be different from the way another person receive it. And I'm sure I'm not the only person that received it that way.
All right, Steph, let's.
So when it comes to when it comes to an issue, a topic that is very sensitive, like this issue that's being discussed, I want you to know that whenever Nnamdi Kanu's name is mentioned, the people from the Southeast are not looking at it from the personality of Nnamdi Kanu. It reminds them of so many things. It reminds them of the injustice, the marginalization. What gave rise to Nnamdi Kanu's agitation? That's the question I'm going to put to you. And that's what every person that comes from the same area of the country that he comes from, that's what he represents to them. So
I actually addressed that point. I actually apologize for that. That if people are using this as a way of kind of a kind of therapy or
don't patronize me. You can't patronize me. Don't patronize me. Don't patronize an Igbo man.
I'm not talking to all Igbo people. I'm talking about Kanu. I'm not talking to all Igbo people. I don't know why when somebody talks about Kanu, it's about all Igbo people suddenly.
I told you now.
When you talk about
I told you the reason. I just told you the reason. I just told you the reason.
I just told you the reason. To learn from their forefathers. We tribe are you.
We too. I'm Nigerian. So if I'm Nigerian, I'm telling you that I gave you an example that
which tribe are you? Which tribe are you?
What will it have taken the federal government to try Nnamdi Kanu within 1 year or 2 years and jail him the way you want them to jail him?
They cannot.
What would it have taken them?
For what? They don't have a case. That's why they kidnapped him.
I'm coming. The speed that they are playing, what prevents them from doing it? Why
do you think they have not done it? Why do you think they have not done it?
All right, okay, guys, everybody. Okay, let's.
They don't have a case.
Let's stop it. Biafra is here.
How many times have they amended the charges against Nnamdi Kanu? How many times?
Steph, that's enough. Okay?
More than 5 times.
Steph,
you don't know when you are getting conned. That's the problem. Both sides may be conning you. You won't even know.
They don't have a case.
Maybe the only
That's
way.
why they kidnapped him. That alone should tell you what's going on.
If they have the case, let them prosecute him. That's my own. What are you doing? Playing with the emotions of a particular people.
What fathers did not mean ill. I think he just didn't, because already the views he was pushing was already very unpopular. When he said our forefathers, I knew he was talking from a colonial perspective. I understood he was saying Nigerians, all the ethnic groups, we were doing this, and the British came, the French. I knew, but you see, like Steph said, if you're not careful, people will misunderstand you. That's the problem.
All right, Tim, thank you. Let me say this, forefathers. This is actually the direction people should have taken to take on forefathers. When he was saying that this was what was going on in my head, even though I didn't want to be part of the conversation, I was thinking that his idea was that we were fighting each other, we were not organized, we were not together. But that is not true, especially with the Igbo people. So in Igbo land, if you know history, what happened? Because the Benin kingdom was actually more organized. They are armed. They used to be in a kingdom and empire, but they were defeated by the British. In the case of Igbo land, if you study your history, what happened there was that it wasn't an empire. People were in different communities. The British had difficulties penetrating because they discovered that if you conquer Nnewi, if you convince people in Nnewi to sign up to be part of whatever you're setting up, that the people in Nnobi it's a different community. You have to begin from the beginning again and convince them. So historically, what you were saying is totally not right. That's the way I thought that people would take on you.
What I said was actually accurate. I just read it not long ago, so it's fresh in my memory.
No.
You see, after this session,
why do you always pick and choose the book you read?
No.
Why must you pick and choose?
All of them.
Rudolph, I didn't want to respond to that because I wanted to tell you
all of them. After this session, I will provide evidence for everything.
He's always rewriting the Igbo history. I don't know why. You always rewrite the Igbo history.
Hold on. Forefathers. The other thing is this. I teach African history, post-colonial African history. And you never say one thing for the whole of Africa. Africa is so wide. Even Nigeria is so wide. What happened in Benin Kingdom is different from what happened in the kingdom, the Bedugri, the Kanuri. It's different from what happened in. So you can't generalize. You can't do that in African history at all. African people. So to say that forefathers did this, there were forefathers that fought, that tried, did everything right, but the power of the people that came into Africa was more than the the Benin Kingdom. They had to go back. The British had to go back and bring more superior arms than the ones they had before they were able to defeat the Benin Kingdom. So how can you say that the forefathers of the people from Benin Edo people that they didn't fight? No, you can't say that.
I didn't say they didn't fight. I said we were busy fighting each other. If there been,
that's not the reason. That's not the reason.
But the reason, see, I gave my reason, and I said if the Southeast as a whole was united in one when they came, and they were with the.
But they don't have that kind of structure. They don't have that kind of.
But that's my point, though. That's my point. Foreign entities were coming in. They were still fighting each other, competing against each other.
They were fighting. They were not fighting each other. That was not why they were. They had a republican system. Now the people.
Okay, I will provide evidence now.
You have to read this. You have to read this before you say certain things. The people like
Rudolph. Remember when Mazu Wozoke came here and was talking about Nzenozo. Do you remember my pushback? Can you guys all remember when I said, "Are you speaking for Anambra people?" Because where I come from, we don't have Nzenozo, and I still say it.
Yeah. So you're right. So what I'm saying, forefathers, the thing is this. History is wide and big, and I struggle to teach African history in one semester to people who don't know anything. And you have to tell them from the beginning. It's different from different countries, even within the same country. The Benin Kingdom, Edo should be an example for you. This is the empire that existed for many years before the Europeans came. They were dealing with the Europeans, and they fought and they lost. Because
I read it, they made guns even, but the reason why they made the guns they made didn't expand as much because they didn't have enough people, and they were busy selling people as slaves too. They were selling people that could be inventing those guns and manufacturing more guns to defend themselves. I read it and I've diagnosed the problem of our people, and that's why I keep saying when we read the history, but we miss the critical things that made the difference.
All right, we can get the conversation.
Rudo, what I wanted to just add is that, you see, forefathers, the Igbo communities operate as autonomous communities. There's no one that governs all. Every Igbo community or village operates as an autonomous community. So you don't, when you say these things, any Igbo person listening to you will know that you don't know what you're talking about, because there's no central command for Igbo lands. Okay, this is how we're going to do things. There's nothing like that. And you see, the system that you know is totally different. Listen to what Rudolph. That's actually the truth. There's no time that Igbos were selling their brothers because they are so that they don't. No, we never had that.
And to say that Edo people were busy selling their brothers, that's why they
they were selling human beings, fellow black people.
Okay,
not necessarily Edo.
That was why they didn't build arms.
They did build. They didn't have enough spread. The reason why it didn't match the Japanese one or other groups.
I'll recommend a book for you to read. It's called The Collapse: How Countries grew to become big, how others didn't make it, how others are small. It's more than what you're saying.
If I read that book, I feel I will get a different lesson from it, because what I look out for is different from what you see. That's the problem with the way we interpret things.
Collapse. Just Google it. Just read it. You'll be amazed. All right. So let's move on. I want to hear from Ole and AY.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Let me first of all start by saying, CM, electricity forefathers, I understand that miscommunication and misunderstanding could split the family. Please, I don't want us to forget one thing, the reason why we're here. We might have a different perspective to an issue, but if we deviate from why we're here, we'll end up fighting each other, kill each other, and the reason why we're here will not be resolved. So if there's any misunderstanding, please, we are all adults. Let's resolve it because others are watching us. They don't get involved, but they're just watching us. So the question I always ask myself is, am I a role model to people who are coming after me, even my children? That one thing I don't want them to do I want them to see me doing it? So if there's any differences or any misunderstanding, please let us resolve it amicably. Moving from that, there's something I was actually going to ask Dr. Damages, and I put it down so that I won't forget. Say, if this platform is a country and you are the president and things are happening like this, what would you do? Reserve that answer. You will answer later because I know my time is limited. All I want to say to everyone here is we have a common enemy. Either you are Hausa, Igbo, either you are Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, Ijo, Efik, Ibibio, whatever. Either you are a Muslim, you are traditionalist, or you are a Christian. We all have one common enemy. The reason why we all find ourselves in abroad is because our home is not settled. Other countries that are oil producing country, I hardly see them working the way we Nigerians work. Maybe they come for holiday or they get a very lucrative job and they live the big life. But we are still, contributing to the economy. So anyway, I won't say more than that, but we all know what I'm saying. And another point I will raise again is, no matter how good you are, let's take Jesus Christ, for example. There's Judas in his disciples. Why? Why Judas? So no matter how we all come with one solution or we come together to resolve issue, we should always remember there will be Judas. So how do we fish out that Judas? How do we ensure that the Judas doesn't spoil, our collective effort? So that's one thing I want us to keep thinking every time we want to come here or we want to voice our opinion or our perspective. And again, I'll say this in a adage, in a proverb that says, we live in the ocean, but still we wash our hands with saliva. I don't know, well, I believe that many people understand that. We are from a country that full of everything you can think of in terms of natural resources. Still, we are the son of a butcher, but we are feeding on bones. Why? Then another thing is, there are so many educated illiterate. I know when we say illiterate, we know what illiterate is, but what is the difference between educated illiterate and the agberos that we know? Because I always tell myself, it's not the numbers of certificate I have. If I cannot live a decent life, if I cannot do what people will see me and say, well, the education he has is actually having impact on his life. So I want us to kind of think very well when it comes to that. And sometimes when I want to defend Nigerians, I always think to myself, are Nigerians actually suffering? Because sometimes when I listen to Fela song, they're suffering and smiling. And that song has been, if not up to my age or maybe half of my age. And still, nothing has changed. And Nigerians actually suffering. Because when you see the life they live, sometimes you ask yourself, even you that are abroad, do you live that kind of life? So, to round it off, I would say Igbos are very wise, but are they united? They were very smart, but are they gaining from the downfall of their own brothers? And why do we always allow the worst to rule the best of us? The Igbos, they have all these senators in the House of Assembly, I mean National Assembly or the Senate. If they truly love the land and they speak the same language, they come up with the love of their land, I expect them to say, you know what, I know we are minority or so, but if they walk out, then maybe that will call for the referendum they want. Because once the referendum is there, then we want to see, can we actually go without even killing any soul, without even killing anybody? Are they tabling what is more important to the Igbos in the House of Assembly, that these people want to go? They're being marginalized. They're being treated the way they shouldn't be. And I'm sure some reasonable Yorubas or Awusas will support them. There might not be many, but it's the truth. Are they doing that? No. So we might be here clamoring for the truth, saying this should be the right thing, but the people that are representing us, do you think they have our interests at heart? I can tell you that the answer is no. They are selfish. But the question I'll go back again to is, who are these people? They are my brother, sister, auntie, uncles. They are from us. Once they get there, I know you're going to time it within 3 minutes. I was going to say that because everybody have been talking more than 10 minutes. You see, you've been discriminating against me.
Seconded, Wally. Seconded. I second your views, Wally.
No, there's a point in this too. I start thinking about how many topics we have and
I know, but you didn't do that when everybody is talking. Yeah. I know. That's why I say I time myself, because I know you're going to give me 2 minutes. I knew it. But it's all right. I've heard my voice. Please, let us come with unity. Let us fight our common enemies. We are not here to be fighting ourselves. Let's see what the solution could be. The numbers are many than these people that are killing us. But this is what they want. They want us to be ranting. They just make us look like a super story. Okay, another week we'll give them something to talk about without any solution. So please, people, please. Otherwise, we'll continue like this. And it's not helping us. I always take a lesson from death. Many people want to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die. I rest my case. Thank you.
Didn't Elijah go to heaven without dying? Why can't
only we? Out of how many people in the whole world, only Elijah you can pinpoint.
All right. Now, be honest. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, so what do you want me to comment on now?
No, we're still on Nnamdi Kanu. Let's just finish.
Let Dr. Damages answer the question.
Oh, what's the question again? What remind if the country? Oh yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
Honestly,
you see, he dodged it.
No, I'll think about it. Go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
You are a politician.
I would have preferred to actually walk past this topic, but I'm just gonna say brief stuff.
Okay.
Because the reason I will walk past it mostly, this issue of us discover everything is about tribe is to be honest is very disgusting to me. I'm not gonna lie to you, and I think where we are with Nnamdi Kanu, I've said it on this platform. To be honest with you, either you agree or not, what Nnamdi Kanu need is a political solution. That's the only thing that carries off the issue. I personally share this view that some people, Nnamdi Kanu Igbo brothers, some of them, they don't want him released. If they really want Nnamdi Kanu released, they need to go sit with the president and discuss with him. I don't think it's something that is that difficult. You see, this court of 18, look at, some people are saying, oh, Nnamdi Kanu was free, was not released. If the real says, if you want to pass through, if they don't want to release him, make the case be transparent. If he passed through the court, let him go. But the truth is, it's more than that. That's all of us, we know. We should keep deceiving ourselves here. I think it is a political solution that will resolve this issue. Then Nnamdi Kanu will be free. That's. I don't want to talk too much on that. The other thing I will say, I will keep preaching. I will keep preaching. The issue of reducing everything to tribe is really worrisome. Like as small as what did discuss this afternoon? Fire extinguisher, or more. Like we are bad, man. Like it's so bad. It's so bad, to be honest. Let us think about it. We can't be reducing everything to tribe. To me, I feel like we are educated people here. I know some people have PhD here. Why can't we just look at issue and just have a discussion? Why do we have to reduce fire extinguisher to tribe? It doesn't make any sense. But if you can come with evidence that, okay, this is what is really happening, also discuss it. But this issue, we will not take it to 1960, bring it back, fight ourselves. Are we going to kill ourselves again? That's the question. I don't think anybody want to see, because I'm not able, you want to see me die? I don't want to see my Igbo brothers die. I don't want to see Hausa die. I don't want to see Yoruba die. I don't want to see anybody die. But the question we need to ask ourselves, are we ready for war? No, I don't think so. I get it. People can express how they feel, but I think we should try and keep it down a little bit. People are watching. We are medium age. Yeah, like we have younger ones watching. The people respect you. They listen to what you're gonna say. They listen to what you're telling them. When are we gonna stop this? We know. I'm not saying we don't have issue. We have issue. The whole country is in a mess. Nobody can even challenge that. So we have issue, but I think we should look for a better way to come together and resolve our issues. Fighting ourselves, sorting ourselves on this platform. It's not solving any problem. Let's just keep it down. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, AY. I like the way you said that people are listening. Yeah, last Saturday I wasn't here. I went to New Jersey for a funeral, and I was amazed at the conversations people wanted to have with me. It wasn't about me; it was about you guys. People are listening. People have a lot of things to say about all of you. I had to run away from. I said. So people are listening.
Rudolph, next time you just take their number and give it to the person. You call the person.
Yeah, Rudolph, can I explain everybody here? Most people who are regular had to explain. Oh, I don't know. How do you please?
Anyway, yeah, Rudolph.
Go ahead.
The other guy, I didn't want to. I think it's Bello, so I don't want to dignify him with an answer. Because at one point I was beginning to get annoyed. Because sometimes people come here and just open their mouth and say even what seems to be obvious, just because you want to. You see, I said here on this platform that I think, and that's my opinion, and I hold firm to it, that what unifies Nigeria more than any other thing is the fight against the Igbo man. When it has to do an Igbo question, everybody draws out their dagger and knife and come to the table. Okay? Now, and I'll justify that. I'm not making an assertion, out of the blues. Now, look at what AY is saying. AY is saying, okay, that we shouldn't discuss tribe. But every other thing in Nigeria comes to that nitty gritty of tribe. I was in secondary school, primary school, when there are some people who moved that, tribe should be removed from the Nigerian lexicon. And it's just be that you are a Nigerian. It was vehemently debated in the First Republic. I read those because we used to have, access to newspapers our parents read. It was vehemently rejected because what they wrote at that time was that the Igbos would be everywhere if they allowed that Igbos to take over everywhere. So tribe should be enshrined in the forms and continue to remain there. I'm talking about when I was in primary school. Okay, so every other thing has continuously to span in that direction. Okay, and so when you say the issues that are coming up are basically based on this, this judgment, these things are taken either that because of this or that, and you say we shouldn't discuss tribe. The only way not to discuss tribe is to level everything, is to level, to make everybody be on the same playing ground. Then nobody will talk about tribe. Okay, but you cannot, as long as you have preference or people you prefer to be in particular position. And it's not only the Igbos. The only reason, and I said that, is because I grew up in the Middle Belt. I know that majority of the Middle Belters are also discriminated against, especially those who are Northerners. The Northern way of division is that when it's Nigerian issue, they talk about the North as a bloc. When it comes to the Northern bloc as a whole, they talk about Muslim and Christians, who is a real Northerner and who is not. That has remained, and nobody can change that. That is the Nigerian, the polity in Nigeria. But for you now to come up and say we should not discuss this thing, for instance, people have come here and made all kinds of conjectures and all that concerning Nnamdi Kanu. Whether it is right or wrong, whether what some people have said are right or wrong, we stand a position to say when you get up and you're talking about the Igbo question, your president, I have not seen anywhere it is done anywhere in the world, said that the Igbos are just a single dot, and they know what a dot can, we just take them off. Thank God the Southerners, South have assured you that the Igbos cannot have any way to escape. So what do? We will teach them the lesson we taught their fathers. If they have not learned, if their father didn't tell them, we'll teach them that lesson. And you're talking about the same people, and you want me to tell my son that, oh, I will leave him in this contraption that want to teach him the lesson they taught my fathers, my own father. If my father didn't teach me, we will teach people again. There's a group, and each time we are quick to rush in to condemn Igbos for taking a stand. The group that have expelled Igbos more than 5 times now in the north. The guy is still talking. He's the same person who came up about 3 weeks ago to say that they're giving Tinubu's government 3 weeks, 21 working days to get to respond to their demand, or they will stop food from coming to the south. Nobody has, people have not come here. Forefathers have not come here to champion that and vehemently condemn it the way he condemns any action going on in the east. Okay, the guy is still walking free. They didn't. The SSS and DSS didn't go to his house to hunt him down and arrest all the group of them. Okay, nobody have declared that because terrorism is going on in the north. Therefore, the north has become very, very hostile or maybe volatile that people can no longer live there. By the way, when people come to make that assertion, know that by the index of what do you call it now? The peace. I'm running away from that. I can't remember the right word now. But the southeast, after the south is the most peaceful part in Nigeria, with less of whatever you could say. So when they come to the national stage and they play that the southeast is burning, it's actually not true. It's actually not true. And those who are burning the southeast know what they are doing it for. They're not doing it because they of what whatever is going on. And the people who are crying, just like Step said, more than the Easterners, are the same people who have set up roadblocks everywhere that have militarized the East. Is there any of you sitting here where the Python dance went to dance in your community and is still going to dance this weekend, this month? Is there any of you that the Python dance have been dancing for the past 5 years in your locality? Is there any of you whose road before you get to your locality, you have to go through 20 roadblocks, of which you must have to give money before you pass? Or if you are carrying people in your vehicle, all of them have to come down and surrender and raise their hands up to pass the roadblock in a country where there's no war. Is there any of you? So when you come up and say Igbos are making why do you get your facts from? These things are there in the glare, in the public glare. It's not as if it's really hidden anywhere. It's not hidden anywhere. So maybe the first place for us to start as Nigerians who want to be together is address the issues that are begging to be addressed. Correct them. You can drive from Abuja to Sokoto without meeting one roadblock. Why can't that be done in the east? because you have decided to make sure that the eastern states is where you milk the cow. Because from in the research, some of the research that was published some time ago, they make over 100 million naira every year from roadblocks, from illegal roadblocks and extortion of traders in the east. And you still say we are one? No, you people should give us passport now so that we can be going to our places, so we know where we are. We are. That's what's remaining, because it's not the same treatment. Okay, so I respect your view, but let's look at what is right and do it. Let's not just stand up and say we don't want to discuss it. Sometimes we don't even want to discuss the tribe, but eventually we get to that point.
But if injustice is happening, is it not good to fight against that injustice instead of making it tribal?
See, forefather, we have talked about this injustice. We have written about it. We have done documentaries about it. We have gone to the highest point to talk about it. It is not going away because it's a deliberate plan.
You can fight the injustice without tribalizing it, and it doesn't even help. When you do that, you are actually taking away from the argument by tribalizing it.
Let us see.
Because other people have that injustice too. They will band with you.
I want to use the example.
They will join you.
Let us not tribalize it now. Okay, where are the roadblocks held? Where are the roadblocks? Where are they being held? In the east. Where is the custom and immigration holding traders from moving their goods? Where? In the east. Where are the checkpoints that are holding people for all kinds of things holding up in the east? Where are the python dance taking place in the east? How then do we say we should not? Who are the people living in the east?
There is also roadblock in the north too. So
like
I don't
where?
know.
Like where?
When I went to the north, I saw it, and I also saw.
Let's not go through this rabbit hole.
I know. I'm telling you what I saw with my own eyes.
Zaria.
When I went to one of the barracks there, the only officer I saw there was an Igbo man, and he was very, very jumpy. From afar, the taxi was coming,
We're not talking
and he
of
was taking
barracks.
position.
This is a lie. We are not talking of
I'm
barracks.
telling you,
We are
this
talking
is
of
in the
road,
north.
on the road, not barracks.
I
Not
traveled on the
barracks.
road
We are talking
too.
of
I traveled on
road.
the road to them.
We're not talking of barracks. There's a barrack in Onisha. Fulani soldiers are there. Those soldiers are there. We are not talking of barracks. See, listen. We are not talking of barracks.
If you
go to Obinze in Imo State, there are different types of soldiers from every part of the country. There.
If
That
you are
is not
saying
a
that
problem.
there are
We are talking of road. We are talking of road. You're a liar. You are talking of a road. You are talking of a road. Don't come here.
See, if you are saying that there are
you
more
are
police
lying now.
officers per kilometer
Not there
in
are
the
more.
southeast,
Tell
that is
me
true.
the number.
I saw that with my own eyes
Listen.
too.
Tell from Funtua to Guzo, how many number of checkpoints? Funtua from Lafia to Bauchi, how many number of checkpoints? That's what we want to see. That's what we want to hear. Then I will tell you one in the east.
You will not see any
That is, no, hold on, because
tell him.
Some people think that they can come here and then talk down people.
If you get
From Kano to Medugri, how many checkpoints? That's what you should know. That's what you should tell us. Come here and be talking. Imagine insulting us. You say you saw Igbo man in.
All right, hold on, CM. Let's have tomorrow in the show we have Nneka Ebuano will be our guest. She's a Buddhist. Maybe that's what we need, Eastern religion. And she will talk about a new way of looking at what is going on with us. That Eastern religion is something that most people in the West are embracing, and she has been practicing for more than 20 years. So she will join us, and she will use Bola Tinubu as an example, what his next life will look like. So I encourage you to join. It will be a different kind of conversation than what we typically have. And also, if in the next 2 hours I'm able to get a yes from Nnamdi Kanu's attorney, he will also join us tomorrow. All right. Let me,
Please. I want to make a clarification before I can go. Yes. You see, on this issue, because why I know people are listening. Let me say this here. Nnamdi Kanu's case has gone beyond political solution. Professor Michael Zekome made the suggestion. Ohaneze Ndi Igbo took it up. There are Igbos here listening. There's a road called Chukwumanwoha Road in Owerri. Chukwumanwoha was a member of 1985 Golden Eaglets. Hope Uzodinma repaired that road and they invited Buhari to come and commission it. When Buhari came at Government House Owerri, Professor George Obiozo was the President General of Ohanaeze Ndigbo then. They discussed it with Buhari that they want Nnamdi Kanu release, let them go for political solution. Buhari said it's out of his hand. Let the court take its process on him. That's one. I'm mentioning a lot. I want people to tell me that it wasn't discussed by George Obiozo. Next one, Dave Umahi invited Buhari to Ebonyi State. During the gala, he mentioned it again. Ohanaeze Ndigbo were there. As at then, George Obiozo was still alive. When they couldn't finish it, Mbazulika Amwechi went to Aso Rock. Mbazulika Amwechi went to Abuja, say, releasing Nnamdi Kanu to me. We need a political solution. What did Buhari say? This Buhari, he said it's out of his hands. That the court process should take its course. Everybody then kept quiet. Now the trial Nnamdi Kanu from High Court, despite being extraordinarily renditioned, from High Court to Court of Appeal. Let him go free. They said no. Federal government has to say we still want something on him. They refer it to Supreme Court. Now Supreme Court is taking in Nnamdi Kanu again back to High Court. Has any Nigerian in history been tried from High Court to Court of Appeal to Supreme Court back to High Court? That is my question. Before people start to talk nonsense. So political solution, Ndigbo made mention of it. I mentioned names. Professor Obiozo, Ohanaeze Ndigbo, President General, suggested it didn't work. Buhari turned it down openly. Attorney General Shehu Malami during Buhari's time said no. Nnamdi Kanu must undergo trial. I mean, we are here listening to it. Then the trial continued. After the trial, now they are taking him back again. So somebody suggesting political solution, that person is just dead on arrival. I won't even support that. Now they can go through the court again. Let him be the first person ever to go from High Court to Court of Appeal to Supreme Court, then back to High Court because he's an Igbo man. Now, that of fire extinguisher, because some people like to go and fabricate something. What I said, and I stand by it. Let the local council set the standard. If they say this is the standard of the pen they want, the people in the market, because I know Ladepo, I have a stake there, they will contribute money. What do you want? You want this. This is the standard. They will buy it and put it there. If you say, let the local government provide it, it will become the same thing like prepaid meter. If you don't pay, bribe, they won't give you. Tell the people you want everybody to have this. Just specify what you want. In the UK, before people will bring UK, the government wants your motor to pass MOT. They will never tell you the garage to take it to. Take it to any garage. What they want is it must pass. Nobody cares the garage you go. Go to Quick Feed. Go to whatever you
I'm going
want.
to talk for
Go
10
to
minutes.
anyone.
I'm going to talk for
No,
20
I don't
minutes.
know why he's allowed
This
to
guy
carry
has
on.
been going on and on and on. This is annoying.
But what of you? But what of you? It's not what of you. So people come here and represent us. So that's what I'm saying. And so what? And so what? So what? So when people what I'm saying is there are each people that are coming here to come and mispresent facts. Later they hide under one distance as if they want to enlighten us.
But we
They're
can
not enlightening us.
explain. We
People
can
should go
exchange
back and find
politely.
out and find out.
All right.
You
Sam,
don't need to.
Sam, thank you. Tim, I was moving on to Tone. What do you want to say?
No, before sorry, hold on. Tom can talk, not a problem. There was somebody who was here. They've waited 2 people and they've gone because of this. Omori and a Stuttgart.
Yeah.
Stuttgart guy, yeah.
I noticed that. And that's why sometimes when I try to stop you guys who had the chance to speak, it looks
I'm
like
not go to the background.
I exonerate myself in this matter.
All right.
But we too were here now. Chim. So we also have time. We could have gone off also, and then Rudolph was the only one here. So the main fact that means
the point is no.
So if they come, they wait.
Some of us
they
are.
wait.
Hold on now, CM. I'm sorry, KJ. The point is, those guys were waiting to make their first contributions, while some of us have done more. I also want to chip in this, but I was waiting for those guys to speak before I end my views. I'm being honest.
I
Yeah.
agree. I agree.
That is always
It's a
like,
valid point.
but sometimes people just budge in and think that I don't want them to correct an impression or make a point or things like that. You know, we keep modifying things. One day we'll get it
You can
right.
put me at the background though, but
Tony,
at the same time,
No,
you
they
need
are
to answer
out.
my
They are
question.
out.
they're out.
Stuttgart, you can come back if you are still listening. And
Tone, go ahead. Tone wants 10
Um,
minutes.
okay, right. We should just stop this. All this attack on God forefathers should just stop. Steph came, he took all what he's saying out of context. CM claimed, CM, I was one of the first people on the panel yesterday, so nobody could tell me anything. Electricity brought me in. I was the first person that came into that panel. It was pure misunderstanding. Can't we be together? Can't we just understand each other and get into a solution than all this hot blood all the time? Wole has said the same thing as appealed and appealed and appealed. Okay, you made your point. Your point is perfect. I respect. I learned one or two things, and Xero spoke earlier. I got his perspective of the thing. KJ spoke. I got his perspective. Should it be always tribe? Guys, let's listen. If it is the kind of Biafra that you people are advocating for, me, Akamadre, I know they, and I hope, and I'm very, very, very sure that there are a lot of Igbos like me, yeah, that are detribalized, that will not want to be involved in that kind of Biafra that you people are looking for. So if Nnamdi Kanu should become the president or your PM, the guy that you're calling PM now, and I have my opinion, you people will chop up my head and call me Fulefu.
Can I end my views
Yeah.
now?
So going further, we should all what we should be the two. I believe Buhari is one of the main reasons why Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is still held. We should start putting pressure on that idiot and the British government, because the British government, all they needed to do is to make one statement and put pressure on the Nigerian government for them to clear him. And ensure that all what the British government needs to do is say, listen, this guy was illegally rendered into Nigeria, return him back to Kenya, and then go through the legal process and all that. You think say Nigeria will not listen, but because they may have some they may have something in this whole thing. So the politics that is playing out is beyond us. It is just beyond us. And that is why I'm not happy with Simon Ekpa and all that. The other day, I went to the channel. He was there live. This is not what anybody told me, or forefathers, as you say. You people are accusing forefathers of being a conspiracy theorist and Igbo hater. This is one thing I heard and I saw with my own eyes. They were talking about rocket launchers. Now, if Nigeria government now reacts and set traps for him and kidnap him, is it right or wrong? We should come on. Let's be reasonable. Let's be reasonable. That Biafra state that we are advocating for. If we realize that Biafra state and somebody within Biafra starts working against Biafra, now that are we not going to get him? Edward Snowden. Edward Snowden is hiding out there in Russia. He will never come back. He will probably die in Russia. He will probably die in Russia. He will never ever step his foot into the United States anymore. You can't fight a government. There's some kind of fights where you know if you fight from the beginning, it's a lose. It's your minus. You can't win that kind of fight. But let's be reasonable. My brother here, AY, said it's a political thing. We know that Tinubu is it may be unreasonable and all that. But listen, there's a person where they look for something, would they humble? We need to be humble. Let's get this man out of that detention. It's not by shouting, it's not by threatening. Because when you threaten them more and abuse them more, listen, these people are not reasonable. they are ready to mess you up. They've got nothing to lose. They've got the Air Force, they've got the Navy, they've got the armed forces, they've got the guns. Let's be real. That's all I'm just going to say. But if you guys continue, it's about shouting or abusing and threatening. The person where the suffer and pass, Nnamdi Kanu. So you people should just reason. Thank you.
Tone, you have
Can I
5
get my
minutes.
views now?
Oh, hold on. Tone still has 4 minutes left.
No, let the next person go. Thank you. I'm reasonable. I'm reasonable. Let the next person go.
Rudolph is trolling you now.
You see it.
The point is that there's some madness, method to this madness. Sometimes there are people you let anyway. It doesn't look fair. I understand. Chim, I'll give you 2 minutes before I go to Okija and write us.
Okay, yeah. So, and I'll try and be quick. So, I've heard us say, must we always make everything tribal? Good. We shouldn't make everything tribal. I agree. But guess what? The institutions who create those misconceptions and make us begin to go down that rabbit hole should be held responsible for some of these things. Like I said clearly at the beginning when we were discussing this, isn't it common sense that if you set up a market, you should have fire service inside that place? Every mall here has a fire service. You don't go into each of those individual shops in the mall and you see fire extinguishers. Oh God, this is common. Some things that we do in Nigeria make me laugh. I'm like, are we okay at all? So then, secondly, it just happens to be the situation that 99 or whatever percentage of the people who own shops in that particular place come from a particular ethnic group. Now, if I was in government, I'm the local government chairman, with what has happened with the land and house demolitions, no matter how plausible my objective is, I will sit down with my team and say, guys, we know that this market, now Igbo people, they're there. Even though what we're trying to do is the right thing, you know that the moment we start it now, there's going to be an ethnic coloration. How do we go about this policy and avoid going down that rabbit hole of making a good idea become something that people misconsider? I always say that the federal government of Nigeria, in fact, every level of government in Nigeria, they are responsible for fueling misconceptions and fueling conspiracies. They are always responsible for it, and it's always avoidable. This is a market that you shut down for a long time. You made life miserable for people. Now you open it and then you now bring another angle to it. How bad now? Why wouldn't they say it's an Igbo matter? Come on. Why wouldn't they say so when you have given them the room to say so? You understand? So I personally
what should they have done then? Leave it for everybody to be buying their fire extinguisher.
Did you hear everything I just said now before asking me that question? Did you?
No, I heard about the fire service one, but but the one that they are proposing is what they are proposing.
Okay,
so maybe you should go and tell them to do fire service.
No, hold on. Let me repeat myself again. I said if you are trying to come up with a good policy, and I worked in market research for most of the major telecom companies. There are times we want to deploy an advert in the north, and we are sensitive to the religion and the way people perceive things there. You will see our director say, "Are you sure people will not read wrong meanings into it?" We do a thorough analysis before we deploy that thing, so that we avoid somebody coming to say we desecrated their religion.
Okay, so what would you recommend?
To those things.
What would you recommend?
So my point is simple. Good policy. Could it be bad timing? Could you have waited for a while for things to cool off because you just opened the market? That's one. Then two.
What if fire started the next day?
Hold on now. You asked me a question. Let me finish.
You're going to say you should wait. Human lives are at stake. Okay, go ahead.
Wait now, forefathers. Okay. I hear you. See, I understand. I'm not pushing back. I love the challenge you're throwing. It's okay. It's nice. It makes me think. But what I'm saying is this. Hear me out. The market just got opened. After being closed for I don't know how long. I've lost track. You open the market. First and foremost, is within your responsibility as the person that takes revenue from that market to put up a fire service. Is number one, is your responsibility to do that. So do that. You have not even done that. Now, two, You want them to have fire extinguishers, even though somebody has already proven to you that it is even a wrong policy to say they should all have fire extinguishers. Because remember, if fire is burning and people have closed their shop and they're at home, the fire extinguisher becomes useless. So that is why you need
the people that come to turn the fire off will have fire extinguishers in all the shops
anyway,
to use it to turn it off.
Anyway, to answer your
That's
question,
the
so that I
point.
can leave the space to other people.
If I interject now, people will insult me. If I interject now, people will remember CM.
Don't interject.
If I interject, like
you're interjecting on my time. You're interjecting on my time, CM. So what am I saying? What I'm simply saying is this. Another way to disabuse people's mind so that they don't read meaning. You have told them, sit down with your safety and health and say, this is the standard type of fire extinguisher we want everybody to have. You tell them, and you tell them that if you bring anything, we will check it to be sure that it meets that standard. If it doesn't meet the standard, I will close your shop. I'm in support of that. Then you do that. But not when you now say, tipa tipa, as Yoruba will say. All the extinguishers must come through my office. If you don't buy the one I have brought, I will shut you down. Why won't people begin to feel there is a hidden agenda in it? You're giving them room to feel that way. This is what happens in Nigeria all the time. We give room for conspiracies. We give room for people to begin to read meaning, and then we say, "Oh, why are you bringing it down to ethnicity? For goodness' sake, you created it. You caused it. You gave the platform for people to write on ethnicity."
All right, thank you, Chim.
So if the government stops this, then we can have peace.
Thank you, Chim.
Please, I yield.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let me say this. Forefathers asked you a question. What is your solution? And I was thinking, is it that forefathers, you can't come up with a solution if it's left to you in terms of how to handle that? That the best
I can come up with a solution.
How to handle better than what they did, the government.
Oh, yeah.
Of course. Okay, so good. So the problem is not the solution you are trying to get Chim to give you. The problem is that we haven't decided to do things the right way. Like Chim is saying, when he was working for a phone company, that they thought, okay, this is the problem we might encounter. How best should we do this? And they had the intention, because this is a private business, they want to be in the good books of the people, they want to make profits. They thought, and that's why things work in America or in Britain or wherever you are. Businesses, they are not interested in conflict. They're interested in making sure that they're efficient. And they think of the solution. The solution is not the problem. It's always there. But the thing is that most of us, we don't think about, I said it before, best practice, because we want the best. We just want to do things anyhow. That's it, anyhow. Hold on. That's why people mentioned this today, several people today, that the Chief Justice of the Federation, Chief Justice, not a lawyer, not a judge in a small court, the Chief Justice did not see anything that is conflicting in having his own brother be the auditor of the judicial commission he's in charge of. And it's okay with him. If it's okay with the Chief Justice, I have no hope in that country, if that is what is acceptable. Best practice, that's all that we need to think about. What's the best practice? What is the best? If we do that, everything will be solved. Most of these problems will be solved. But we don't want to think about that.
Given where we are.
No, not where we are. I know where we are, but we have to aim to be.
I agree with that.
And you can't get there by doing anyhow.
You have to be practical.
What is practical in making sure that your brother is not the person who is auditing?
No, I'm not talking about him. I don't know. That judge should be condemned and he should be rot in hell. I'm talking about the fire extinguisher stuff. I'm not supporting that nonsense that the judge did. See, the fire extinguisher one is, if you get fire service there, you have to have a staff that you have to pay every month to be doing that. And then it probably is going to be more expensive. So they thought one-off, buy fire extinguisher, everybody will be happy. If we buy different type and threaten to close their shops, like Chim said now, that's another threat again. So people are like, they're trying to close our shops. We've never even returned, but they're already telling us they're going to close our shops. Another one starts again. You see my point? It's more efficient if everybody buys it from one source. So you buy it once, over. And they barely will come there to check it because they would say, as long as you bought it, they'll say, okay, that's what you have. They don't have to check it twice. They know what you bought. You see what I mean? But if you have to create another bureaucracy that they have to start checking, that could take for Nigeria it will be too much.
I need to reply. I raised this topic.
No,
Let me give me 1 minute, 30 seconds. 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Hold on, I'll come to you guys. Hold on. Let me go to Righteous Man so that we can have.
I thought he said Okija.
And let me. You don't want
Okija, this is your beret cap.
I don't want.
Okija, this is your beret cap. Ask him what he see.
Okay, Righteous Man.
Dr. Rudolph.
Yeah.
Okay. You know you're a very good man.
I don't know about that. Not everybody will know.
People down here commend you and they like the way you handle things, you know. Your moderators are trying, and we personally, I don't hate anybody in this platform, and I'm not against anybody. And at the same time, I wouldn't want anybody to think that the Igbos can be pocketed. I wouldn't like anybody to think that way. And I wouldn't like anybody to pick holes in whatever that is concerning or linked to that tribe. I am from that tribe, and I can never deny that tribe because I'm a Nigerian or I want to one Nigeria. Then I deny that I'm not Igbo. It can never happen. You see, I think you should begin to recognize my input that I am representing the platform in Lagos, always coming to give you first-hand information that are credible, that you can verify. You know, if I didn't bring these topics up, you wouldn't have known that such thing is going on in Lagos State. So I deserve to be recognized there because I know in this platform there are few people here that owns it and they decide how it goes and nobody queries them. But anyway, that is good. That is just by the way, you know. All of you are wonderful people, very, very wonderful. You know, Tony is my very good brother, and I love him, and he knows that I love him. Everybody here, Wale, AY, KC.
When you never do Christmas giveaway for
except
me,
except me.
What do you want? What do you want, Righteous Man? What do you want? Dollars are not ghetto.
Righteous Man, we never see Christmas giveaway.
I just need a bag of rice. We want to go and visit motherless babies home. You know, my wife runs a foundation. My wife runs a charity foundation that gives out gifts to people less privileged during Christmas time, Easter, and school resumption. You know, we buy books and give to students. So if you want something to give out this period, just send to the organization post a bag of rice and give them and video it and send to you. Anyway, back to the issue. You see, I was in Ladepo yesterday to repair my car, and my brother trades there, and he was the one with the other guy telling me what was going on. You see, nobody is, even the marketers, those guys that sells there, they welcome the issue of fire extinguisher, since that is government policy and it will bring peace. But the issue is this: Igbos are importers, and let me tell you, CNN carried this investigation. You can Google it. The most civil and democratic organizations in African market settings are the markets being managed and governed by the Igbos. Even their apprenticeship, they called it the 8 wonders of the world or the 10th wonders of the world. Google it in CNN. That was how Igbos survived after the Biafran War, the Civil War. That they would pick somebody, train the person, settle that person, he picked another person, and they say that formula, if Nigeria, the third world countries can introduce it, then it's going to grow their trade and commerce. So they want the fire extinguisher, but for the local government to stay, that they will be the one to import it and sell to them. That is where the problem is. And when they calculated this money, it's about 1 billion naira. Where is this money coming from? From these guys
So they are saying, give us the species of what you want. The market will import it. The individuals will buy it. That was the first option. Just carefully listen to me so that you will not quote me out of context. Then the council said no. The second option that the traders gave was, okay, you bring in 50%, the same species. Allow us that runs the market to bring 50% of it. They refuse that the 100% must come from them. And if you go to the open market, this thing is sold 15,000 naira. The council want to supply it at 23,000. Look at the difference. Who is coughing at this month? The Igbo trader. Okay? So we want Nigeria to work. We love Nigeria. We want a united Nigeria. But let us not do things that will make other ones feel that, oh, you don't want me to be part of this country called Nigeria. As we are all here, we love ourselves. No matter how we raise our voices, against one another, at the end of the day, we are all men, we reconcile. You still see us laughing and coming back to the platform tomorrow to discuss way forward to our crisis. You understand? But let's just first agree that what is going on is not right. These people should be given that leverage or that liberty to act as a citizen. To act as citizens of this country. And also, they should be considered that they have the right. If I am living in Lagos State as a Nigerian, as a negotiant, but because I'm from Igbo tribe, that my right is denied, then what do you expect my family to do? They will react. Okay? That is just it. So that's what I have.
A question for righteous man. Please, a question for righteous man. Please, a question for righteous man. Please.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Righteous man in Lagos, in Lagos, where you are. Did other markets in Lagos, did the local council provide fire extinguishers for them? At least you are in Lagos.
No.
It's not only Ladipo, they have market in Lagos. There is Daleko market in Mushi. There is Oduoye market in Mushi. There is Dankara market in Lagos. There is Tejuosho market. There is one in Shomolu, Barega. Did the local government, all their local people, was it only in Ladip or they are focusing? Why? That's what I'm going to ask you.
Okay. The answer is this. The answer is this. The answer I'm going to give you is capital no. And again, what happened to Akpo 6 in Abuja? If you read the history of that Akpo 6, the day I read it, I was weeping. I was crying. My friend was asking me what was going on with me. The Akpo 6, the killing of those 6 Igbo people that were swept under the carpet, and the killers were released. Which in an ideal country where righteousness rule and where the rule of law is obeyed, those people who murdered these 6 Igbo chaps are not supposed to be left free. They're supposed to be in jail or also be tried and executed.
All right, thank
so
you.
that is just the country.
We have to move to Akpabio. I just want to hear from Okija, and then I think Wale, you said something already. Okija, go ahead. We have to move to a different topic.
I was a comrade before Chim, so don't worry about my stuff.
Okay, no wahala.
Dr. Rudolph, I was paying attention to YouTube this week. I found out that the F word is not banned on YouTube. Actually, the F word is not banned on YouTube.
You want to use it?
Yeah, I want to use it. I want to say that forefathers is fucked up in the head. So everyone should know about it. He's so fucked up in the head that like ChatGPT is his teacher, his professor. Everything like he wants to know about how Okija is living. He goes to ChatGPT. He wants to read the history of Ijaw people. He goes to ChatGPT. So ChatGPT has messed up his brain that he doesn't think critically. He opens his mouth and says some rubbish. That's why sometimes I wonder when people like forefather when people who are they are abroad, they seem to be educated, they have access to the internet, they come on platform like this, and when they open their mouth, I begin to think is this Nigeria worth it? why people like that, think, what is about, what's that, the Aboro in Lagos or Olumo, whatever, begin like, it's far than the Olumo. Are they not the same thing? Are they not the same thing? Why, bother? Why bother? Why bother? I mean, I'm beginning, since after this election, it has nothing to do with the election, but the things that came out after this, I'm beginning to think, I mean, Nigeria, is it, like my lifetime, is it worth it that, I spend my time, like trying to work to, about Nigeria, even if, why not, we just go, even if, let's do our nonsense, in our Igbo land, even if we know that we're doing our nonsense, let's do our nonsense, because sometimes we know how to handle our situation. I was born and raised in Onitsha, I say it here all the time. I remember there was armed robbers, terrorizing Onitsha. One day Onitsha people rose up, and they said, enough is enough, and they dealt with them, and the city was quiet. So even if when we go back to our place, if it somehow it becomes unbearable, we'll rise up and take care of it. But here in Nigeria, the way Nigeria is, it's unbearable. Everyone knows it's unbearable. There's no way you can fight against it. I appreciate that there are some good Nigerians, AY, I see his comment. There are some other guys, they want to make Nigeria to work. But I know that it seems that we all of us that want to make Nigeria work. We can't find a way to come together to make Nigeria work. So I mean, how long is it going to be? This morning, people, people call it flooding me, calls Nigeria, people telling me what they're going through. I've been. I woke up and I was still in bed for like about 5 hours, just thinking about Nigeria. Why all this nonsense? Why a country that is so blessed with so many resources, whatever. I mean, see people that talk about Igbo, they say Igbo great, Igbo did greater. In Igbo land, there's no city in Igbo land that has pipe-borne water. How are we great if we don't no pipe-borne water? Are we waiting for government? Don't we have what kind of government have we had over the years that there's no pipe-borne water? Even individually, can't we do it on our own? This is and for a while other people that talk about this tribal issue, it is a tribal issue because Nigeria, everybody's affected in Nigeria, but there is a way it affects Igbos the most. I'm gonna tell you, let me for instance, unity schools, instead of let's not talk about ethnic history. Then unity school officially government will make you an appropriate for Anambra. You have to have 139. People from Zamfara, you have to have 4. It's official. He said we not talk about ethnicity. Why not just build a retarded school for those people that got 4 and have other people excel? This is what is happening. So okay, our children, they want to go to unity school. You say they can't go to unity school. You just stifle them because they are smart. And you're talking about one Nigeria. This is officially. And then unofficially, if they want to vote in Lagos, someone goes and say they cannot vote unofficially. So what do you want them to do? What do you want Igbos to do? No, I mean, for people, I don't like Nnamdi Kanu's way. But I'm open. People who want to another Biafra, I'm open. I want to join. I want to do this. So there's something that will work because I'm tired of this Nigeria. Because unofficially it is oppressing Igbo, officially it is oppressing Igbo. For how long? And there are some of us, there are some smart people in my generation. There are generation, before me, generation behind me. They are there, and then they're gonna face this. And how many years? Just like what KJ said, what is he going to tell his child? That the country doesn't want to teach teach him a lesson because of what his father did. How is he going to explain that nation to his child? It's getting out of hand. There's no end in sight. We have a government that is fumbling. The issue is that the people that want Nigeria to work, there is no way we can come together to do anything. Look at Fofoda now. Yeah, I understand he wants Nigeria to work, but look at the way he thinks. Everything that combos his mind, it's a way to put some people down. Instead of trying to find a compromise to his head, his fucked up head, to find a way to make that his thought, to suppress that his thought. Maybe he should go on medication to stop having that his thoughts come up every time. Listen, the best way to see him and the best way to listen to watch Dr. Damages, from the if you're not here or if you're watching him in the background or at home. When to get your remote, when Fafada is about to speak, reduce the volume. Cut off the volume of whatever you're watching. When you know that his mouth is no longer moving, you turn up the volume. That's the way to deal with forefather. People like forefathers. Forefather is a mean. I mean, I've looked at him. He's a mean-spirited person. Probably, some evil person did something to him. He hasn't forgotten about it. I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist, but I mean, I don't know. That's what I see. He has to go to a doctor, please. All the time, what comes out of his mind, to say something, annoying. I'm thinking, where is this guy from? Who made him? Devil's apprentice. I don't know. I mean, the Igbos, they didn't kill. You want to use their word to kill them. We don't understand that people that the thing is, Igbos fought a war, but Nigeria has never had. Nigeria doesn't want people to heal. We've never had opportunity to heal because every day they bring it up to you all the time. Okay, you fought a war. We fought a war, yeah. Are we not going to be like we are killed? Many of us were killed. Okay, are we not the person that be given accommodation in Nigeria? You will say, okay, maybe if other people are getting 130, okay, let's make them get 120 because they don't have enough people. But every day you have to make the standard higher. And then when it comes to what matters, when it comes to the national stage, where you need those people that went to school, you bring those people that got 4, and instead of those people that got 139, and you see that that country will work. What kind of a country are we building? I mean, the best thing, just let everybody go, just go. Do your own thing. If you want to make your backyard like a waterlogged place or whatever, a dumpster place, just make it. Leave it there. And you know that we are doing it to ourselves. But to have federal, they do it to us. You talk about militarization of Igbo land. Where in Nigeria do you have planes flying over a place in times of peace? Bombers flying over a place in times of peace. You have roadblocks everywhere. I was nearly shot in Anambra by a policeman. But he kept harassing me. And I just said something. He cocked the gun and he was drunk. Wearing slippers. That's a country. And people complain every year. Nobody does anything. And we complain about justice system, the judiciary. You don't just say something now. What kind of a country is this? That the chief judge of the federation, his son is a judge. He made his son a judge. His his brother or son-in-law a judge, and then he made his brother editor. What kind of a country is this? And then even the president looks like right now. He's another branch, but he doesn't see anything wrong. Call this man, say no, this could not happen. Or the chief justice, what do you call it, the attorney general, say bro, this can't happen. Or you see people on online, people from the side of the country, condemning this, saying this should not happen. No, everybody keeps quiet because it's it's to the benefit of their own tribe. What kind of country is this? To your Israel, that is what it should be. Because I found out that people that I think that are smart, they don't get it together. Wale the other day, one Wale came here saying something about if we build ports for them, they will import arms. Bro, I'm tired of this country. It has sapped so much of my energy. Okay, if all of us here, if we had a country that was working, we would spend our energy, doing more, we would be better in life, doing something, saving our resources, people, those who live abroad, even people who live in Nigeria, save their resources. Because you don't have to be giving to people. They run the country down all the time, and then we are paying for it. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
All right, Okija, thank you so much. And thank you, Bumi, for giving me a tagline. I've been looking for a tagline for this platform. It says, this platform is not for the weak. Even for me, sometimes, I just sitting down, listening to all of you and reading the comments, you ask yourself, you have to really be committed to that Nigerian project to be part of this. All right.
Sorry, Damage, does Bumi live in the same house with Ed?
Who is Ed? Bumi is in.
Ed that. Because I
Yeah.
sent Ed a text to come to the platform. Let me read what he said to me. He
Okay.
said, I am so entertained with the Basbos. And he said, the platform is not for the weak. And look at it, just now. Just sent
No,
it.
it's a wonderful.
Ask you that question.
It's not for the weak, and I think it's to the credit of, and I want it to be that way, to the credit of people who come up here. It's not easy. It's not easy to come up here and have your say and have people trash whatever you said. It's making you guys. If I heard any of you is a politician tomorrow, I will be confident that you can come out and address the press and take questions. And that you're not going to shake, you're not going to be like Tinubu or all these governors we have who wouldn't be able to do that. So you're being prepared, you're being cooked, and I like that. Wale, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good thing about being in a basketballs kind of a place where you hear people fighting and all those stuff. It's good in a way. It makes you, able to communicate in a place where it is even uncomfortable. So you listen, you pick some point, you drop some point, and anyway, that's good. Um, where should I start? I think the gentleman who spoke before me mentioned something which fit with my thoughts. I think until this country called Nigeria go back to the regional government they were before. Despite that, I still remember the wide west in the west side. Despite the fact that they have their regional, there will still be some kind of Awolowo Akitola kind of those time when they just burn houses, kill people anyhow. You run for your life. It will still be there. Don't get me wrong. But Dr. Rudolph, you said something. I mean, the gentleman before the man before me said something about this country called Nigeria. You're fed up of what is going on. But then, if we're all fed up, then we wouldn't have anything to do with Nigeria. We'll probably just be discussing something completely different. Maybe we'll be talking about, I don't know, do whatever exist, uh, something that has nothing to do with Nigeria. But because we love the country in a way, we really want it to work. But at the same time, the question I keep asking myself is why is it not working? If we know this problem, definitely we should be working towards the solution. Now, part of the solution is even if we want to go back to the regional or we want to go separate ways, and we don't want bloodshed in a way. There might be bloodshed, I don't know, but if we don't want bloodshed, my question is these people that represent us, what are they representing us for? Who are they? What do they sit down and discuss? I mean, if they say they represent people, who are the people they are representing? Do we even have a say? Do the Nigerian people or the Igbo people or the Yoruba people or the Hausa people, do they have a say? And I can bet you the Hausa people have a say. Because you let any little thing happen to even someone in Bimburingbe village, that you look at the village, you think, wow, is this part of Nigeria? They will rise and they will make things known. But when it happens in Igbo land, maybe the policeman is even wearing slippers, or people are killed. Maybe they are nobody. So at what point, if that is the way, you know, people have been marginalized, can people just rise and say, you know what, that is fine. We want you to have the whole country. You have it if you want to have it. Let's, let's go our separate ways. If that is the solution, because either we like it or not, these people, I keep saying it, they are our enemy. We're not the enemy of ourselves, except if we are benefiting from, their loot. And maybe one way or the other, every single one of us is benefiting from it. But if not, and we really want a common Nigeria to have safety, pipe and water, just basic infrastructure of life, why can't we just do that? No matter how I don't know, maybe to say how poor you are in the Western world. Even if you're not working, there's a social, there's somewhere they will put you to have a food in your belly and roof over your head. Even the people who have dementia, they have care home for them.
Preach
So,
that.
so what are we doing? Are we just happy that, oh, I can build a mansion, I have my own, big houses, but the road that lead to my mansion is, nothing to write home about? Or the gate man that is working for me, I'm not even paying him correctly. Or somebody who works at the local government to, carry file, like what is happening, demolition, like someone said. Who sold the land? Who authorized the plan? Who did what? You know, until we held ourselves accountable and there is transparency, we are not going anywhere. And the question we need to keep asking ourselves is, am I part of those, you know, making the country, pulling the country down, or making the backwardness continue? As long as we continue to support those people, we are guilty as them. And if we ask ourselves, do we want to be like them? If the answer is no, we need to do something different. We cannot keep doing same thing same way and expect a different result. So please, people, I don't have much to say. I read books. I just pick what is more important. Like I read a book not quite long ago, I think a month or 2 months ago. There was a country, and I was thinking to myself, why that word? There was a country, and that book has been written how many years now, and it's still fitting into what is happening. What do we gain from it? Do we think inward and see what we can do? Because either we like it or not, maybe we are all over 40s. We have another 60 years more to spend. I know you'll time me. You're always biased to me, honestly. You still haven't answered
No,
my
you were the
question.
one.
I'm going to go. If you are the
No, no,
president and you are in this platform, you will discriminate against some people because they are maybe you just close your ears to whatever they want to say, and
no,
you
no.
give some people long time to talk. I will speak
He
Igbo for
doesn't
you.
like
Oh.
quiet
No
people.
problem
He doesn't like quiet. He
at
likes
all.
people who
A lack
punch, who are
basbos.
punching. When they are punching,
I
he gives them time to.
No, no, no,
I
you.
know.
I listened to you. I
Okay.
thought you needed
Oh, the thought came to my mind, Dr.
round
Luba.
up.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Doctor. The thought came to my mind. I know every single one of us here. I can close my eyes and tell what their name is. I think we need to allow new people, no matter how we disagree with their thought or their perspective. I don't mind if someone wants to, if someone is new and they want to, hear their views. Please take me out, let the person talk, or put the person ahead of me. Because I know there are a lot of people that are at the background. Give them the opportunity to come out, even if it's just 1 or 2 minutes. Let them say whatever they are going through or whatever they think, rather than we being the voice every now and then. And I think most time we keep repeating the problem, but what is the solution? And how can we go about that solution that we have in our head or in our heart? Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. The way you put it, Wale. I appreciate you. Nigerman, welcome back.
Yeah, very Mr. Rudolph.
Yeah.
Uh,
So we are rounding up. I think I don't know if you weighed in on Nnamdi Kanu. We want to move on to.
no, I didn't go in. Right when I went out. I just came back. I was already on Akpabio. Yeah.
Okay. So so after you and Jonaba, we can move on to a different topic. Akpabio. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Dr. Rubo, please, sorry, let me just come this way, start this way. Why can't people make their own opinion or defend everything the court is not right without insult or take it to trial? And number two, why everybody always come when they see forefather, they come to be like that, oh, Congress or Superman. This is forefather, this is him, we have told you, this is him, this is Dr. David. All of us cannot speak the same. Whatever you speak, we have to separate something between Ipo and Igbo. Because I have a lot of people that they are trained their business out for years. All of them until tomorrow, stay together. I don't see that you are making anything or any suggestion, you are making any argument. The first thing they started to insult your father, insult your people. It's only the happy people that do that. And when you come, you talk about them, they start insulting you. The next thing they come, they give you propaganda. Unless you say, burn down Nigeria. That is only when you are speaking the truth. If your father said it, if people think it's your father that is only right for, get your father, please. I want to gain their people, give them their Biafra. So that we get that is the solution. I don't understand somebody will make his opinion, everybody will come hating. Counter it. If whatever you say is true, don't drag evil to it. If you have a problem, face me. Why are you dragging the evil to it? Why are you dragging all the evil? I think you want to tell that person that is against the whole evil. How can one person be against the whole thing? The whole evil? Please, we have to put something perspective. And for the camera, I can see many people, maybe because of the side of support or the side or the side of belong, many people just come here open their mouths, which does not even know the meaning of facing trial. The meaning of facing trial. Facing trial is not that the person is going to jail or prison. You have to understand that. If you put in a situation in which evidence is presented in the court to a judge or a jury to decide if that person is guilty of a crime or not. The Supreme Court agreed that the first Nigeria decide the Nigeria have their own problem, but he said no matter what, that cannot say because we are kidnapped, according to his lawyer to the judgment, that he was free in the appeal court. They upheld it. They said because they brought you, they kidnapped you to Nigeria and tried you illegally, that doesn't mean you cannot face your terrorist charge. They say you have to go back to the Federal High Court and restart it. When the Federal High Court finish, we should pray and see what will happen. Not everybody just think maybe if you tell the people you are the one that only you are supporting, you are accusing somebody. Somebody is asking Federal to bring evidence, but he is calling for father that is working for government to state. Can he prove the evidence? People just come as defamation of character when you talk, they want to change it. You have to understand, this thing is only, I listen to you right before I join it. The only problem here, and before Tinubu can have a political solution, the high court must have their judgment. The president cannot just say, now take a pardon. They must have their judgment and the political solution, which I know it must happen. The majority of people know it must happen. The people who are holding this guy, a lot of people want to lie to themselves, they want to deceive themselves. So the lower elite, you want to be able to remove the Kanu. So whoever is there, possibly another one. And what do you think the president will do? Or what do you think, no, not the president, so not the president. What do you think the federal government will do? Please, when people want to say something, thank you very much. The other mother was saying that they want to go. I don't want to say it more than 3 weeks now. We want to go to come and let the come to call the conference and let Nigerians negotiate their government. Nobody has done that. Everybody will just come here, talk everything they like, talk about another, tell lies, play the doctrine, and go and sleep. With everything. Thank you very much, Mr. Rudo. Thank you.
Yeah, Najaman, thank you. I wanted to let you know that your audio is not very clear, so we're struggling to hear you. Maybe next time. Your audio, I don't know.
No, your audio is too loud. Lower it. If you lower it, the volume.
Okay, that's really okay. It's better this way. Before I come next to you.
All right. Is it better now? Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Let me skip you and go to Janaba. Janaba, welcome to the show.
Hey, Dr. Rudy, you are looking more fresh since you came back.
Welcome. How are you doing?
I'm trying to be good. Just thinking about the Doma people. We are just being marginalized anyhow. Think about what we are going through is too much.
I agree with you.
How is the governor doing, the Reverend Father? How is it that Reverend Father joined politics in Benue State? What is actually going on? How is that?
We are very gullible people.
Don't mind him. The reason is that most of those Reverend Fathers
You see
are no
how I get
longer in the
marginalized
center
even
of
here, and I can't get we talk for Benue for me.
Don't mind him. Don't mind
And
him.
after you wanted to marry, you didn't marry from Benue. After eating all
People
this
do agree
Benue,
now. You see, the reason, Rudolph, is that most of those Reverend Fathers were already having a separate ministry from the main Catholic Church itself. So most of them have their own, ministries. Like those of us who lived in Benue, this guy Elia is not a new name. He has been handling his adoration ministry for a long time. But one time or the other, they will always run into problem with the major body, the mother church, and then they'll take off. He took off to somewhere, and then he's coming back now, and then he gets into politics. So, but he's a well-known and very popular priest in Benue. At least that time I was still a Catholic, so I can tell that much.
You are no more a Catholic?
No, I'm not.
You are born again?
Yes.
Oh, thank God.
Yes. Bible speaking tongue.
What is the difference between Catholic and being born again?
No carry us go there. Make my brother John Abba talk, please.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to say that tomorrow, anybody who is interested in such conversation, tomorrow you can join us. You will have opportunity to talk about Buddhism and religion and what is wrong with Africa. In that same right.
What is wrong in Africa is right here on Akpabio say.
All right, Jonathan.
Okay. I think so far on issues that you guys have been watching from background. Before you come here now, you have to spread the blood of Jesus on yourself so that you don't. You just because if you are not careful, your doctor will increase your dose of your medication from maybe from 10 to 20, and if you are taking 2, they'll tell you to take 3. So you have to be a strong person to come here. You come here and I'm not a lawyer, so on issue of Nnamdi, I'm not his lawyer. No, I think his case is versus Nnamdi and the state. And we're looking forward to see as they make progress. I don't have much to say there. A lot of my people are in prison, and you were asking how the governor is doing. He paid the pensioner recently because he got into trouble with his godfather, Akume. So Akume is trying to impeach him. But so far since he came, he has been paying his workers well, and the Benue people are not doing themselves. I mean, the Idoma people are not doing themselves well. Godfather and his son is fighting, and he's using the Idoma people to fight him, which means now we have been marginalized before within the thief. Now we get through more marginalization because this is what they are doing. The man will not going to help them at all. So it's a long walk to Idoma people, and also I'm pleading maybe use this media. Let them give us Nasarawa, part of Nasarawa called Mararaba. They should give it to us so that we will stay there instead of going back to to stay there. So since we are everywhere now, if you go, we are in the military and we are having babies, but we are still the major minority. I don't know why the number is now adding up with us. So we have our own issue, but something is, I don't know where our babies, I don't know why we are having baby in barrack, in police barrack, army barracks, and our number keep decreasing. That's a mystery.
All right, Janaba, thank you. That was all the report I was waiting for, but we will send in the scientists to come and investigate what's happening with the Doma people.
Thank you.
What about the Igala? I don't hear about the Igala people. I only hear Idoma and Tiv.
Igala is with Kogina, so
they moved all the way.
This guy left Nigeria long ago.
When I was in Benue, it was the 3 of 3.
Yeah, That's true. But Igala have moved on long ago. Igala is with the Kogeda Bello people now. Yeah, they are settling their case with Bello.
Okay.
And forefather, I know you just eat Benue yam and look at you. You used to be very dark. Your dark is more is very now is polishing. You are a righteous man. I say you. I know you just finished eating Benue yam, so you are looking relaxed. You know, it's not good to be. It's a good thing to be a rich man in Nigeria. You are the only one that.
Janava, do you know, I was wondering why the children, in every census, Idoma population has never increased. So I was wondering if there is a market where they are selling kits. I mean, every Idoma woman that deliver, they will just sell it out to give the thing is a serious issue.
It's not a serious issue. Most Idoma people are like us. They travel out. They're not always in Otupo. So if you go around, if you go to Kaduna, a lot of Idoma people living in Kaduna. There are a lot of Idoma people living in Kanu. There are a lot of people lot of Idomas living in Katsina, in Borno, in Taraba. So and then there are so many of them living in Abuja. You know, remember FCT when it was formed, majority of Idomas moved to Abuja, and also you have a large number of Idoma community in Lagos. So if you put that together, you see that the number is not decreasing. But when they do census, they are put in other states. You know, they are counted in those states. And remember that in our census, they remove tribe and they remove religion, so you cannot really say where you are. You just enter your number, which was what the other man who was sacked by Jonathan was trying to say, that there's a lot of hidden backhand going on. Why do you remove tribe? Why do you remove religion? So that people don't know how many they are. So that's it. That's why the numbers still remain the same.
All right. What we're going to do now, we've been here for 6 hours and 30 minutes. Let's take a little break. When we come back, we'll talk about Akpabio and what's going on with him and the Senate and National Assembly. So,
Dr. Rudolph, are you aware that he collapsed?
That's what we're talking about. That's the topic.
Okay. Yeah, I already have my mushroom tea here. Coffee.
Yeah. So we'll come back and then we'll talk about that. So.
When your mazolo bio, akwa mazolo bio, Max, if you bunye lo kwanu mo no fube nazo olaga ni piazugo, ulaga do ni piazugo, akwa wilo chio bikora puzo, kona bazia. Onyo mazoro because abamba wazara dasari ibya unyane gana mo ulagadori biazigo mo ulagadori biazigo abamba wilo chila bigora fuzoro ona wazia. Mazi wako mama odogu no kwerezi neka onyomo nigadele mo mazi ni mazi ibu go with melody. Odogu na chala noka ezi wane mlega delemo olagado ni pezigo mo olagado ni pezigo amama wilo chilo bigora buzo anabaze te onyama de abama wazara nesari Lagadoni Piazugo, Nazaboy. Mo Lagadoni Piazugo, Avamba Wilo Chilo, Biko Rapuzero, Anabazi, Ice. Odogo Canano Bikachofo. Amakwa Nika Gogogia. Oligwe Kwelo. Hey, you want? Eku kampune kene, omogo ndinso. Chukwe mekalumo, ike chukwu negaje. Esi nwanne m ekene ịlapụlụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị ka nne gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili mmaksi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wesi gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị agbamanwụ ihe ihe biko lapụ na-amasị ya zoro 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 Joy na bugwa osa Sokoto Ujembe mwilo Anu solo mwe manofia nara Onye nwuro zurike
Hello, my dear. You know, Christmas is already coming, dear, and I know you want to buy a few things for your parents, but because Boji Jackpot, hello, my dear, even though you are not in Jackpot, you're not wondering who will help mommy in Beijing to, buy all these remaining tomato, beans, egg, yam, rice, noodles, and cocoa. Do not worry. I'm here to introduce to you Help Me Waka. Hey, waka, waka for me. Amen. Now, what these guys are going to do for you is they will help you to deliver anything that you want to your parents, to your husband, to your wife that you have left in Nigeria. Kodaga, you that are giving Baba Bejo that is doing the work of former, according to former in your college, you're marrying. That's fact. So they can help you to build your house, they help you to buy cement, block, paint, tiles, that is, and so on and so forth. They also do personalized gifts. Look at this. For example, it has my name on it. And it has exciting and personal items. I love flask. You already know that. They won't put clock gun to remind me, wait, I should not be using another person's clock to run. You understand me now? So anything that you want whatsoever, they are in Nigeria, they are in Ghana, and Cameroon. Don't worry, just go to their website. I'm gonna put a link in my bio. Follow them on Instagram. Gbogbo Ishoro, Gbogbo Aile, Gbogbo Nile, Gbogbo Riro, Gbogbo Bibo, Gbogbo Kiki, Gbogbo Shisha. Any problem or any ills that you are having and you want it to be resolved, help me to waka. We help you to resolve it. You want to joke with me? Think I will cut and I will not pack all these things. I will pack it. I will wash me eyeballs to eyeballs, so you can come to my house and come and take it. More cut me, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm not welcome.
Yes, I got your call. Who sent this to me?
My brother from America.
Yeah, I'm so excited! I need to go. That you hurry up. I'm so excited.
Ta-da! Surprise! Surprise! How are you guys? Nice to see you. I'm live. With Help Me Waka, I came to your house from your brother in America.
Wow!
Are you happy? Help Me Waka, the people who do what? run errands for you in Nigeria and in Ghana. Say Ghana. Ghana. Say Ghana.
Ghana.
Nigeria and Ghana. Say help me waka. Say help me waka. Say help me waka.
Help me waka.
Help me waka. The people who run errands for you. With help me waka, I came to your house from your brother in America.
Wow.
Are you happy? Help me waka, the people who do what? Run errands for you in Nigeria and
It's like Rudolph, you enjoy the thing yourself.
No, I can't. I'm not in control. I don't know what's going on. But thank you guys for staying and welcome back. I hope it stops. All right, welcome back. And the next topic we want to talk about is KJ, can you or Akija? I think it's from you. I don't know. Akpabio. So last week he had a big party in Akwa Ibom, I believe. Yeah, 61. He said he turned 61 and threw a big party, and people contributed money. Senators, different businesses. He threw a party, but after that he went back to Abuja, and he had another event in Abuja attended by dignitaries, and during that event he collapsed, or he slumped. The reports from online papers said that he collapsed and was taken to the hospital, but Punch and other papers said it wasn't true. They were quoting the Senate and people who were speaking for Akpabio. So I want to talk about Akpabio and how he's been running the Senate. But about this story, he came out and said yesterday that he had malaria and that he was exhausted, that actually he is in the hospital. So let's talk about that from different angles. One of the angles I wanted to look at, especially for KJ and people in the media. If you read that story from Punch, Chimtu, they spoke to people who told them that the man collapsed or slumped, but they made the caption to be, basically they were responding to other online media who were reporting that story. They made it look as if it didn't happen. They trusted the Senate spokesperson for the Senate. They trusted Akpabio's spokesperson more than their sources. And from online media, you also read that they took pictures, cameras of people who caught the incident and destroyed that picture. I don't know if you've had experience like this, KJ and Chim, in terms of coverages, because sometimes people blame the media, but there are so many hurdles they have to go through to tell you stories. So I'll start with you, Chim. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Rudolph. You beat me to it because earlier when you outlined all the conversations we're going to have, somebody, I don't know whether it was you or someone, said that it's been denied that he didn't collapse. I quickly went and checked. I listened to the audio, the video, where the man in question himself admitted that he collapsed, but tried to spin it in a different direction to say, oh, I was exhausted. It seems I had a bout of malaria. It goes to show that I am human. I'm not superhuman. I can, which is nice. So I've always said, somehow earlier on today, I said that our government spokespersons, whatever you call them, always leave room for conspiracies. I've lived in the Western world. I never practiced journalism in Nigeria. It's only when I came to the Western world I did a little switch. And I've noticed how these things are. Yes, there are spin doctors everywhere in the world, but they try as much as possible to admit the truth while trying to defend their principle. You understand? And not make it look terribly bad. But in the case of the Nigerian situation, I'm even surprised looking at the Punch tagline and saying, almost totally denying the situation. In other words, they have become the voice for the man, when their own is to report the news and let the man defend himself. So now that gives room for when people say that the media in our country, back home in Nigeria, is compromised. It's possible that one of Akpabio's men may have, you know, because these men always have insiders everywhere. It's like when we're discussing the BBC. Remember when the BBC came out to deny Tinubu's certificate saga and all those things? And we said these things were paid job. Clearly, Punch, which used to be one of the most reliable newspaper print media organizations, is suddenly turning out to be something, you know, different in this particular dispensation. So, but that being said, there should be nothing Akpabio should be ashamed of. There should be nothing he should be ashamed of, that he was tired, he was exhausted. It's one thing we can discuss the birthday, discuss the financial issues involved around that birthday, discuss whether he should even be having such a celebration at such an auspicious time when you're telling Nigerians to tighten their belt. We can have that conversation separately. But I will not begrudge him for being sick. I can get sick. I don't have a problem with any president getting sick. Even Joe Biden gets sick. Even Joe Biden, because he's 80-something, we see that sometimes he forgets. I watch Joe Biden go to an event and suddenly forget what his trend of thought and walk away, and people are watching. These things happen. It happens. My problem with us in Nigeria is that our political office holders try to paint a picture that like they fell from heaven and that they don't have, you know, strange things in their lives. You see the politician in the Western world, if the man has a mistress somewhere, they will report it, he won't deny it. You will see if he has a child out of wedlock, they won't deny it. If he has children from another woman and the children are not from the wife he lives with, he won't deny it, he will say it. But we've had presidents who didn't have children with the first lady that they call wife, and they have children, and they project a photograph as if that man had those children with this thing. So I don't understand why we do that thing in the world where we come from. But again, whether I have experienced some of those things while here in Canada, I will say not exactly, because here it is very difficult for you as a public official to twist information in a wrong way. If you try it, you could go in for it. What you could do is to have a strong spin doctors, have your own men who, just as the media is bringing out the story or breaking it, they go on the defense for you. They go laundering your image. They go trying to project you in a positive light. That's acceptable. People do it. It's happened. Our prime minister here divorced his wife. But before they did it, I had even heard the story. Before he won this particular tenure, somebody told me that this guy is going to win the election, but that he's having a problem with his wife. I actually doubted the lady when she told me. I said it's a lie. He said, watch and see, Chimezie. Once this man settles down in this tenure, you hear the news that he and his wife are separated. And it's about 2-3 months ago, he and his wife came out openly to declare they're separating. There are rumors about why the separation is happening. I've also heard the woman has her own, another person she was smoozing with, while they were in that election and all those. But these things happen. It happens everywhere in the world. No, see, I tell people human beings are the same everywhere in the world. What is the different line is the fact that in some climes, because of the law, because of the way they do things, there are certain denials you cannot be successful with. There's some measure of coming out with the truth. But in our own climb where, our media has lost credibility to an extent. I'll be honest, they have lost credibility. That's when you start seeing media houses like Punch putting up this kind of, outrageous and almost shameful kind of denial on behalf of the Senate President of Nigeria. I don't know what they want to accomplish with that, but that is the point. I would leave it at this level. It happens everywhere in the world. But like I said, when it comes to the Nigerian case, is becoming something else. I think our media has sold out deeply. I don't know how we can clean it, because they are no longer there to be the voice of society, to help hold our political officers accountable. They're literally there trying to defend, launder their image. And, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't even know why they do some of those things.
Thank you, Chim. John.
Right. Okay. I think Chim had just about summarized everything. I don't understand why he should be denying. I mean, you're tired. People slump. People for one reason or the other. So why try to spin it? Why try to play it down? It doesn't. And they don't know that if you're very open as a politician, people will trust you. It's a currency. So people will trust you more. You're very, very open, and people will trust you. So, well, again, that's Nigerian politicians for you.
All right. Thank you. Okija.
Yeah, I don't know why did the 61st birthday, and they had a party, hosted. I mean, one stadium. I don't know. Okay, like the last time I spoke. Okay, this is one of the things why I'm saying, let everyone go. I mean, like, what I mean, like, a king is, is he a king? Having a, like a birthday. I mean, like, the whole stadium. What was that Akpabio? What was he doing before he came into politics? What was his occupation? How much did he make in the private sector? And he need to. I mean, like, could he? Do you know how much you have to rent the stadium, and then you brought people from all over the place, and those people, they didn't come by themselves. They were transported, and then they were fed, and all the people from Abuja.
They said he built it.
I mean, yeah, except if he built it, and then
They said he built it.
have his party. I mean, again, he collapsed. That's okay. People, like, you're exhausted. You're tired, whatever, and or maybe you are sick. You fainted. But the malaria. Nigerians, a senator has malaria in Nigeria. I mean, what about people living in like in all those water places in Nigeria? A senator, is he going on a mosquito campaign? Is he going to, like, a secret meeting in the night that from the comfort of the Senate office, he enters into his bulletproof cars and everything. He goes into his $1 million house, and then where does mosquito come into the house? I mean, like, could you imagine we're talking about mosquito? Still, mosquito in Nigeria, where we don't even have pipe on water. So how do we eradicate mosquito? Like US, like Florida and other places, they had mosquito, they had issue of mosquito, give people malaria. But the country, they adopted a policy. Yeah, I think that was in the 1970s or 50s, I can't remember. They used duster, duster they use in agriculture, those planes. They dusted the whole place. The mosquito died. And you don't have mosquito. You don't have, you have mosquito in the US, but you don't get malaria. But a country, Nigeria, with all the resources, we're still talking about malaria. Senate president has malaria. Could you imagine what, children are dying of malaria every day in Nigeria? You go to hospitals. Like, and last time, when I was in Nigeria, I went to government hospital, general hospital in Lake, in Solo or whatever. You see how many kids that come to hospital because malaria. People have seizures. Not seizure. Seizure or fainting. Kids because they have malaria. You have kids die. Like they are. One woman was recounting her experience. They said, the woman, they said, your breast is not good. But the kid was suffering from malaria. And they're going to native doctors and doing things like that because the child was, having seizures, and they're talking, and I don't know. I don't know. It's a crazy country. It's a crazy, because when you think about all these things, you don't know where do we begin. Where do we begin? Senate president has malaria. From his office, he doesn't go to anywhere that he's not protected, but he has malaria.
All right, thank you, Okija. Just for those who might want to know, there is a vaccine for malaria that came out, and it's coming to Nigeria with They're trying it.
No vaccine or the editing, gene editing, the CRISPR. It's not a vaccine. They
No,
have to. It's expensive. No, it's expensive. No Nigeria can afford it.
The vaccine?
No, the gene
No,
it's a gene therapy.
there are two vaccines that they have been produced. And
No, the one that came last, the one talked about last week, or was it this week?
No, not this week. And that was
okay. The one before. Okay.
Yeah, there was this
this week was
vaccine that came out. Yeah, came out a while ago. Yes, and it's on malaria. Okay.
KJ. Yeah, KJ, I wanted you to also address the media angle. You know, there are two sources. If you read the story, two sources told them that it happened. They decided to believe the spokesperson for the Senate and Akpabio's spokesperson. That became their headline. Is that how you practiced journalism when you were there?
Oh, journalism have changed so much. Even when I was there, journalism have changed, Rudolph, I must say. And it has I'm even more afraid of stories that I read now. I haven't been in the US for a while now and seeing what goes on in CNN and Fox. So if you want to even get a proper news, you have to go to smaller mediums like yours, like all these other, online-based media. That's where you can even get a proper story being told. So if you ask me, I will go with the online reporting. I remember when Yara Adua was supposed to come back into Nigeria after many months, and we were all waiting in Abuja airport to get a breaking news. And then Dan Bazua now came with the troops, and they made sure they collected everybody's recording device, whether it's a phone, whether it's a camera, whatever you had. And everybody was huddled into a particular place and kept, so that you're not even, if just in case you hid one under your socks, you're not even outside to see what's going on. And he was huddled from the airport and taken away. And in fact, let me shock you, Rudolph. I don't know if you were in Nigeria at that time. The international airport lights were put off. It was a total darkness. Yeah. As soon as the plane touched the tarmac, all the light went off until they finished doing what they were doing, taken off from the airport before the lights went on back on. Now, these are some of the things that happen in that nation. Sometimes when we're talking, people think we don't like Nigeria. No, we have seen more than enough to be certain that some people's head are not correct.
But KJ, sorry, they didn't escape because somebody was hiding in a tree along the road and got all the photographs eventually.
Yeah, well,
So
you see, that person,
couldn't.
yes, that person was doing that. I couldn't have gone to hide under the tree. We are just two in my family. I don't want to. Now, listen, why am I saying that? I'm saying that some of the things you hear, they are unimaginable. Okay? And sometimes most people, when they come into government, they choose which media they want to work with. In this case, Punch is the most favored one now. And so they are going to continuously to write and clean up the story. It's just like when some of the things I say here. The Nigerian police set up to protect government, not to protect the people. And so even now, the Nigerian media is beginning to protect government. They write in favor of those who are in the power, other than just telling the people the story. So it's difficult for you to actually hold a story that's not been whitewashed, And you see, the thing we didn't learn, or rather we learned, but we refuse to practice. Here, the time that Joe Biden fell down, going up the staircase of the the
Air Force One.
Yeah, they didn't lie about it. I mean, nobody went around to start to spin. He was trying to turn around. That's why he fell down. No, okay. The time that Mitch, yes,
Yeah.
Mitch, yeah,
McConnell.
Yeah. When he froze 2 times now, he has frozen in an interview. They didn't say, oh no, the man was thinking about what to say. They said the guy had an issue, and his doctor came out to clarify to say, oh, he had a issue, but had been taken care of. Why can't we just learn to be that way? Why can't we just learn to? The man fell down. There are people who were there who saw it. Okay, he fell down, and then you are saying no, he was tired. If he's tired, he can fall down. He's a human being. What is wrong with saying, "Oh, sorry, I just passed out. I overworked." I don't know. You see, let me tell you something again, because maybe our mentality, those of us in Nigeria, we have been beaten to the point that we can no longer even know that we are the ones who are supposed to be, asking those questions. Government is supposed to be our employers, not them on the other way around. So maybe our mentality has been so battered that we accept anything they say. And as for that, I'm not too surprised. No, Rudolph, that's not the way it is practiced. The people who laid the foundation of journalism in Nigeria didn't practice that way. They were more forceful. They are more. If journalism was that cheap, maybe there wouldn't have been, democracy in Nigeria. Remember, the journalists were the ones who drove, the movement and against the military. It was people, brilliant. It was fearless journalists who were first of all writing about why the reason for the military should go. Many times the people like Concord newspaper were raided and all that, newspaper, but they didn't stop. But now, tell the truth, Sha, if you ask me as a human being, you want to preserve yourself so that you don't die before your time. So you write it the way they want and just let it be, to be able to do another day. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. Sim.
Sorry, KJ. Sometimes it's not that the man that is saying this. It's like his handlers, his SAs. They come up with some stupid stories, and then the story gains traction instead of he can correct it.
No. You see. Let me say this. Well, because I've also acted as someone's, respect. What they do is they tell you, Rudolph, make sure nothing negative comes to the media. Nothing. Whatever you see, if you cannot kill it, buy it. Okay, that's the word. If you can't kill it, you buy it. So when you see such headlines that you think your organ will not like, you take it off quickly. You go to the person and say, look, okay, and the guy is saying, no, we must publish. Okay, how much do you want us to just cut this story? Okay, and that's what happens. It may not necessarily be there because that's what Akpabio wants. Then he now trying to play the good man will come to the prayer and say, yes, I actually felt that I'm tired, So but of course you cannot go and say, Oga, why did you do this now? After you told us to go this way, you went this other way, just to give you an impression that they are for your good, but they are not really. That's the truth. It is.
Quick one before CM enters, and then the other thing is that we may look at is, since the laws on ownership of media houses changed, and we started having politicians who are governors, president, owning their own media, a lot of the landscape has changed. Back in the days that KJ was talking about, when we had the news watches of this world and co, they were not owned by politicians. They didn't have, apart from then later on, Abiola's Concord. Even at that, Abiola's Concord still fairly did a good job. But since we started having Ojus Okalo has this one, Tinubu has this one, this person has this one, the landscape has gone to the dogs since that time.
I wanted to just ask Jim, you said the law changed. I don't remember the law changing that. All the while, historically, Nigerian papers and media were owned by politicians like Zik, like Awolowo, and you can say Vanguard.
Awolowo. Sorry, Rudolph, unless I'm wrong, I don't think Awolowo and co owned media houses. It was the government that they were serving that formed media houses. They didn't own media houses.
Tribune is the Awolowo.
Awolowo doesn't. No, but Awolowo didn't own Tribune. It was the Western government. That's what I'm saying.
No.
Tribune belongs to Awolowo.
Yes. Sketch is owned by the West. Sketch is, I think it's my time now.
Yeah, and people like that own this. Yeah. The thing is, what we should say, Chim, is that being conscious of the people, being conscious of what the nation is being driven to, or which direction, because a journalist creates the narrative. You just bring what should be discussed. And so, since they no longer dwell in the reality of nation states, okay, since that drive for you to discuss what is nation state, which direction Nigeria is going, what are the ethos of a civilized society in which Nigeria is supposed to be, since that didn't become the narrative any longer, everybody started writing whatever they like. I remember I said here on this in this forum, they began to introduce more of FM stations that will be just playing music. All we want is your back, and that is it. Nobody was concerned about education any longer. Nobody was concerned about history. Nobody was concerned about even the news. That before now, if you go to secondary school, in our early days secondary school, you go to school, they ask you, what news did you hear yesterday? Write an essay of so and so. They will tell you, write an essay of the speech of the president. So you have to be informed whether you like it or not. But these days, it's just music that don't even have any meaning. Like one Igbo man said that creativity have gone to hell. So nobody has any creativity any longer. Just put anything together, people will dance, and that's all. I think that's the problem.
So
Okay.
sorry, KJ, what you said about the FM radio stations, please, please, can you? What were you trying to say?
Well,
Yeah, what I was trying to say is this. There was a time it was a deliberate, and it was introduced by Obasanjo. So I don't. He came in and stopped AM radios, and they limited the reach of other stations because the thinking in their mind was, because when military organized school, they use the AM radios to be able to broadcast to the whole nation. But now, so if your station do not go beyond your state, you cannot have a national broadcast. So they decided to reduce the reaches and introduce more FM stereos. And the FM stereos were more of music oriented, entertainment, much more than having a wide range of news. So the news cycle in Nigeria began to change towards more of entertainment, towards more of music, towards more of beauty, and so it changed a bit of what the perception was when we were growing up to what it is now. That's what I was trying to say.
All right, CM.
Okay. Let me on Akpabio first. I don't recognize Akpabio as even Senate president. This is personal to me because ideally he shouldn't be there. If you want to be a senator, you indicate interest by buying a form and contesting. If you win, so be it. Akpabio didn't. So because he was gunning for presidency. So Akpabio and what is it, Ahmed Lawal. So our democracy, to that extent, is a sham. So I don't recognize him because you cannot get a good outcome from a very useless rotting process. So Akpabio is just an usurper. He shouldn't be there. Now, they say he collapsed or whether he fainted or collapsed. Well, it's human nature. But the thing is that to me, I feel that I feel that at 61, they should be doing more of exercise, cardiac exercises. I don't know. I'm not his physician, but at his age or whatever, they should be doing more of that to keep themselves. And then more the type of food they eat. By now, they should be less all this wine, alcohol. They should play down on it and be feeding on fruit and vegetable, most protein, fruit and vegetable that will be able to drain their cardiovascular system. That's even if you don't want to exercise, your fruit and veg at that age will help your health. It's just pure biochemistry. Now, as for journalism, well, the thing is, I know I have to be careful here. I'm not a journalist, and I'm not aspiring to be. So, but how do I rate Nigerian journalists? Not Nigerian, but Nigerian journalists practicing in Nigeria, particularly those that studied all their life in Nigeria and be practicing. To me, the way I read them is this. This is envelope and this brown. So, because a lot of things we tell you that journalism is for nation building, but our journalists don't do that. Probably they're afraid of their lives, or probably they have to make ends meet, but they suppress what they don't want the people to read. It's as simple as that. All you need to do is to see the analysis. Thank God for this type of YouTube where we come here. At least we're analyzing events in Nigeria or maybe setting agenda, even if they won't do it. But you need to see what goes on in TVC, in channels, in AIT, even Arise, and a host of them. They interview you the way they want. If so, some of the questions they are asking will just be allowing you to flourish when they know that the real question they should ask is this, even if the person will deny it. So Nigerian journalism, they should go back. They have heroes: Anesti Koli, Zeke, Delegiwa, Anthony Nahoro, and Peter Enahoro, Peter Pan. There are many of them. Sam Kapemu also, I think I can rate him. Then there's one they call Alade Oduneu. They call him, I've forgotten the word they call him. Tunde Jose. There are so many people in those days. Then go and read Areoyo Yebola, former editor of Daily Times from Osun State. So there are people, journalists that have made name in terms of, they may not be rich, they may not be the richest, but in terms of saying it the way it is, I mean, I can give them, they know the names. So, but the people practicing now, journalism is killing Nigeria. They don't say the truth. All they do is just massage a politician, follow them around, write a story about the first lady, madam, and then collect your money and pretend they to look the other way. If Nigerian journalists, they are really up to the job, when I mean up to the job, those that really want to be up to the job, I mean, there are a lot of what do they call it in journalism? There are a lot of things they can unearth. So many scoop they could have put on the front burner to educate the people, because most of the time people don't know what is going on. Because when they look at the paper, all they talk about is one politician, you are the leader. They even play politics, help the politicians. He's in charge of that place. You can't do this. It's not done that way. I know the way the British press handle particularly politicians. One time they give if you are a public officer and they said you did not pass the daily mail test. Every day you're on the headline for 4 days because of scandal or something, you have to go. When a scandal breaks out, I think in the UK press, they allow it, the government maybe Boris Johnson or in those days will come and say, I stand by you. But if the thing continues, maybe every day and then different angle. No. You have to consider your position. Or if they say it at the House of Commons, it becomes a topic. Somebody will raise it as a matter of urgent national importance, even if it's not urgent. So journalism is like you are the torch. The people cannot see. But if you beam the torch, honestly, the people will not make a judgment. That's why Zeke, when he came back, he said, I met my people in chains. I helped to set them free by floating the West African pilot, the motto, show the light, and people will find the way. You throw the light, then some Nigerians can read. They will now know who is eating their money. Delegiwa used it when he wanted to find out about what is it called, the River Basin Authority in the old Bendel state. He collected all the facts and then hit the first one. Everybody kept quiet. He hit the second one. The man wanted to make noise. He started bombarding them. I think a somebody in the Delta region. So they know the journalists. You have heroes. It was the journalists that gave us our independence. Zeke is one. Awolowo was started life as a reporter before he read law, practiced law with Onitiri Awolowo and this, and then before he entered politics. So Awolowo, I can say he's also a journalist in some way. The one that moved the motion for say independence that didn't succeed, Antonio Nahuru, he's a journalist, editor at the age of 21. These are nationalists. In short, journalism is a profession that liberated Nigeria. Let the journalists, let them go back. I'm just giving them a task. Let them go back and reinvent themselves. They have a hero to look forward to. All these people I've mentioned, they are no mean feat. They can compete anywhere in the world because they know. Even Shegu Oshoba, yes, I forgot his name. Shegu Oshoba, that covered in the 60s when he became a reporter. So all these people, they have it, but now nobody is talking about them. All they do now is just if you pay the man they give you, you pay this. I mean, for how long now? What is the difference between a journalist now and the Oluomo? You know, you do this. If you pay me, I defend you. If you do this, that is Jaguda journalism they are doing now. It's a shame, to be honest with you. I don't know. They have to regulate. That's what the best thing for a profession is self-regulation. You self-regulate yourself. You do it. That's why everybody is celebrating David Hundeyin. Every word, every Nigerian said, "Oh, David Hundeyin." Why? Because they know that this is the what the man went out of his way to publish all these things. And then today, even if his life might be in danger, I don't know, but that is what the people, because people can now make informed judgment. It's not left for you to bring, but Nigerian journalism, they don't do it. I don't care if they expose me, but the thing is, do your duty. You have a duty to your conscience to do what is right. I don't know their ethics, but when I say Nigerian journalists, I'm talking of Nigerians that are in Nigeria practicing it, not Nigerians that are outside. Maybe KJ, you're outside, Chim, you're outside, Rudolph, you're outside, all this. So you can be moderated by the Western view. You can't go for bribe, you can't do all those things. But in Nigeria, it's a shame. They are one of the people that are aiding and they are baiting politicians to do what they are doing because they will look the other way when things are happening, and without it, the society is not growing. Let me stop here because maybe I'm being too harsh, but
Okay.
that
Yes,
to me
because
that's the way I see it.
I need to push back on CM a bit. Listen, the journalist in Nigeria is the same person in the same society. You understand what I'm saying? They go to the same market. They buy fuel for $700 and 700 naira per liter. So it's going to be difficult, But what we say is this: where it's not against your life, yes, you can. But when it's against your life, look, you cannot defend yourself. I told you what one of the reason why some of us. Let me tell you something. Sorry, I'm going to digress a little. Now, Bishop Kuka, many people don't know that Bishop Kuka had commissioned a lot of documentary, okay, on reporting on the killings of the that was going on in the Middle Belt, okay, and in the North. In fact, there's even one that I'm privy to. I don't want to go beyond that point, but these things are done. There are journalists who report, but they will not want to put their name or put so what they do is when you have such a story, you can contact maybe Rudolph and say, look, can you publish from your point there? Okay, don't put my name. Don't worry. You can just put whatever you can use a pseudonym to do that. There are still people who do inside information. Even what David Ohinde is publishing, some people also still assist him to get some of those documents, but they cannot put it because again, you don't have the way to defend yourself. Okay, you see, one of the things you fear the most is that you are in the middle of the night and there's a knock on the door and you are whisked off from your house. You know your wife, your children. You don't know when they are going to come back. You don't know when it's going to. You don't even know who people are taking you because right now everybody's unknown gunmen in Nigeria now. So you don't know who is coming. They don't have uniform. Some of them even wear mask. So all that is what the journalists in Nigeria struggle to, and it is not difficult to shut down a whole television house or radio house just because they have carried a story that you do not want. So even the owners of those media, those electronic medias and print medias are also guiding their daily bread. Okay, so there's so much, unlike in the Western world where you can just walk in and say, okay, BBC, close down because you have carried this story and we don't like it. In Nigeria, look, they will shut you down and everybody in your company will suffer from hunger and nothing will happen. Nothing. You see, sometimes when we are talking, one of the things that I fear to tell you is that why people do like why I was supporting this governor of Rivers State is that you will be there. You are saying no, this is against the law. Don't do this. People will do it with strength. They will do it with all authority, and just like they tell you, nothing will happen. But I want to ask your father: has a military man or a policeman ever pointed a rifle to you, having AK-47, and tell you, you know what, I can waste you here, and nothing will happen? Has it happened to you before? Do you know what that leaves you? The mentality you that runs in your head for the next 1 month. You can't sleep. You go home, you're looking at yourself because you heard the guns move. You heard him telling you, you know what? Between you and I can finish you here, and I say you are a thief, and nothing will happen. This is the situation I'm dealing with. So it's not a question of coming here to debate. And they've done it before, and nothing happened, my brother. So you will exercise caution. So let's give if I know for the Nigerian journalists, one will even read, they won't even read it at all.
But,
So
but some of these
cut
journalists
them
I
on slack.
mentioned, they practice in Nigeria.
They too they operate in a very volatile
I
situation.
do, but
Uh-huh.
but These journalists I mentioned, they operated in Nigeria. That's why we are proud of them. They
Yes,
operated
CM
inside
at that
Nigeria.
time,
Yes.
in the Nigeria, then the
And the under
Nigeria operated to
and
the
the under
West.
military and the under military regime. Delegate operated under military regime. Although I know at IBB, okay, it was a letter bomb. Delegate even during their time, it was under military regime. Most of these things, Oshoba operated under military regime. Yes, Shegu Oshoba, they rate him high. Sam
Yes,
Amuka
but
Pemo
what I'm
under
saying,
military
CM,
regime.
is that those military regime
Uh-huh.
have some iota of human compassion. Okay, they were military regime, but they didn't
But
do what they didn't do half of what the
we are
civilian
a
regime
civilian.
are doing now.
Okay, unless you are saying that, but what I'm trying to point out is that
So in other words, the civilians are actually worse than the military people.
The military. That's what that is actually what they are trying to point out. But the thing is, duty is duty. That's what I'm saying. If you know what you want to do, particularly if you go to a ministry and there is corruption, there is mass like what is happening in NMPC. Why can't NUJ commission people open up anything, find out what is happening, publish it? It's for the people. Central Bank publish it. They've stopped fuel subsidy. We agree. How much has we realized? Journalists can go in and then do this type of investigation, publish it. You have your facts. Nigerians will be with you. So
Yeah,
the
okay, so let's try
assignment.
something. Let's try something here.
Central Bank and
In
NNP.
Nigeria, there's freedom of information bill that have been passed by Jonathan. Can we apply? Let them give us any
But
information we want now to see
I'm
if
not
they ever get it.
I'm not a journalist, to remember. I'm not a journalist.
Yeah,
I'm not a journalist.
CM, very good. I like this conversation because I think most of our misunderstandings and arguments are because people don't know. There are things I don't know. There are things you don't know. I don't know all the professions and what goes on there. Like what CM is saying. If CM is saying this, I'm thinking in my head, what about other people, who may not have the exposure? So for instance, you were saying the journalists should go, NUJ, Nigerian Union of Journalists, should commission people to go to NNPC or the central bank. That doesn't happen anywhere. NUJ doesn't send out reporters to go and do anything. Newspapers or radio stations it will be the ones that will say we want you to go and cover this. So the next thing is what happens when they go there. You can if you walk into NNPC today and say I'm from Sahara Reporters, they will close the door. you're not nothing. That's the end of it. You can't do that. So the way it works is totally different from what you think. What ordinary people think. When you see information from
why not the undercover? They have undercover journalists.
Now you are talking, but you are talking now. But even undercover is like death sentence. If you are discovered, you are dead. If somebody discovers you in their company stealing information you are dead. They can shoot you, they can kill you. I'm just saying that sometimes when I talk about media in Nigeria, I really wish that everybody will understand the challenges. I'm not saying that they are doing well. That's why I'm talking about it. But it's not an easy thing. If you say Nigeria is not doing well in several areas, including the media, the same factor that is impacting the police, the EFCC, why they are not efficient, it's the same thing happening in the media. And it's worse. And situation today, there's so many issues about the media, but I really like to bring it up.
But Rudolph, so I agree with you. All your submissions you just made is accurate. It's a total baggage. What the media is going through is what the average Nigerian is going through, is what the police is going through, is what I agree. But which of those institutions will build the cart? One institution at least should be able to, for instance, in the struggle with the military for democracy, this same media we're talking about played a very prominent role in helping us hold the military accountable, and in that struggle, that was the role they were supposed to play. But today, now that we have civilians that we're supposed to hold accountable, because if we start holding the civilians accountable and the civilians submit to that accountability, the whole of Nigeria will begin to have some measure of progress. Let me put it that way. But this media is not doing that job well enough. So the judiciary is not doing it.
Let me tell you.
Not doing it. Judiciary is not doing it.
Okay, hold on, Chim. Let me tell you this. Think about this. And I interviewed when I interviewed Akole Shetima, who is the head of my brain is foundation. This foundation, how can I forget? I've stayed here for long. But anyway, when I interviewed College Shetima, I asked him a question about what would the Nigerian media look like? You guys may not see this. Without Sahara Reporters, Premium Times, People's Gazette, Cable, just take them out. What will Nigerian media look like without people like David Hundeini, without the people you know who are still, and you know why those media houses I mentioned and why they are still there? It's because they're getting foundation support from foundations, Ford Foundation or Media Foundation, Bill Gates, that's the only reason why they are still there. Otherwise, what you have...
Foundation.
Yeah.
Mercator Foundation.
Mercator, that's what I'm thinking about. My brain froze. Yeah. So what you are going to have is Punch, Vanguard, Tribune, NTA. So that's what we will have without the support of these foundations. So what will be the media that we will be consuming? So think about it. So we're in this world today. Today, we don't see the heroes, the people who are doing the job. But when people look at our time today, 20 years from now, they will be seeing people the way we are seeing Delegiwa now, the way we are seeing. So they will see these people that are with us, but we don't see them as people doing the job. So I wanted people to be aware of that. All right, Steph.
Yeah, I don't really have much. I think I'm learning a great deal from the conversation. Okay. So thank you, my brothers that have more insights on this topic. I'm really enjoying your contributions.
All right, thank you.
Keep it up.
All right, guys, I need to go. I'm going out with my wife, so before she will turn me out of the family.
No, throw the invitation to me too now. And what's your problem? I live next door.
All right, forefathers. We're talking about Akpabio and
hold on, sorry. Regarding Akpabio, my own issue is the party. I don't. If he falls down, that is a human thing. People fall down every day. Anybody can drop any day. So that one is a human thing. I'm not going to hold him. I'm not going to fault him for that. What I fault him for was the spectacle that he, did at the stadium. I feel like, given the circumstances Nigeria is in, I don't see why he needed to do that. I don't understand. I try for the life of me to understand why we have this culture of being so wasteful and inefficient at doing anything. You don't see that in Western society. Western societies, they tend to be very, very efficient. And no wonder they are progressing. And they have more. They have more resources, and yet they are more efficient. How ridiculous is that? How can you have less? You think you will want to manage your resources a bit more, but it's the opposite. We are more wasteful than they are. As a matter of fact, that experience is not only Akpabio, it's within the entire community. Because I deal with Nigerians every day, and I look at some of the things you work with them. I say, like, why don't you value things? They don't value things. Like, something will cost a lot of money, and they will just be handling it anyhow. I was like, but the people you are learning this from, you go on YouTube, you watch people do these things, and you don't see them being so destructive. They take care of things. This is where they have more money, but they will take care of something. Like, they will follow the procedures to make sure that thing is there for them to use again. But we just treat it anyhow. It breaks, expect to get more, and they just expect that the money is coming out from nowhere. And this same behavior is what you see in Akpabio. You see it in our culture. I have it too. I can tell you right now, if you go before you show people wearing expensive clothes, they are well off. Except some of the chavvy ones that will go and do that. However, like Indians that come to the UK now, you have a lot of them in the UK, just like Nigerians are coming over. You see how they are humble, the way they dress, the shoes they buy. I wear more expensive shoes than they wear. and many of them earn more than I do. And I started, all this is forced me to ask questions. Like, why are we like this? Why is that they have more and they manage their resources better? They are more, what we call humble. These same people have landed on the moon. They are a nuclear power. They send satellites to space. But yet we, Agbada, will drag from the floor, and our women will wear 1,000 another human being's hair on their head. Where did this culture come from? Where did we get this stuff from?
Is it not your forefathers that caused it? Our forefathers?
They are part of it. It's true. No, that's true actually. Because we didn't value human beings too. Like I said, even the Benin Kingdom, they were manufacturing guns. But when I asked try to find out why is it that even if they can manufacture guns, they were not able to do it as much as the Europeans did. But it turns out that because they had fewer people on the ground to do it, they didn't have an industrial scale manufacturing process because they were busy selling people. And one of the excuses the Europeans gave for coming to defeat all of them and take their land was that they ended slavery and Africans refuse to stop selling human beings. They had to literally come and fight a war to stop our forefathers from selling fellow human beings. That's the excuse. That's how pathetic our situation was, that you had to give them that excuse. We know it's not because they love us. That's why they wanted to stop this slavery. It's because they became mechanized. They become industrialized. They started using machines. They didn't need people anymore, so they passed a law against it. But our own leaders refused to stop. So it tells you this stuff comes all the way down. And like I said before, this set of leaders have not changed. The ones that they remove from office, they culture their children, they groom their children, and handed over to them in independence. And hence, where our leaders are hooked to them like a chain every time they run to them for approval and everything that they are doing. And the culture remains the same. We still haven't learned anything about being efficient at all. I don't understand it, because if a woman decides that it's going to put another person's hair on their head of $1,000, do you know how much private tuition that could give her child? That she's wasted just on her hair alone. And the bad thing about it is that she's also imprinting on that child that is how you are supposed to look, not like your own forefathers or your mother. So look like Oyibo people.
Forefather, please, I don't want to be cancelled. Please, this is your woman issue. Please, I don't want anybody to cancel me. I'm not joining you. I'm not here. Oh.
Why are you scared? This is scaring you. If this is scaring you, then you don't believe in me. Nigerians are the last thing to scare me. The people that should scare you are the people that in Oyibo land. That's what you should worry about. Because if people are not scared, they see what happened in Israel recently. You can lose your job.
You can lose your job for this.
Lose my job because of what am I saying? That is so controversial. It's the correct thing, because children, you are supposed to be focusing on enriching your children's future, not blighting them and telling them that, you know what, we don't have money, but I will put this on my hair and I will look like a Vietnamese lady or a Thailand woman. And then that child grows up and you wonder why they want to run to Igbo land and marry Igbo people. They don't. You have imprinted on them that is how it's supposed to be. It's a bad culture that often leads to decay, and this is what we are seeing in our country. We don't value our own things. Why do you think we don't value it? Because we have a racial low self-esteem. We have a racial low self-esteem. Even if individually some of us act as if we are like Buga and all the rest, racially we have a low self-esteem. And it comes from some of all this behavior that we have been portraying. And we have to start retracing our steps. Like the kind of thing that this Akpabio did now. What is he not going to get even more credit if he chose to do something even more beneficial and more efficient for the people? People are going to value him more. If he was doing that for politics, he's going to get more credit for it. But he chose to just flaunt wealth, waste resources for what? I don't understand it. So I think that part of it is the one they should condemn, because It's a very, very bad culture. And you see that's why they want to buy an SUV and they don't want to even buy Nigerian SUV. Hey, and you think I'm not correct when I say we have a low racial self-esteem? That is a problem. You have to convince your own government officials to buy their own locally manufactured goods. That is we have a serious, deep problem. For me, it's very simple, but somehow it has dug deep into our people that it's crazy. Even the conversation we're having today, you see how much abuse I got. For what? Because I just said something. But it's okay. We have to ask ourselves, do we want to progress or not? If we don't want to progress, every day the others they are leaving us. The gap is increasing. The Asians are they are advancing the fastest. This is why you see the Europeans acting crazy right now. They want to spoil for a fight because they know the Chinese are getting stronger and stronger. But for us, we are getting slower and slower. That's what we don't see. Nobody's measuring that speed of advancement.
Forefathers, I think I really want you to be a guest on this show. There are some questions that people are trying to ask you. One of them is, do you think, hold on, let me see, on the comment section. So like the conversation you want to have, I think there's a point that you have to articulate it well across the board. Okay, so that it will probably make more sense, because someone might ask you, like this one is asking forefathers to proclaim your Ijaw identity. So, in terms of identity, whether you are proud of what you are complaining about women who are putting foreign hair, and it's a question of survival for them. It's a question of not being proud of their own identity, their hair they came with. But someone can raise the question about you. If you are not proud of who you are from the beginning, you accept the Western construct, which is that you are Nigerian. This is something that you are complaining about your Yoruba and what they did to you. You are accepting that they came up with that Nigeria and say you are Nigerian. You are accepting it, and you are not proud of the original one, the language that you were. So there are so many questions. There's this other person saying, I think EJ, saying, marrying a white person, is that wrong? So you can say that, okay, we are running away from putting white hair on our head, but the Jesus in our church, the Mary is all white. There's so many things that you can see the confusion, and so I think you need to articulate your viewpoint.
I believe so.
Better.
I believe so.
We'll make you a guest one day, and you can air the whole thing, and we.
Don't mind them. Don't mind them. They will go crazy in the chat.
So, forefather, are you? What's your identity?
Wallet first. X0. You're coming.
Why are you worried about being cancelled when I am the one saying something? Why are you worried? Is your girlfriend going to throw you out of the house? I don't understand though.
Forefathers, stop deflecting.
What do you mean? What am I deflecting from?
Yeah?
What am I deflecting from?
After what Dr. Rufus said now, there's an expectation from everybody here listening to you.
Okay. About inconsistency, whether I accept the Nigerian identity, I accept the Nigerian identity. Okay, what should I comment on?
Does your wife?
They're both taking my time now.
No, you will get your
That's personal now. I'm not sharing personal information.
Okay, thank you.
I take the Fifth Amendment. See, do you think I will be quiet if I know somebody that is just wearing that? I would say, come on, you don't have to waste money doing that. Go and do something else with that money.
I seem to agree with forefather. You see, the miseducation that he has been talking about for a while now is very important for us as Black people. We have been miseducated in so many other parts, not just the hair. There are so many things we have been miseducated about. And that's a whole teaching that if we have a leadership that knows where they want to lead us to, they can actually design a formula that can help everybody to re-educate what we stand for as a people and as a nation, where we are going, what we are supposed to achieve. It's not just about the woman alone. It's about we as Black people. It's we as colonized people. The mentality we are given, the kind of education we are given, the kind of job we are trained to do. How do we think? The
The
first time,
education that we are giving is still the one we are using. We are not changing it. And we are talking
yes,
about women here. Is that the first thing to
All right,
change?
hold on, guys, so that we can. KJ, thank you. I like the point you're making. Forefathers, one more question for you from EJ. I don't know if this is your position. She said, Forefathers is condemning women who marry white men. Did you condemn women, black women who marry white men?
No, that's their personal choice. My point is that if you imprint on children that this is how it is good to look, they will go for the original. And you see that in many of our men when they travel overseas. And I tell you that because even when I was growing up, I was imprinted that, the European is the best looking one. Even if when I was in Nigeria, I see our women and I fancy them too at the same time. So when in your head, in the media, they are telling you that this is the way, the standard you are supposed to aspire to. And at the same time, you are surrounded by people that look like you, that you admire too. But when you have the opportunity to get there, you're going to abandon your own. That's what you tend to see, because that is the one that takes precedence, because they've been brainwashing you. Even the lady in The View, the lady that was supposed to be chairing that program in TVC, she admitted it that the reason why she started wearing it was because her husband was watching the Kardashian show. That because the husband liked the show so much, her friends told her that this one is watching the hair, so she started wearing it. So in other words, you were brainwashed. Not because you are competing, you have just been brainwashed.
Why are you bringing in wig again today?
I'm just answering questions.
If I may ask you a question, if I may ask you a question,
why are you people so scared of this discussion? Why? It's not only wig, it's everything else.
Can I ask you a question?
Please.
Go ahead.
Huh?
Who are you asking me?
No, forefathers.
Okay.
This energy you are devoting on wig, on women, you are devoting the energy. I'm coming. You are devoting the energy on women. Don't you know you're supposed to devote the energy on men when it comes to wig issue? Because if men don't admire women that are putting on wig,
that's what I'm saying. And the men too.
Those women are doing it because they feel that that's what the men are looking for, and it's been working for them. It shows actually that's what the men are looking for.
I can assure you that that's not what I was looking for. And most of the men.
I'm not talking of you.
Is that what you are looking for? Are you one of them?
No, listen.
Are you one of them? Tell us,
Steph. No, that's not what I'm saying.
Because most of the men will tell you that's not what they're looking for.
Don't admire women that put on wig.
We are deviating
They're
from
doing
the
it to seek
topic.
attention. If the man doesn't admire them, why would they put? Are they crazy?
All right.
Yeah,
all right.
So somebody has said we are deviating from the topic, but
okay, forefathers, let's go to Wale.
Okay, quickly. After this, I think I'm going to take my exit. Yeah, let me just base it on the 3 points you mentioned. Akpabio, what's the other one?
The media, in connection to the story. Akpabio, the media.
Okay, Akpabio, the story. Okay, starting from Akpabio, throwing that party, I think, to me personally, I rejected it. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. But then when you look at the stadium, it's full of people. Then I ask myself, who are these people? If Nigerians are really suffering, they are
muted yourself.
if Nigerians are really suffering, I wouldn't think there should be many people in that stadium. And if there should be, they should be showing their anger that we are suffering.
Okay, well, let me stop you. I just came from Nigeria. It's easy for us to stay abroad and judge these people. There are some people there who went there because they know they will get something, food.
Definitely.
You can't stay here because you are comfortable and say they should be angry. They're angry, but what are they going to do?
Dr. Damages, trust me, if Nigerians are suffering, it affects people. I mean, we here, except if you don't have family members there. Because if you're sending them 50,000 naira before, equivalent of 50,000, now you have to double it because it's not enough. And the money you are sending, you are not getting double paid.
You are talking about people who have people abroad. There are people who have nobody to send anything to them.
Imagine. So for how long? Anyway, I understand that when poverty is being weaponized, people will lose, they will even lose their sanity. They will even lose their morals or values. They just want to kind of eat. But for how long? That is the question. Because if you don't hold these people to account,
they're going to continue. Anyway, throwing party in that way, I don't see any sense in it if you really have human.
Wale,
Sorry, someone is playing
I
background.
want to ask.
Sorry, Mr. Lumide, sorry, because I know Mr. Rudolph, he's been very biased to me since I joined the show. He's going to cut me off in 2 minutes.
No,
Be
no,
ready.
I'm actually.
No, my question is, how do we hold them accountable?
Okay, good question. I don't know, and that's why I always join this platform. Somebody will know more than I do, which is okay. But anyway, that's the party aspect of it. It's not the only one. And when you look at some of the social media, the way Nigerians throw party and throw money away, even we that we are working for pounds or dollars, we don't throw that money like that. But Nigerians throw money like when the party, honestly, you even be asking yourself, are these people really suffering? That because you that you are working for money, you can't throw it out.
But Wale, but do you agree that the only way to hold them accountable, logically, right now, is to take the word to them, take the word to the Nigerian government?
Hey, but who won that? When the like Mr. KJ said that if a policeman put AK-47 in your head and say I will waste you and I don't know, nothing will happen. You die for you, as Pela said, you die for pine, you pine by that, nothing will happen. It's only in this country they will be making inquiry. Who killed what that policeman? Where's the bullet? Where's the gun? Where's the location? Where's the CCTV? Nigeria, you die. Pine, not lie, that's it. You die for Anyway, that's that. For Mr. Akpabio, fainting or slump or whatever, I used to think that if I clock 60, I think that's the time for me to be reflecting and thinking that all this wealth, where am I taking it to? Is that not the time for me to even, be doing something that, how did the Bible put it? Vanity upon vanity, all is vanity. How many rooms can you sleep at a time? How many cars can you drive at one point at a time? So I think it's that time people supposed to be thinking of, wait a minute, for me to even get to this age, and that is a lesson for every single one of us, because out of 5 things, only one thing we know, that we are going to die. Where are you going to die? What is going to kill you? What time and everything. You don't know. And it could come tomorrow. It could come any moment. So what are you going to take with you? You want to gain the whole world and lose your soul. Are they not going to church or going to mosque? Are they not hearing the preaching? The people who are there yesterday that died, what do they take with them? Ajumobi in your state, he died. Where is it? I mean, as someone not being the governor. So when people start thinking that, wait a minute, this life, what is it? Maybe they will take it easy. That is one aspect. When it comes to the journalist, I think like everyone said, if journalists can go back to those days when they had military to account, and military was even scared of them. I know some people lost their life, but these days when we have the brand envelope, hunger has killed everybody. If you say anything, sometimes I used to wonder when I watch Ariza, how did this guy call Rufai? Who is he? Because I'm thinking one day the way we, question them, I feel like maybe all the political thugs will go and relay him one day and attack him, or you hear that Rufai has, I don't know. If I'm in Nigeria, I'll probably quit my job if I'm a journalist, because I don't think I'll be able to sleep, because you don't know who is going to knock on your door and wheel you away. Even people who are not journalists, they kidnap them, they ask for ransom, not to talk of you criticizing those people. So Nigerian problem, no, they finish,
Well,
honestly.
you still have 5 minutes.
I give my 5 minutes to Mr. Lumide.
All right. Let me take a bow here.
Can I take it?
Look and there.
Olumide, yeah, I'll listen to you before I leave.
It's my turn now.
Okay.
He yielded his 5 minutes to me.
When it's your turn, you use it.
Sorry, Mr. Question.
I see local here.
Which kind Nigerian sense be that one?
Hold on, don't be there. Whenever I see local, it's a sign that the evening shift they're here. And
what the fuck? How can you say that?
How can you say that? Please let me give my 2 cents on this issue, please.
Sorry, Mr. Rudolph. Out of my 5 minutes, answer my question now.
What's the question again?
You see, you cannot be a president. I would have impeached you. This platform.
Tell me, if this were to be a country and I'm running it,
and you are running it, what would you have done if you are the one in charge?
In charge of this platform? I thought I was in charge. No.
Yeah, officially you are in charge, but yeah.
No, I do what I'm doing. I will let people talk. I believe in transparency. Let me tell you this. There's a simple solution to most of the issues we have in Nigeria, which is transparency. If you know how much,
90% of the solution, 90%.
Yeah, if we know everything, if I can go to an office and say, I want to see who got this contract, and you give it to me, I want to see, everything will be easy. There was a time in Massachusetts, you know what they did? The governor was there. I was living there at that time. The governor published how much everybody is making, every civil servant in the state. You can look up anybody and see how much they are making. Openness, transparency, that will change a lot of things about the country.
Okay.
And look at what Tinubu said this week. I don't know if you guys paid attention. He said the problem of why we are not having kind of economic growth that we needed was data, that we don't have data about things. And I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, this is the man that was laughing at P2B. Now data we go chop. Now he's discovering that we need to know what is going on in the country. We need to know what is going on in the country. We need to know how many we are. We need to know who lives where. There are many things we need to know. That will help us to see what is not just and what is just. And it will be easy for government officials. They think they're hiding these things, and they think they're doing a favor to themselves. They're actually making it difficult for them to govern. If you make things and make people see where things are, if I know that my local government cannot afford to buy a fire truck, okay, and still have money to pay civil servants, I'm not going to have that expectation.
You have answered my question. Sorry, I'm sorry to cut you short because I know you are timing me. You've answered my now. Do you know you are not that transparent, and what you've just said, you haven't done it because you time me, but you give others 20 minutes, 15 minutes. So you cannot be, I will impeach you.
No, I'm transparent. I acknowledge that it's true. And I told you why. The reason is that I didn't promise everybody that you have the same time. And it's the reason why, because this is journalism. This is not engineering. This is not engineering. If somebody is saying something, people come into spirit. If you go to church, if somebody is in the mood, you're not going to stop him because you want to make it fair. You want him to let out something. There are many things we consider. This is not best things, So, all right.
Meanwhile, Rudolph, do you know I came in there? I came in because of what you said. You said, I think somebody said something to you. Now said, no, it's easier for you to say what you are saying right now because you've not been to Nigeria. When I went to Nigeria, I stayed a month before coming back. I came back on first week of December. That was last weekend. So when I came back, like I said, what's it called? Righteous Man, Anungozika, I had to apologize to them for what they are going through for staying there because just 1 month I was there, it was like almost living hell. You understand the type of mentality people were behaving there, but at the long run, it is what it is. But what do we have to do here instead of talking? I've always advocated for engagement because, guy, we can't be sitting here talking every day because it looks interesting. I think we should do something because I went there. The small power I get, I see tackle one or two, people that's in authority. But I think what I discovered is now you talking will not change anything to the politicians. I think reorientating the electorates will be what I think will work, and empowering them will not even see work because they will eat your money come out there. So I think giving them a different orientation on how things should be done, which they know, but they just need consistent, reminder of it. Like I gave a practical example. if Rudolph, you stood up from the studio right now, you did something wrong, and I scold you. Yes, because of the way you are behaving, you might just like, hey, I better look over, go sit down, get out. You will not even acknowledge what I'm telling you. Then you go the next 20 minutes and you do the same thing. Somebody else also scold you again. You understand? You like, what is the word now? Why did I beg go sit down, Jare? Not the mess up. Then another 1 hour or the next day, somebody also scold you again for like 3 times or 4 times. You will not check yourself. What's happening? Like everybody just telling me this, like I have to check myself. You understand? So psychologically, it's easy if we are constantly reminding ourselves, yeah, look, even if they are misbehaving, continue, always putting it to them all the time. Before you know, I think the thing will just start changing. They will tell you, I beg you, Nadama go chop, Nadama go chop. Yes, they will always resist because they've been in this system for quite a number of years right now. Yes, the down go chop. I beg this my small Gary where the is. I beg I know me couple society. Yes, they will always tell you that. But I think consistency in reminding them, telling them, making them to see, the change will definitely start. It's just a psychological thing,
But can I
for
say
me, that's
something?
what I
Can I say
Thank you,
something?
Loco. Let me hold on, because I have to go. I want to just reinforce what he said. But when I went home and people were, I met people who were basically saying, few people, that what we were saying on platforms like this were the only things giving them hope. And I told you guys that last Saturday I wasn't here because I went to a funeral, and I met a lot of people, and the ideas that we share here, let's say 400 people are watching now. There's an idea that can come up from any of us here.
Mm-hmm.
They will take it to the next 400 people. Just think about 400 people will talk to one person or two.
Multiply.
With that idea, maybe forefathers' idea or KJ's idea, and it goes. That's how we reinforce what Loco is saying. We have to get people to get to the point where they will understand something like conflict of interest. The fact that the Chief Justice of the Federation obviously didn't care about it, whether he didn't read it in law school or what, I don't know. But we get to the point, if we can tell 400 people and they tell 400 people each, it spreads. It gets to the point where people will say, we have that critical mass to force a change. But until that time, if you don't have that critical mass, you'll be the only one talking in a village. Have people from universities and saying, oh, what you just said, I tried to say this, but they will shut me down because so it matters. And I think we are contributing to something, despite the way it looks like we are just wasting time and shouting at each other. But at the end, people go home, based on what feedback I got, people go home and think about it. Why is it that KJ was always talking like this? Maybe, they will be the ones saying this. I'm not the one saying it to them. Maybe because of this, maybe. So it's making impact. And I thank all of you for coming today. I thank those on the comment section. And tomorrow we are going to have a guest who will join us and we talk about Buddhism and all the other things, Eastern religion, and what we're getting wrong in our own approach. So thank you, guys. I will hand it over to forefathers to take it up. And I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Yeah, who is next? It's not Wale clearly.
That's your own.
A different topic. I think there's another topic that happened. What's the next topic?
To speak now.
Is it me that's next, forefathers?
Who is next?
Me.
But it's Exero now. It's me that I'm supposed to talk
Guys,
now.
follow up. I want to add to what Loco said. Can I add to what Loco said?
Should I?
Okay, you can just add to it, then Exero. Make it brief, then Exero, because it's his turn, you see.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm also thinking, as we are thinking of how we can make the people in Nigeria to effect change in Nigeria, can we also start thinking of how we can effect change where we are? All these things that are doing in the embassies, making it difficult for Nigerians abroad to access what should be easy for them to access. Why can't us start seeing how we can make that impact and make them to understand that it shouldn't be business as usual going forward? At least that's something we can do without relying on people in Nigeria, because it's become a norm over the years. And any ambassador coming to any countries believe that is an opportunity to come and export Nigerians abroad. You know?
That's true. The question is, what do you do? Because I know that Nigerians used to protest in front of embassies, and how we have to have a strategy.
Yeah, we can
to
have a
actually.
strategy. We can begin to plant people, go request for such things, plant a video camera on yourself, record the conversation, record the person's face. They won't even know that you're the one.
But
Yeah,
for me, the day I will confront anybody that probably maybe that situation passport level here, and they will like do Jesus Christ. Maybe that is send me go Nigeria, because like I will just that video that came out, that female custom officer that was demanding 5,000 naira. I was like, well, when I was coming back, I didn't experience something like that. But I was just I deeply saying that maybe that boy, what I for you to do my eyes see. That boy was too lenient. I swear to God. What I for you to do my eyes see. Either I will not travel that day, or something else will happen. As like there would have been a drastic change for people to know. It's not everybody on the airport you just mess with. As I use money to do example, I don't care what it will cost me, because like I don't understand. Somebody is leaving your country. What do you concern what they carry more for the country? Not be what they enter the country, not be your business.
They don't know. You can't tell them that. If you tell them that, they'll get crossed.
Wait, Loco, you are saying you take her do example. How? Please let me know so I can.
Even now, he will find out that his life.
Look, let me tell you something. Somebody said something about the police force a while ago. Do you know that in 2002, I was traveling from Lagos with some friends. Then, within that, we've passed Bini.
That's of us here today.
That's true. That's true. Let's allow these the newcomers speak,
people
please.
stopped us,
And
we are not claiming that we're not gonna give bribe and stuff like that.
Try to keep it brief.
This guy insisted that they have to take us to the station. You know that they drove us down in the middle of nowhere. They now stop
before
and say that this is what we're going to give them. We don't give it to them, that they're going to shoot us here. And if you know that area, very, very deserted, and it's about, the night have already come. All I'm saying is that.
Thank you. You know, people are waiting before they start getting cross, and Xero is not happy. He gave you a bit of turn and you are running with it. So Xero, what do we do to stop this wasteful culture of ours? Because with the little we have, even the one we spend with corruption, we still waste it anyway. Sometimes even if you are corrupt, you are spending efficiently building houses for yourself and your side chicks. But we just waste some money for no just reason, like going to party in a stadium. What good is that? I guess the people that work at the stadium will get paid, but thousands of people are just there wasting their time.
So
when they could be doing other things.
Yeah, the problems are there. The problems are numerous, and wastefulness is one of them. And then one thing that makes these problems very, 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 very serious and they need to be stopped is that in 50 years' time or 100 years' time, when our own children want to do things and they are confused and they don't know how to do it, they will now ask themselves, okay, let's look back at how our forebears did it. And they will come to the chapter of people like this and say, okay, this is how they are spending money. Okay, that means so. You see how a mistake continues from generation to generation, because the people, we today, we are going to be forebearers of people of tomorrow, and they are wasting our tomorrow. They are wasting money anyhow. If tomorrow there's still a country and the children who became leaders want to do something, they would say, oh, they are confused, they don't know how to do it. They will look back at how their forefathers did it, and they will continue. But we were arguing earlier today, and we were all on you that it all depends on how angry you are. If you're angry enough, the society will turn you into a monster. And that is the situation that happened to the likes of Nnamdi Kanu. You can't be suffering, you can't see the kind of poverty around, and a few people are wasting the resources, and it doesn't touch you. And you tell me, yeah, you are a human being, that this kind of pain doesn't touch you.
Well, let me ask you. Yeah, sorry. Do you think we should, like, especially the diasporans that always like to build mansions and houses? Do you think they should start channeling into investment in areas that are more productive for the Nigerian state?
I don't have to advise anybody, because me personally,
like who?
Personally,
like in tech, in manufacturing, agriculture.
Listen,
you know, those
personally,
areas
I
that
have
start
lost
stimulating our own exports.
Personally, I've lost money in that country because you think you are smart because you are diaspora. Okay, you not just get some capital and start the business and then employ these few people there, pay them some peanuts, and then they start working hard. It doesn't work that way. The country, the system is not operating for you. The system is a leech, it's a parasite. It doesn't care whether you are profiting or not. It's rent seeking. And the people you claim, the people who are suffering at the same time will dupe you, because the system has paralyzed all their senses of morality.
Survivor.
Yes. That even the one you are paying them as salary is not enough. Everybody just wants to dip their hand. At the end of the day, one of them might
it's
even
quite merciless. It's quite merciless.
It's a merciless system.
That's why
They
I said
keep dipping
Nigerians
their
are not
hands.
poor. Nigerians are not poor. They are greedy.
They're greedy, you know.
They're not poor,
They keep dipping their hands into your pocket, and at the end of the day, one of them might just decide to take the bull by the horn, just organize somebody to kidnap you. So,
and this is the problem now, isn't it? Because you have a situation whereby people are engaged in unproductive activities everywhere.
For years. Yes.
And it leads to a problem where we cannot create and develop.
Skit makers.
It takes a really serious country to put a country together and hold it together for as long as 10, 20 and generations after. That's why some leaders, when they start getting it right, like the likes of China, they don't want to leave power anymore, because they know that everything they put together will fall again. And I will always ask this question: if democracy is truly for us? I'm not saying it's not good, but I'm just saying it's bigger than what we discussed here.
You may have a point, but let me ask you one more question, because you know, all these things is from things I see online. So I want to be asking fellow Nigerians these questions. Like, when I watched the road, somebody showed us a video here once where the roads, trailers were toppled over. The road was so terrible. And I asked myself, if people just had a kind of whip round and got some money together, they can go and hire a trailer to carry granite and pour onto that road, and that will be the end of it. You don't have to wait for federal government to deal with it. But yet somehow nobody does. Yes, and this is happening all over our roads.
There's a reason for that.
You are oversimplifying it.
Because I ask myself, maybe all we have to do is organize ourselves, but we don't seem to ever do that.
No, hold on. Should I tell you the reason? Right?
Why?
Look for this. In some projects in Nigeria, right? Maybe World Bank or whatever project, is always World Bank do not do the project 100%. There's always a counterpart funding, right? So if you really want to come up to say yes, you want to put your resources together to ameliorate some certain stuff that is the government's responsibility, you can only do that when you know that the tax you are paying is also being used by the government. But when you see that your tax is being consumed and embezzled by government, you only resist you to like, am I crazy to go and spend my own money again to put for grand where I pay my tax whatever. So
yeah, but you are the one that is not going to be able to drive through the road.
See, you're still not getting the point. Sometimes it's sometimes anger. You understand? So like, no, because if you keep doing this thing, you are now encouraging the government not to even carry out the responsibility anymore.
I get that
Because they
argument.
say
I
like
really
the
do.
government will like leave them by the time the rest of our rich, they go do and leave them. So
it's not even as
it's like
simple as
a bit of
So we
mixed
want to
feelings.
shame the government with how
it's,
bad the road is for
no,
them to fix it.
forefather, it's not even
Yeah,
like that.
These people, they don't have shame.
That is where
Don't worry.
journalists have to come in. People like the KJ. That's where they come in and relentlessly you do this stuff, because sometimes they may
So
think
if they
yes,
write
they
it,
are doing
if
it, and
if
there's
they
no.
write about it, the government will they start doing it.
And that's what I'm
You
saying.
don't know
Because
it's like you don't know the degree of shamelessness in Nigerian government.
no, see, they lie. They get shame. Let me tell you the truth.
Look,
Are
You
you
know
sure?
why I
Are
say they
you
have
sure?
shame?
With the roads we have in
No,
Nigeria,
I'm not saying they have shame.
Look, you can't
Because
even put those granites on that
tippers
road.
are tipped over. I was watching it on TV too.
Look, is
They
that
don't have
bad?
shame.
Let me
Can't
tell
even
you, let me tell you
add granite
what happens in
on that road.
Nigerian road. You know that some of those potholes you see there, some boys during the daytime, they will come, they will fill it up,
and
they'll be taking tolls, tiny, small money.
They
At the end of the day, they will dig it out again. They must eat. There is
No,
too
I don't.
much
But
hunger.
I don't know about that, child. But I know the feel it. I don't know about digging it out
You
again.
don't see something.
Yeah, I thought about that too. That
You never
people
see something.
sabotage
Look,
it
you have
because
never
there is
seen
trade
people
that is
digging a
happening
road
when the
as
road
they're
is
traveling.
sabotaged.
You're not
Yeah,
seeing people
there's
digging a
trade.
road as they're traveling.
No, now
People,
police will not trust. Maybe if it's
what
for police,
the road pass? You have not seen.
Sometimes
You have not
some local
seen
people
any of
can do
them.
that.
no, if it's for police, me police say police dig road, yeah. Me
Not
police they dig
police,
road.
not police. People,
Not police.
normal people.
People,
Yes, normal people. They will
because
break the road,
they'll get
and when you get there,
business.
you have to stop and give them money. Okay.
But if he's hold on, see, if he's why I don't believe that, if it's earth road, I may say okay, but for third road, right, they do it overnight and whatever. But regardless, even if they start the digging and it's bad, but not to that deplorable state that it now becomes an eyesore, and the government will lock up like nothing they happen. Even
They,
if people talk
they
about
normally
radio
lock
for
up.
television.
They normally lock up.
There
And
should
in fact,
there should be an organization that is sorry X0, and it's still your this thing. There should be an organization that should be going around. If whenever they see these things, even before they commission people to tar the road again, they pour granite there and just allow cars to keep flowing.
Yeah, which people? The people that hold on, see, look, there's Ministry of Works, right? That's supposed to be all these things, and there's also road maintenance agency. You understand? So you are like, so if there's no money for capital projects for Ministry of Works, there's also a palliative which is put in place for road maintenance agency like FEMA. They come in place and do all those stuff. So you still have those things there, and both them they don't do them. So sometimes we like
they are not doing it.
Exactly. So why am I going to take my own resources when I've reached me the job? Go to do
Because it's your road. I worry that when I watch the people, the trailer is full, and some of them Dangote trailer is there, all kinds of people's trailer is there, and it's like it looks like they are not organized. Or sometimes you have to take your this thing because in the end you are not doing business, and this useless government they are not doing their job.
Let me tell you what Nigeria is.
People are not calling people
because
out.
To build the road, to build the road is not all that there is. To build a road, you have to have a 10 years plan of maintenance. They do it over here even. Because sometimes you see that they've started redoing a road that is still good. That's because they have a 10 years plan or a 5 years plan on the road. Here, if you go and build a road, the road will still spoil. So now you got to maintain them every time. There are some people who do electric poles and they'll just connect to their whole street. That one is easy. But to build a road, you know how much it is? It's your capital. And then when you know that, when you build the one that's in front of your home, and will you be driving your car all in front of your home?
Exactly. You don't. So, and here, people, the local governments should help here too, because you go to some areas, their roads are better than other areas in Western societies. It tells you that the local areas have influence in terms of the investment they pour into their areas, and that's why I'm asking, how can these people just stand around? Like one of them was, let me just say, one of them was on TV saying, I just called my boss that I've been here for 2 days. It's like 2 days, you guys could organize yourself and get that road out of this thing. It's like we have to learn to help ourselves sometimes.
You didn't answer the question somebody asked you.
Assuming you are traveling from Lagos to Benin, so you organize people, do the one for around Lagos side. Then you reach
the one for who want to do that one? The one for near Benin, who want to do that one?
No, the people that are stuck there are the ones that it's not only one person that should do it too.
Let me even shock you.
Everybody that is there stuck there should do it.
Let's leave all those things.
Why are you giving people government responsibility?
I'm not giving them. It just seems like they are stuck there. The government is not going to pay them compensation.
Why do we have government again?
They get money for
individual provide security for himself.
See,
Steph, provide water for himself.
Sorry,
provide housing for himself.
Steph, I agree with you. Government is responsible, but what are you going to do? Are you going to just sit there? You got market to get to. Your trailer is stuck in poto, whatever they call it. You're just stuck in there. You're not going anywhere.
Father, what's your point? Are you saying the people should be building roads?
No, I'm saying that the people should pour granite there. So that they can get on instead of staying there for 2 days because they have money to make.
How many grenades can you pour on the full Nigerian road that you are passing?
Lagos,
from Ibadan to Benin.
The people that got stuck can organize themselves.
How long will it last?
It's not going to last very long. The idea is, I get what you are saying, but if you don't, sooner or later you have to take responsibility for yourself because you have business.
Fathers. This line of thought, do you know where it will end?
I'm telling you.
No, I understand.
Do you know the reason why people get so angry when police stop them on the road? Because they feel that there's no government. That is, they're not feeling that there's government. That is, they don't feel that it's reasonable for police to stop you. What are they doing for me? Then reach to the extent that that same individual is now providing road for himself too. That's anarchy now.
We provide borehole water for ourselves. Why are we stopping there? We provide security by a burglary proof for ourselves. Why are we stopping there? Why do we?
Imagine I can't carry.
What else have you got?
Imagine I can't carry granite. I can't put on for road. Then that's a road I can't pass tomorrow. Police will come stop for them. You can't stop me. They ask me questions.
Collect money from you.
I don't bluff.
Let me even tell you what's worse. Let me tell you what is worse. What is worse is that the government that should be doing this road, they have resigned to fate. They themselves are saying, can't you see that the road is bad? So they now have to buy themselves SUV so that they can be able to move on bad roads. Now that kind of people you won't go build road for.
Some of those roads, no SUV is not going to go past it.
But they are buying Hummers to fly those roads.
Trailer cannot go past it. Some of them is so bad. SUV is not going to make it past it. It's really horrible. It's like you see many trailers everywhere. I feel like there's something missing because any other community that looks at like these people are mad. They will say,
you can say private individuals can build train tracks and make their money with time. Yes, but not roads. Roads will spoil quickly. But train tracks,
let's call it what it is.
You know,
the citizen cannot build road. They don't even have the resources. It's expensive. Here is the problem, right? I know Nigeria. I know we don't have that much money, but what our problem is corruption. I mean, if you manage what we can have standard roads. The other thing, you look at it from the point of all this thing is wickedness. When I say wickedness, I mean it. Before you build a road, they're supposed to like do a proper study. For example, if you are saying Lagos Benin Road, so you can project in 20 years this is the number of cars that will pass it down. You can project even today. You want to build a road, you will project, okay, this is the number of cars we are expecting to be passing this road.
To play the road,
on a daily basis.
Do you see SUV getting past this?
That way. So this road, what is the people. To construct road is very expensive. How many people have the money?
No, so all I'm saying is that you pour granite there. You don't have to construct road just to make it passable.
Cause more trouble by the time everything
goes
down.
Forward us.
It will not
Okay,
stay.
in case you don't know,
Just leave that issue. Leave it.
where the
It's not
Why
gonna
is
work.
granite going to cause problem now?
Forward, hold on now. It's only where it's compacted and stable that you can pour granite.
Yeah.
You understand? If
So-
like this kind of place now, pour granite, it go enter ground, it go swallow one, nothing go
You
happen.
are causing more damage. Yeah. If
You
you
swallow
pour
one, nothing go
granite
happen.
here and it's raining,
Places like this,
before
you
you know.
get to excavate the road, then put
Yeah.
boulders. You
Yeah.
put boulders, what you call boulders. You understand?
Yeah.
Put boulders first. From boulders, then you can put earth, dry earth to come compact first. Before you go to think of all those MC1, MC0, sub base and all that stuff.
I mean,
So my brother, relax.
I'm not so sure, because when they put a little bit of wood there, the stuff goes through. So if I believe that if you put granite there, what is wrong with it? What is this leaf matter? Okay, let me just play this. Let me just play this so we see what's going on.
You know that you can go to prison for doing this road.
They will try now. People do it all the time. They use wood. Look at them now. They use wood all the time to make the road work. And this is a nightmare. If you pour granite, it's going to change the consistency of the soil, which will make it more resistant. Hence, cars are more likely to get through. Yes, it will be swallowed, but it depends on the quantity you pour. 2 tipper load of granite would solve this. At least.
Hold on, now, let me ask you a simple question. Why do you think they put earth on the bottom at a particular depth of road, so that you can maintain, so that you can save cost? You can't do put granite to about like maybe 1 meter depth on the road. It's not. You say in fact your head will cut off first before you won't see the daylight of what you want to do. So you have to compact to get a strong foundation first before you can think of granite.
I get where you're coming from. I'm not talking about so that it is usable. See, this is not long term. This is just passable road. Because if everybody does it,
there's no point. Then why would I waste money, millions, putting something that is just temporary?
not for you now. How much is one tipper?
Even government. Hold on. See, look, forwarders. There's no where is palliative. Palliative is just okay. Let me create alternative route for you. Let me concentrate on this very one and do it properly. That is palliative. But to say, okay, let me just come and program it first, just to the manager. That granite now is like you're putting money in toilets and flushing it out. And which government do not have there's no business, government don't have the time to waste resources. So we just wait, do the right thing once and for all. There's not like palliative, okay, let me come and program it first, the manager first. Till when for what? Whose taxpayers' money are you going to waste like that?
The thing is, I'm not. See, my thing is, it's not necessarily granite. It might be something else, but it just looks a little bit helpless for people to just stand around and no movement. Everything is crippled, and I feel like if foreigners came, Indians came, looked at it, the Chinese will look at us like, what is wrong with these people? They just leave their people place like that.
It's the maintenance question don't happen. I mean, why will you even wait for you to get to that deplorable state? Why? Where you imagine you travel, you sleep, you blend where? Why will you wait for you to get to that deplorable state first before you start to act?
It's not supposed to get to that kind of state. Exactly. I guess the problem is that they don't have. I don't know why nobody has bothered to assign a specific organization that is supposed to do it. They say it's FEMA or something like that.
They have now. It's FEMA now.
But FEMA's role seems to be, their role seems to be fixing the entire road properly, like to standard, not to react to emergencies and just make it usable so that it's passable. This shouldn't be existing. That is what I'm talking about. I'm just saying, just get there, do something that is going to allow the road to function for a bit so that you have more time now to go now.
For us, you see, let me tell you, this road, the road is gone. There's no remedy. What you just do, block the road and do full construction 100%. No, see, palliative here is putting water into baskets. Don't do that. Palliative here is this is like beyond redemption. So the only thing is destroy and rebuild.
But the place they have problem is barely 1 kilometer that they have this problem. So it's not like the entire length of the road. It's specific areas that have them.
Governor, let's leave this topic.
Even if
this
it's
matter, na government matter.
even if it's 1 meter.
You are fond of saying when you don't like topics, you like, let's move on from this topic.
No, even if it's the length of a car, right? Even if it's just a length of one car, not even trailer. Even if that is the length of a car that is as bad as that.
So, for your information, we came to Rivers. We want to see what will happen tomorrow, man. See River this evening.
Oh, so
some of
his men will declare tomorrow. Instead.
Some of his men will declare tomorrow. We move to APC. Wike, we want to see what will happen tomorrow if he will defer to APC too.
He should get that. He should go. He says some of his men will move to APC. Which of some of his men? Who are the men?
His men now. I still have his group now that will move to APC tomorrow.
Which group? Which group do you mean? They have
We've already discussed Wike already. I don't know why we are going back to
his guys now. His guys, like his supporters. Wike still has a structure in Rivers now.
No,
so
hold on first now. Hold on first now. Wait, it says supporters. Which one was past 27? We don't go, or be 20 something. We don't go. Which one was past that one?
There are still many.
Commissioners. The commissioners that have resigned. Commissioners that have resigned. They will go. So see, look.
Hold on. Let me explain to you. Wike still control the structure of. In fact, it's controlling the structure of PDP and APC as we stand today. The senators, they are in his camp. The rep member are in his camp. What we don't know yet, if some of them will stay behind in PDP, if all of them will move to APC.
Okay, now let me tell you one simple thing right now. First thing first, before you are thinking of Senate or House of Rep, you understand? Where you have your stronghold is not the one way happen. So 27 will come out. Now even get level pass all the senator. Senator, they just money they get. You understand? But when it comes to who is closer to the people, now those House of Assembly members, now even get level pass all the senator and
now you go say
listen to me. You listen to me. You listen to listen. You are looking at it from the federal I get level pass. Money plenty, this and that.
Not at all.
Hold on first now. I tell you, like the people will fit even do the dirty game that even closer to the people. Grassroots politics. Now those ones with those 27 guys, now even closer to the people.
Yeah, you have a point. Grassroots,
you understand? So because without those ones, you understand, so all those senators, that's why you understand, man, you get to even want to come play local politics first before you want to go federal. And those as assembly members, now they local. So if at all those ones don't go, the other ones which is coming from House of Assembly or House of Rep members, also now because they get money, they don't know where what will happen there. And trust me, if they go, in general, they are still vacant as normal because we can use the math shit for church before. Say if you move, your seat will declare vacant.
In general, it's just a rock fight for Wike. It's a rock fight. It's not gonna win.
Now losing fights. Now fight we don't lose.
If I were Wike,
it's not losing fight.
See. These politicians, they are different. He thinks he still have he's gonna lose the fight. If I were Wike, he would have behaved like Tinubu in Lagos. When Abode had issue with APC in Lagos, Tinubu controlled the whole structure in Lagos from all the House of Assembly members, local government chairmen. Tinubu could have ordered House of Assembly to impeach Abode. No, he left Abode to complete his 4 years. The only thing he said,
come back again.
You are not coming back.
Case closed.
So Wike would have just be silent and wait for 4 years, play game with the governor, get him out. But now he will fight. He's not gonna win.
He's not lose because the funny thing is this, right? Now,
Nigeria state governors, they are
not even that oneself. No, things are like apart from that oneself, posterity, not for the wicked side, nature, not the wicked side. In fact, the air, River State air, the air in River State is not even happy with Wike because of it took it too far when what he was doing. You
The
understand?
truth is, the only reason you see is Briti at all is because he's a minister in this government. That is the only reason he's
Exactly.
Briti.
Had it been,
If not
they
for
don't give
that,
appointment, they would not follow hand.
yeah, but the other thing is,
let me do some promotion of this thing. Let me first do this bit of promotion.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah. Before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah. Let me put this stuff there. Hold on. Like and share, please, and subscribe. As you can see, the discussions here are quite important. And also go to my channel and subscribe. If you don't, I'm going to come and look for you. And I know where you all live. But the point is, I'm looking to be having some very important conversations. That is not like everything we have anywhere else regarding some ideas. And I think we are going through a period of enlightenment. That's what is happening now. And we need to be having this conversation so that we change our way of perceiving the world. And this is why it looks like we never progress. We keep wondering why things don't work out, because we are not perceiving the world properly. If you look at what happened in the earlier discussions and how people were insulting me and everything, most of the things they were insulting me about I didn't say anything like that. If they were insulting me about what I said, I would have been like, okay, I would have been able to reply. They were insulting me with things I didn't even say. So it tells you we are not perceiving the world right. We get angry, we get in our head and just go at people just because we don't appreciate them. When in reality,
Father, I disagree with you. I think you also have to take a casual look at
I'm trying to promote something. Don't worry, I will come back with it to you. I'm just trying to promote people to subscribe to this channel because we have 330 people watching. I just want to get to 500. I don't want to get 100,000. 500 means that Google will think, oh, this guy's got a good channel. I'm 400 or something right now. So 500 is all I'm trying to get to. Subscribe to the channel, like and share. And obviously subscribe to Dr. Damages, and I hope you all have subscribed because we are looking to get to 100,000. As Dr. Damages said, this is important. We don't do enough of promotion like other people. I've seen cases where people host your channel, 500 people watching, 300 people will do like immediately while they are watching it. So we need to be having some conversations, important conversations, and that's what I'm looking to do. And I'm glad some of the conversation that is happening here. Some days is tougher way to shed light on things, but most of the time I actually am proud of the way people conduct themselves here, so it's just one of those things. All right, so let me allow everybody to carry on with their conversations. Xero was the one that it was your turn. Have you finished what you were saying? You are muted. You are still muted.
Sorry, we were talking about wastages. The entire system has to go down. How it's going to be done is still left for us to decide. But you see, this system, it has to go. The same system that has enslaved those who are inside the country is also affecting us who are outside. We cannot live outside. We are made for that weather, that climate in Africa. We're not made for this snow. That's why sometimes you have pains during winter because your vitamin D is depleting. You need to go and take some of the vitamin D. We were made for our weather. That's why our forefathers lived in those places. But look at what's happening. And who says slavery is ended? I beg your pardon. They just changed the name of the game to neocolonialism. All the leaders in Africa, are allies to one Western power or the other. None is independent. Why is that? That's because that's a new slavery. They cannot continue the way it used to be, so they changed the game. That's why your resources you are selling at cheap rate. That's why they are putting that pipeline from Nigeria all the way to Europe to get cheap. They want to price you out, buy all your resources at cheap rate. And your leaders, the criminals, are letting them do this because what they care about is the one they can take and put in their pocket. Look at your leaders. Look at all of them. They went to COP to go and beg.
Constantly.
To go and beg. Look at them. Look at them. They don't even know how to beg.
But why are they not listening to their people?
They cannot. They are just criminals. That's what I'm telling you. They need the quick one they can put in their pocket. You give them more loan, they share it and put it in their pocket. And just like people that can never get satisfied. Just yesterday, we were talking about somebody stole 200 billion. This is like a competition. And everyone say, you stole 200 billion, I'm stealing 400. Before you know it, these people will steal $1 trillion one day and nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. This system has to go down. When we come here, we discuss it like, it's nothing. Look, we are finished. You guys don't know the seriousness with which we have to be taking this thing. We are finished. Look all over Africa. Just tell me one leader that doesn't have an ally, that doesn't have somebody he's bowing down to. Tell me. Your resources. Yeah. Look, let me even shock you. The Congo that they are taking the cobalt from to make the batteries all over Europe and America now. That country is just enjoying its period of grace now. After a while, when they've taken enough resources, they will slow it down again. That means money will not be coming to the rebels and the other group. That means they will go back to that's if they are suffering now, the kind of suffering they will be suffering later. You will not be able to imagine it. Look at what they've done to that country. Look at Nigeria. They are putting pipeline. We didn't even know when the deal was done. They are putting pipeline already, stretching it from Africa to Europe. From your corrupt country. You didn't even know about that.
What do you mean they don't know about it? What do you mean the stretching pipeline from Africa to Europe? What are you talking about?
No, the deal, nobody knew when the deal was going on until the deal is the pipeline was already stretching just to pass through Niger before there was a...
What do you mean nobody knows? Are you supposed to know?
I don't understand. The transatlantic pipe is being...
That's what I'm right.
I don't mean nobody knows
I
about
probably
it.
meant that people don't talk about it's not in people's consciousness about what is going on.
And exactly, and apart from that, not even that we don't know. We don't know the deal. What is the deal? What is the Congo to exchange? Yes,
but you can read about it.
This kind of deals, this kind of things have made known. Because you'll be able to read, you say, you see the exchange, you say, this is what...
Price pipeline is well known. It's you that did not know.
It is well known. I'm not saying it's not well known, bro. The news is well known. The project is well known. But the deal itself, we don't know the details of the deal. We don't know
government. You have a representative. They discuss that. It's not.
But these deals this kind of deals are not just left on government tables. There are deals that are public.
See the way the way it's supposed to be ideally, right? There are stuff that normally don't make headlines, right? While there are stuff that is not supposed to make the news, it's just there for security reasons. But why you are angry right now is because what you are supposed to get when it comes to crude, you're not getting it.
You're not getting it exactly.
And you are angry that we see what we are blessed with stuff.
Even the little that is going to come.
Hold up. We are blessed with stuff that we are suffering from, and yet you are still taking lots of these resources, tapping it outside. You understand? Meanwhile, you are supposed to think of we don't even have enough, and yet we are taking it outside. But the truth is, we have enough, right? The enough is supposed to go, is there to go around for everybody. There's an attempt, deliberate and calculated attempt for it not to go around so that we will be who we are, so that we will be where we are, so that we will always be as in one thing. Meanwhile, we have abundance. So it's an attempt. So the thing is, that's why your government is doing what they are doing, because they are puppets to puppeteers.
Thank you.
You get
Thank
my
you.
point?
That's what I'm
So
saying.
the truth is
And
that they
apart from
know
that,
to say that because on a very good day, we don't have lights in Nigeria, 247 electricity. So you have no business even giving lights to other countries.
to other country, to Niger.
You understand? So that's just to tell you, look, like doing all those things is normal. The pipeline, whatever, the crude oil, wherever, because we will sell, we have so we can sell instead of shipping through sea or whatever. If it's costly, we can just put a pipe, you understand, open the tap, pump to you. This is the amount, metered one that is metered, instead of us to be giving you through sea vessels that is not accounted for. You understand? From the pipe, it can be metered. They will know who we are tapping to, who we are giving to.
Thank
The time
you.
we say to you, we give
Thank
the
you,
amount.
Fumi.
So
Thank you, Fumi.
those is not even the issue. You understand? Those are not the issue. Those are not. It's a good thing normally. The problem is because we are suffering from, we are lacking what we are blessed with. That's why you are complaining.
Thank you. Thank you. Is that
It's
not
not bad.
enough? Is that not enough for us to sink this system? Look at Niger. Immediately this military junta took over. You know, he changed the price of what is that product again? The yellow cake. He changed the price from 2 cents to $200 per kg. You see, that is a person who understands to a certain degree what his country is facing.
No,
These are the kind of details you need
the
to
truth
be
is
getting.
that the current amount, the current price for that, is it olefin or what do you call it? Like, that is the current price. You understand? But the agreement they've had since independence with
France.
Niger, you understand, and France is, or most francophone country with France is, they are the one who determines the price, and they have the right of first
refusal. Yes.
They say listen to me. They are the one who determine the price. If you have any natural resources in your country, okay, you first of all go and tell France first before you even announce it to your own country.
Yes.
You tell France first. France will now come and see what they want to do with it until they decide to say, "Oh, we don't need it," before you are allowed to go and do whatever you want to do with it. You understand? That's right of first refusal, and they are the one who determines how much you should sell, and you sell to them.
And they think that we are. Then are we supposed to progress with this type of arrangement?
Yes, and then let me even ask you.
We'll never progress.
This is Niger. This is Niger, a small country of about how many million people? Now look at Nigeria. Apart from the human resources, that's the number of human beings in that country, over 200 million. Now you can count how many states you have and count all the resources that the states are blessed with. This country has limestone with which you make cement. This country has gold. This country has everything. So I'm just saying the number.
We don't have uranium. We don't have uranium.
We may have some in
if we are that close to Niger,
maybe not enough. Maybe not enough.
I think we have some.
If it is because of the close proximity with them, there's possibility. But maybe not.
And
maybe
one
not
thing
of,
again,
not
I was doing a research.
If we don't have some, we can always dig a Hamas tunnel all the way from Nigeria to Niger and get it into Nigeria. You know, it's underground. It's not illegal.
But Fofana, I was doing a research. I was doing a research about African states that will be affected by. In fact, no, I saw the story actually. African states or countries that will be affected by the current energy change from petroleum to battery-powered green energy. Nigeria was the first on the list, and they showed Nigerian facilities, and they showed how Nigeria is number one crude oil country in Africa, and they showed the gas flaring. Hi, I put my hand in my head like this. Gas flaring. You know that gas, that's what the whole of Europe, that's why the economy of Europe is down now because of gas, and we have been wasting it in Nigeria.
I think we know we are in a very, very terrible state, and we know that the leaders are compromised, whether consciously or unconsciously, wittingly or unwittingly. And the question now is, how do we change them? Is it true? Because I think if you don't change people, you don't have any hope. The people have to become conscious that when their government wants to buy foreign cars, that is not good. When their government are not discouraging use of foreign currency, that is against them. When their governments are always going to foreign capitals, only one foreign capital constantly, they should know that that is against them. There are so many areas. You have to sensitize them to understand that they are worthy of this world. But right now, we are not being represented at all. That's why we suffer everywhere we go. And I think that's where we need to get to. And if anybody's watching this, we have 300 people watching this. That's the message you want to take on, that we have a right to be in this world. Currently, we are in this world, but they are the ones calling the shots. We don't control anything. It's like being part of a club when you don't even have any power at all. Everybody else is doing everything. And whenever they like, they can kick you out. So you have to understand that these leaders, if they are not encouraging the use of your own currency and encouraging foreign currency, that is bad leadership. If they want foreigners to come and save us all the time, bad leadership. If they always want not use for their own locally manufactured goods, bad. If they don't want to protect you, bad leadership. And right now, all these leaders, they are all doing them. You have to oppose them any way you can. Even if it's through discussion, even simple discussion you're having with somebody, you can tell them, you know what, that is not the way to think. Why are they buying foreign cars? That little thing matters, because when you say that, then that person will carry it on and tell to the next person. And the ministers and all those people, they will find that their environment, the water they are swimming in, is changing. And when they find out that the water they are swimming in is changing, they too have to change. Otherwise, sooner or later, that water will turn into sharks for them. Because they will kick them out and put the people that are willing to buy Nigerian-made cars. If you go to like Germany now, can you imagine their leader wanting to use a Chinese car? People will lose their mind. Like, what are you doing? You know,
that's why I told you these guys are shameless, and there's nothing you can do to shame this current crop of politicians in Africa.
The people have to change to shame them, because, like I said, if you did that in Germany, the people will shame you. It will cost you if you try to do that in Germany, or you try to do that in UK. So the people have to change to shame them, because I saw one of the government officials was like, why should we use Nigerian cars? We should use poorly made cars for. It's like, don't you understand? If you use it, tomorrow they will get better and better and better, and we'll start selling. We have a big market. We can sell it in Africa. You don't even need the Igbo people.
Toyota Camry, when it came out first, very ugly nonsense motor. Same to Ikea. But today, we are there.
I see. I mentioned German cars, and this guy is here. The German, the Blackstone is here. We mentioned German cars.
I just keep my sympathize with you.
The German car chancellor.
I said Blackstone. I said my cost sympathize with you.
Who blast us? Who blast us?
Okay, you're just insulting me left and right. There was no point when people get like that. You know, it's not based on the.
You talk Obi matter or Kanu matter.
Yeah, Kanu. It was Kanu.
Okay. It's normal. It's normal. Either of you.
It's normal. If you say it's about Kanu, you hate all Igbo people. It's like ridiculous.
We have uranium in Nigeria. Nigeria has uranium.
Of course,
yeah, we do.
Definitely.
Yeah. We have uranium in Nigeria.
Definitely. You see, if I find out in the next couple of years or 5 years, our Nigerian leaders have not even bothered to use uranium for anything, I'm telling you, man, they probably all deserve to be shot. They all deserve to be shot. All these current leaders deserve to be shot.
Look, you go and take over.
The truth is simple.
They deserve, because they can't leave our people like this without protection.
The truth is simple.
Forefathers, see,
they don't enter our head. They've entered our head.
Sorry, local. Can I?
Right?
Sorry. I think we are ignoring basic facts. we're ignoring
Put your
basic facts
camera
from
on.
everything.
No, put your camera on, my friend. Stop talking.
From everything that has been
Olumide, put your
discussed.
Put your
camera
camera
on.
on.
So from everything that has been discussed,
Eh?
everything that has been discussed all day, the basic thing is that we are not going anywhere until the people barring the sitting down and looking at the constitution to see where we can retweak things, until people are able to elect the people they want.
Maska.
So that is what
Master
now
is
they're thinking
following
of.
me.
I hear that they are thinking of 2027. They are thinking of coming back and putting themselves again, imposing themselves on the people in 2027. How are we going to elect? See, all this change won't take place until you fix that. All of this is just look, for instance, what will solve the rivers problem is I don't sympathize with Fubara. I don't. Obviously, nobody. The only place where Godfatherism takes place is in Nigeria. I mean, Godfatherism is a balance in the mafioso world. They don't use it anywhere else in the world. Not in the West or any. It's a. So these people are not beholding. Even if Wike at the end gives Fubara space, Fubara will also want to impose himself and get what he can get and install the next person after him after his 8 years. So all this nonsense has to stop. We want people who are beholden to the people, not to a particular set of people.
Yeah, but is
All
it
this
not the
change,
people that are going to make them beholden? I think the people have a part to play, not necessarily by protesting, but just by opinion-based discussions. Because
forefathers. See, the people have, like I always say, they've tried, they've done their part, they did the PVC, they looked at their vote, they did everything, but Nigerian institutions have failed them time and time again.
Are you saying they tried? This is the lowest turnout in polls, and at the same time, the election itself, the election itself, the people went and took money.
Cards that were thrown into soccer waste, that were thrown into bushes.
Olumide, my point is that the people went and took money. Yes, they are starving. They took money. You have to change the mindset so that they also know what they are losing when they do that.
How many people took money? How many people voted?
From Delta State.
We are saying that let the beavers count.
Akpabio, trust me, when it comes to politics, politics and maybe the way to live or whatever. I don't know, maybe it's the oil thing, no. If you've been there or stayed there, not visit the state there, their mentality of politics is different.
Where?
Because everything you are talking about, forefathers,
Olumide, you are just interrupting him now.
Using the resources to benefit the people.
From
using the resources to benefit the people.
Olumide, stop interrupting now. Come on.
Drive your drive now. Drive your drive. True. So as I was saying, he's even driving safe. You're not supposed to be on the platform where you're
Don't mind him. That no wonder I turn the camera off.
Yeah, exactly.
This Olumide like to break rules.
So exactly, move on. Maybe back first. So like I said, if you've been the Delta State, right, maybe I can say get 50%, but the whole of Bayelsa, River States, Cross River, and Akpabio, the way they run policies there, the mentality of how policies is done is different.
I think there's some truth there because those two states seem to be very stable.
I've stayed there. I've lived with you guys. It's different.
Bro, Loco P, please let me just ask you a question. You said you stayed there. Do you agree with me that most of those places, their waters, their lands have been polluted? Because I have somebody who went to do research over
like
there.
I said, hold on, land polluted. I think the way they do policies there, that's what I said. The way they do policies there, I say is different from the way you and I think policies should be played. You understand? Politics is a game of maybe you lobby this and that, but sometimes there are people who just they just decide to turn their eyes, as in turn blind eye to the truth. They don't care. All they just believe is
can I ask you though? Can I ask? Do you think Cameroon is rubbing off on them just like Benin Republic is rubbing off on the southwest. No, the reason why I'm saying that is because it appears those cultures are more docile. They are more settled.
Cameroon just cross border from Akwa Ibom straight to the Port Harcourt or Bayelsa. No, no.
That's what I mean. I mean, it may be affecting their behavior because Akwa Ibom, River State is not connected to Cameroon. It's Akwa Ibom or Cross River.
Exactly.
And yeah, these two are so docile.
But see, hold on, but see River State. See how River State do their politics. See Bayelsa. As in, there's nothing you will tell those people. Like, okay, no, calm down. It's just like the hard way, the only way. Like, they just tell you anything you talk is pipeline. Because most of them don't travel. Most of them is
maybe
just
it's the oil now. Maybe the oil too is not helping.
Now. Maybe I don't know it's because most of them don't travel. The only ones that have traveled is those that are like, oh, maybe on school, kind of more from that region. Go like Unilag, Abuja, Uniben, or whatever.
Local thing that what I think that they don't care. So whatever.
No, hold on. It's not that they don't care. It's what they know. It's what they've been trained with. Okay, like when I went to Bayelsa, right? I don't believe say Bayelsa was even part of River State. Even when they shared you after what they just create Bayelsa, when they were there, I don't believe say those people. The way they were reasoning, that mentality, I don't believe they were once part of River State. The way they think, like, you're the one that, like, people will come, say, like, can't you just, like,
hold on. How do they think? What are you actually saying? Because Bayelsa is a bit different from Akwa Ibom, from what you're saying. So, what is the difference?
I said River State. I said,
okay, because you talked about Akwa Ibom and Cross River.
No, I said, look, you're listening. I said from Akwa Ibom, which is the last, from South, straight to Delta State. Let me say part of Delta, because I won't say, but Delta see join Edo side, go west and there. But the way they reason do their politics, the way they think of how politics should be done, how sometimes calmness, not violent, just use brain work, smartness, just understand without violence. Like for those guys, it's not like that for them. It's like I said, it's like the hard way, the only way.
In Bayelsa.
No, it's all of them. But
you mean in Akwa Ibom too?
When I said Bayelsa, hold on. When I said Bayelsa, I said if you go Bayelsa, you will not believe like how there is a place like Port Harcourt that was once beautiful city, then garden, there everything just day like that. How the people for Bayelsa, how they behave like say they not fed John River State before, from the way of thinking, politics. I later discovered that many of them they were not traveling. Many of them were just there, not doing anything. So they just believe like white men come there those days. So now the next civilization day. You understand? Nothing going out of those regions. It's just there, and the money is also there. So everything they want to just grow up. Even they not even go school. They just believe one day they'll end up in oil company, working as labor, and whatever you talk, everything they pipeline. And even if you come from outside, maybe like from Lagos or whatever Western state, and try to tell them like, look, come, like in Lagos, just calm down, it's brain or whatever. They will tell you if it's better for your state, why you come here also. Like live and me, now so we like and me, now so they just like, and if you talk any yourself, the people enter you, like play, they don't enter you. 1, 2, 3, just mob you. Now so their life, that's what their way just be. So but it's taking time. Like even in this last election, they did in what's it called Bayelsa. There was one candidate now, though my guy shout, but one candidate like when they ask a question like, why would you guys behaving like that? He said in Bayelsa with a bit a governorship candidate telling people that
the Labour Party guy,
my guy, we both be together. So when I was supporting the guy, I wanted to bring it. I thought Rudolph about the guy. I wanted to bring him to the platform to come and talk like that. So when I was okay, he tell me okay, no one. With Rudolph, say we'll come. Say I'll bring and come here. More say grill and more ask questions. But when I got the interview,
do you think that what you are seeing? Do you think that what you are seeing may be a vestige of the this in rebellion, or what do they call it?
Like that, it has always been
the stuff that happened in the early 2000s, because there was this militant movement in the early 2000s. I've forgotten what they are called.
No, That
But
is how white
it was the lifestyle. It was the lifestyle that
It's
got
still
that,
the lifestyle,
that begat
but
that
yeah,
militancy.
was
I don't recognize
how
that
I
what you are
them.
describing, because when I grew up in Port Harcourt, I didn't see them as very hostile people.
No, where you stay? Port Harcourt.
For PhD,
Yes,
main
what's the area?
Borokiri area now.
Borokiri.
Baba, let me tell you.
Those areas.
Go LMS. Go Ogoni.
Those ones are the best. Ogoni is not Port Harcourt now. What are you talking about? Ogoni is people.
No, you should also that you call place like where see. I will tell you, somebody did LMS grow up, don't reach almost 50 years. He never fly compass LMS Junction, reach Port Harcourt. You don't know where it is. You know where Port Harcourt.
LMA is Port Harcourt now. It's just a part of Port Harcourt, isn't it?
No, I tell you, somebody did LMA. He grew up in LMA. He never reached Port Harcourt as a Port Harcourt city. GRA. Say, just look at me, make I see move. Make I just see moves, just relocate or just goes.
How did that person survive? Because we move around.
Exactly.
I all the way from Borokri, I go to Bori Camp. So those areas are well within.
Because hold on. See, I'm telling you, not the reverse person. You're not a Port Harcourt person.
What is wrong with you? You see what he's saying now? What kind of year talk is that?
I just told you where he came from. It's from there. Now, wow.
We crisscross Port Harcourt anyhow.
He didn't say he stayed there.
I stayed there.
He said he grew up there. He said he was growing up there.
I grew up in PH now.
You go to PH.
What are we actually arguing about?
No, because the culture of the South and the Bayelsa, that's what we were talking about.
Why are those like that? That's
because I don't recognize it. It's changed. Something happened after in the early 2000s. I think maybe what he's describing is a kind of remnant of what happened, the uprising that happened when they were kidnapping Oyibo people and fighting the Nigerian military. So that kind of rebellion that happened during that time, maybe that's what you are seeing now. Because when I was growing up, that's not how they were. They were very friendly people, easygoing. That's why they call it Garden City. It was a nice area. But it's changed. I can assure you it's changed.
Because that time, white men food there now. White men food there.
Yeah, no, they are worried about getting kidnapped now. That will teach them.
Welcome.
Are you welcoming Masca?
I
think this guy was the Blackstone or Masca. Who came in first?
No,
Blackstone. Let's just choose who we like most. I was joking. Blackstone, are you worried you're going to lose the election? Go ahead, Blackstone.
Masca's my brother now. You can speak. Masca's my brother.
No more election.
Blackstone, you are my brother. You speak first.
Oh, in fact, Masca, I don't even know what they're talking about. So
Blackstone, gentleman. Return it back to him.
No, I don't even know what they're talking about the tribe and everything.
I think we are talking about the main topic was more what I shifted it to is there better ways for us to be more efficient with the way we spend our money in Nigeria? Because we see yeah. Thank you for coming in, X0. I appreciate you. And you are a metrosexual man. I'm talking about women. You said don't bring. I'm saying offensive things, and he said don't get me involved. So
Blackstone. I don't want to get that cancelled. All right.
Why will you get cancelled? Yeah. Good night.
Sorry for X0. Before you go, okay, he has gone.
What was that?
I wanted one of the reasons why I came on was to address people like X0 because I thought they misunderstood your position when you were talking about women.
Sometimes they understand, but they don't just like to. They don't believe in it. They don't believe in what I'm saying, and even if they do understand.
Masca, your audio, Masca, your audio don't disappear. Your audio.
The audio has started again. So the Blackstone, the idea is that we are wasting a lot of money. We are wasting a lot of money, and that was the thing. Because Akpabio had a birthday party in the stadium. For a country that is supposed to be poor, it looks like we don't use money well. And one other suggestion I was thinking was that since a lot of us spend a lot of money building houses in Nigeria, Is it not better that we start spending some of that money in investing in something that is more productive, like something that involves exports, manufacturing, and production, things like that, instead
Yeah,
of
now
only building houses?
when there's level playing field for everybody to excel, the government is not creating an enabling environment for that. What will you do?
they ask
You won't do it.
Yeah, I was. To be fair, he's had to say. The Blackstone, go ahead.
Okay. This is this forefathers. If
No,
okay,
she did not. She doesn't.
if you have tried a business in Nigeria, you will know how difficult it is to survive in business in Nigeria. You understand me? So it is a good idea to say, okay, I want to invest on something. I want to invest in Nigeria, sort of build houses and things like that. But when you start dealing with Nigerians, you need to understand the Nigerian mindset when it comes to issue of business. Who you employ will be the first person to pull you down.
Defraud you, want defraud you.
Yes, you'll be paid the salary. You'll also be taking your own money that you want to use to make your investment or your community to survive. That is why most people today, what they are doing, are just buying shares or investing in stocks and things like that. So they're not actually interested in establishing a business. You understand me? Because the people are just docile, you know. So I don't understand what is that mindset that have that, okay, you pay the salary, they still want to take from one you are so getting to enrich themselves. So this is the problem, you know.
But can we not have a form of help me waka that helps you manage your businesses, make sure things are? It's a business opportunity. We have another help me waka.
Help me waka cannot actually manage your business. Look at the business principle they have. It's not that you may help you to manage your business. You understand me? So it depends on the
business. Is logistics, nothing else.
Logistics, yeah.
No,
So,
I'm saying that you could have a consultancy that is specialized in assisting the diasporans to get into manufacturing and stuff like that. If they can do it efficiently without overcharging them or stuff like, because then they too start overcharging people.
I can give you some ideas. Okay, I can give you some. I can give you some business ideas where you can invest on. For example, you can invest in soft drinks. Because anything that doesn't have to, you have to do you yourself, being there, managing it yourself. Because now you can take stock, you know how much you are producing, you know how much you are spending on it, and know how much you are selling, right? So you have to have a proper stock of your goods. You understand me? But at the end of the day, you also come to another issue: is power.
Okay.
So how are you going to run your power?
Enabling environment.
Enabling environment. Yeah. So then the government tax. People will come every day, come and draw different taxes from you. Not even know what you are paying it for. You know, first and foremost, you buy a generator. Maybe you buy a generator for maybe about 30 million to carry your plan. You understand me? None of the day you are buying 1 liter of diesel by 1,200 naira. And then what are you going to produce? How much are you going to sell? At what price are you going to sell then your product? You understand me? So if you look at these issues, look at the your expenses, then compare with your income, with your profit, you'll be discouraged.
Okay, so what if you can do it in such a way that you don't lose money, but you break even at least? But by breaking even, what that does
how long does it take? How long does it take? How long does it take for you to break even?
Because if you start, you can start breaking even in 1-2 years, or 3 years.
No way. Never.
Okay, how about 3 years? Is this too early?
No way.
No.
When can you break even then? Forever? You won't.
No. First of all, look at your investment. How much are you investing? Let me assume you're investing maybe about $20,000-$30,000. You understand me? Then your production cost is almost half of that every month. Right? And you are competing with other manufacturers. Right? So now
even the cost of the equipment,
yes, servicing and everything. So at the end of the day, before your product is even known and also accepted to the people, it takes you time because you are challenging, you are competing with other manufacturers also. You understand me?
Because,
Okay.
like, for an example, now, let's say you start
Let me give you
manufacturing
an
stuff
example.
like
No,
food stuff in Nigeria
yes.
and exporting it to the West
Okay.
and other African countries.
Even for you manufacturing those things, before you start manufacturing those things, you have to meet the international requirement.
Yeah, but that's what you want. You do because you can, because you're in the West. You know how to.
No, you can do that here. Hold on, you can do that here, right? First, that's an issue. The problem is the enabling environment. Where you are cited is not
in Nigeria.
Okay, look up here. Okay, let me give you an example. When Dangote want to go into Indomie production, you know, the first person that started Indomie was a Chinese man. Dangote had to accuse the man that his so product was poison. It was poisonous.
Exactly. Media, whatever. You know,
yes. Can you see such a propaganda? Yes, man. Okay, so fine. I will eat my Indomie in your presence. The man cooking and they hate it, and man never die. That's why people start continue buying so Indomie. So this is the propaganda. These are the things are going to fight against.
So
in Nigeria.
was Dangote selling Indomie too?
He was producing Indomie.
Spaghetti and noodles. No, it was.
Wow, that's terrible food, though.
So anything that makes money in Nigeria, Dangote goes into it, and then we try to frustrate the other smaller ones, you know.
There are like, okay, now you can even start a small company that doesn't even require a lot of assets. All you need is a computer or two, and recruit tech people to get involved in this thing, developing different apps. They can who develop Flutter or this thing what they call Jumia and all the GG.
You don't need to be in Nigeria to do that.
Yeah, that's well, you can employ Nigerians. My point is that you create an environment that has capacity.
Let me tell you something.
Instead of doing it only from the West, that's the point I'm trying to make.
The fintech in Nigeria is actually what I put like this, actually affecting even Nigerian economy.
How do you mean?
Wait, yes. Everybody now is going to fintech, and they are using it to swindle people here and there. You understand me, right? And also taking businesses from the traditional banks and everything. You understand me? In the UK, how many fintech companies do you have, or how many fintech apps do you use?
I don't use one.
They do.
But I don't use fintech apps. I just use conventional one.
Monzo, they plenty.
But I don't use them.
But do you use it? Because you don't need it.
No, I feel.
Okay.
Exactly.
Some of all these fintechs are not even registered.
Yeah.
They're not even registered.
One of my clients yesterday, she said she's using Revolut. Yeah, I think Revolut. You know, I know she said Monzo. She's Cameroonian anyway, but she's based in France. She was like,
no, those ones are used to those are money transfer apps. You understand me?
No. It's banking. No, Revolut. No.
Yes, Revolut is a banking, but it's a banking app.
Online banking.
Yeah. But they are registered. Revolut is in the UK.
Even Monzo, so it's the same thing with Monzo.
Revolut is in the UK, and
they took money from my account, about £100, and she complained. It's okay, they're going to do something about it, and she blocked the card, and they gave her another one, and yet they still took money from the card again, and they did not even resolve the first one. They're still telling her, so she just stopped using them.
No, once money leave your card, the card.
Yeah, but the point still stands, though. The point still stands before we lose it. Is that maybe instead of just spending money, giving somebody to do basic stuff or putting it in a house that you would never, most people don't ever live in that house. They just come there for 2 weeks, a year, they disappear, and the house just sits empty. They don't even rent it out. That is unproductive use of resources. The only productive extent of that resource is the builders. After they build it, completely dead. It's just all that money just sitting there. Hopefully the next generation someday will come and use it, but often they don't. So why don't is it not better to just invest the money in people? In other words, when you are training them, they are gaining knowledge. That's your own people gaining that knowledge, catching up with other people learning about AI, learning about fintech, learning about technology from UAVs to this is
So
robotics.
what are going to teach them when you yourself is that doesn't even have the knowledge of those things?
You have Nigerians that know about all this is in the UK now and in the America and everywhere. You can easily hire an Indian to teach them, and once they teach them, they know how to do it. Then they pick up from there, and they can be working for you from there, making money from you. And the good thing
No, hold
about
on.
IT is that
Hold
you can
on.
manage it.
To do what? To do what first? What do you want to do?
Develop apps, develop websites, get involved in cyber security, all kinds of things you can do. There's so many areas
Okay, you are not
that you
saying that
can invest in.
no, you are not saying that establishing or
And
starting.
other companies can give you contracts
Other,
to do their cyber security in the West, and you use your Nigerian company to do it.
Hold
no,
on. See,
no,
you are
we are
just
talking
see,
about we are talking
that
about the
that type of
IT.
company you're talking about, right? Is just a company that will not, how will I put it now? It's not manufacturing. It's not producing. They're just providing service.
Services, that's a
You
service
understand? That's what you're
industry.
doing.
See,
You
the
understand?
Israeli
So
company that
it's not
manufactures.
manufactured or produced.
Let me give you an idea now. The Israeli company that manufactures that spyware that they put in mobile phones, and I've forgotten what this is called. I think it's Pegasus or something.
Mhm.
That company has made probably 100 million or more for just
Yeah,
from that
hold on.
software.
He's making you. But hold on, you are making, but people are buying it, right? But it doesn't mean you must not be in that country. You can be anywhere to do that.
No, that's my point. But the people that are operating it can be in the country. That's the point I'm making.
Okay,
They can
fine.
be in Nigeria doing it.
And how many branches do you need?
You don't need so many branches. You just need Nigerians to be working on it.
And
Anywhere you want them to
how
work
many
on it.
staff? Hold on. How many staff do you think you can employ?
From to run is a like a small company. You can employ from
No,
2, 3, 4 people.
not what I mean. That Israeli
No,
firm you're talking
forefathers,
about. How many staff do you think you can employ?
I don't know about
forefathers.
the Israeli company,
It
how
can
many
be
companies they had, but they
forefathers.
probably started.
No,
Let me
forefathers.
finish my point. Now, they started from maybe 2 or 3 people that are
What you are
friends
saying,
that decided to work
is
together to build it.
possible. What you are saying is
Mm.
possible. You understand me? The biggest problem is managing the people, your staff. That's the biggest problem.
You can. It's not impossible, especially when you're into tech. You could. And the good thing about tech is that it doesn't involve cash. They don't see the money, so they can't exactly take your money that nobody gives them in cash and run away. They can't run away with the machine. You have their that number. So that's the good thing about tech. And most engineers don't even have that mindset. The only thing they can steal money from is, oh, they want to pay for electricity or they want to do something, then they will top it up a little bit. So you don't necessarily get gouged like that. You are more protected. And what they are learning is also very valuable because it's value added knowledge and capacity that we need. So that's why I'm saying that it looks like we are too
Yeah, you are
wasteful with our
right.
resources.
No, you are right. It's a good thing. You are right. You understand me? But it's not as easy as it's been said. You understand me? You are referring to that is this company. There are so many companies that are doing spyware or doing antivirus software. There's one in one of the best anti-spy companies from Russia, right?
Yeah.
So there are so many. The bet. If you see if you see what they are doing, you understand me? Because internet security, spyware, and everything is a daily update. You understand me? And Nigerians are people who, let me say, with someone like negligence in everything they are doing. You understand me? Because if you are going to have such things, you understand me, you must have to come out with at least the best security in it and keep on updating your app, your program, you understand me?
Yes.
And which is a daily thing because
Yes, they
every
will be
day,
working for you daily now. And
yes,
Nigerian workers are cheaper than Western workers anyway.
no, what
So
I'm saying, no, what I'm saying now is
But forefathers,
it's issue of competition.
you see this kind of business that you're talking about. It will not quite work out in Nigeria. The enabling environment is not there.
Not there.
I mean, if you want to, okay, you talk about your servers. You want to have your servers at the factory. You need to manage your servers. You don't want a situation where you have your servers being sabotaged. You have to talk about power. The lot of things. So the kind of hassle you'll be getting, it will just not be worth it. You just say, do I just need this?
hassle.
The headache. It's not work. The headache doesn't work.
How do you mean servers will be sabotaged?
You have to run power 24/7.
You will find people that will go and sabotage it for money.
Before your computer, they will go and sabotage your computer.
Prophets, let me ask
Mm.
you, because what you're saying, if I understand it well, I know Nigerians that are doing that kind of business. But what I don't understand why you are emphasizing on domiciling it in Nigeria. There are Nigerians that I'm coming. There are Nigerians in US here. They have the company, but they have Nigerians working for them in the company. So they don't have assets per se in Nigeria. They just give them laptops. So that, like the server the guy is talking about, they connect to the server in US here to work.
Yeah, remotely.
That
Yeah.
too. You see that I don't have any problem with that, because that still means those Nigerians are gaining capacity.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
eventually,
I
it's
know
also a good
somebody.
idea to have
It
assets
is
on the
possible.
ground.
It's very possible in Nigeria, you understand? But one thing you have to know that you have to have a 24/7 light power supply.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
one of
you
the
just have
reasons
to
why
install
the
solar panels, so
Anyway,
that will be the end of it.
Prophets, as a businessman, if you have anything that will make you incur more cost, you go for it.
No,
Exactly.
you don't. You don't necessarily do that.
Exactly.
No, you don't do that. But the idea is that if you set the company up in the West, now you can have your clients that if you can go and get contracts with them, they are paying you in dollars or in pounds, while you are employing people and paying them in naira. So the margins is bigger, and it makes you more resilient, especially as a company in Nigeria, because you are getting so much money that the company in Nigeria, no matter all the nonsense shenanigan that goes on, it's not going to touch you much.
Anyway, it is
You'll
very
still be able
possible.
to be
I
sustainable.
get your point. That's why I ask you what kind of
It's very
job you are
possible. It's
saying.
very
You are saying
possible. But
what
you have to be on the ground. No, that you have to be somewhere
technology
else.
and this and
You have to
that.
be on the
But
ground.
if you say technology, ask yourself how many people can a tech firm really employ?
Sorry, local.
Supposing that to like
No, they
manufacturing.
can employ they can employ millions, thousands of people, depending how big
Mm.
the tech company. Depending.
No, then
Like,
what are you doing?
Yes, okay. For example, now let me take an example of two companies, Infosys and TCS. And these are well-known companies that they are consultancy companies, right? TCS, which is a Tata consulting service, a part of Tata Motors. They employ about 60 to 70,000 people worldwide, right? So if you are going to build such a company, so you have to be involved in every area of IT. Programming, right? Consultancy and services. You understand me, right? So you can employ a lot of people. So at the end of the day, the biggest challenge is how for you to scale and improve on your services and what you are doing. You understand me, right? That is where the challenges comes from. So I have to have a very good people who market your product, who are going to help you to find customers, help you to find people are interested in your services, right? So, and actually, the other problem you also find in these things is looking at Nigerian image. You understand me? This also will also affect you, be a problem to you, right? So, IT company can be established anywhere in the world, and they can function anywhere in the world. You understand me?
But we need them in Nigeria.
But for an IT company for IT companies to thrive in Nigeria, will they not need? Will they not need? Let me local, please don't interrupt. You have studied
No,
your
I'm
own.
asking you talking now. Keep quiet, my friend. I'm asking you talking. What's wrong with you?
I don't know, man. I thought Basca wanted to say something, but Olumide has started now.
Will they not need electricity to function effectively? Do we have electricity for IT companies to thrive?
You can use solar.
Okay.
Solar.
Okay. All right. Listen, you understand me? You can have your servers on the cloud.
You can use solar. You can use solar.
You can have your server. Can have a cloud platform.
Yeah, and it gives you resilience. They can't destroy
you can have
it.
your servers on the what do they call it on the data centers, right?
Yeah.
So that will not stop you, or at least not be a problem to you, right? So if you start having laptops, you can always charge your laptops at any time and work. You understand me? So only that you can power your desktop even at least with we have backup not backup actually.
Just forgive me.
You can use a solar system, right, and or things like that to run your desktop and things like that. But most IT guys work on use laptops, you know. So you can have your server system on the data centers, which are 24/7 powered. Because data center doesn't go down. If you go down, it's a downtime, and they will lose a lot of customers. And they will get a lot of
complaints.
Yeah, cut
So,
cases.
so you know what I do enjoy when you start showing this your high level knowledge, and but when you start saying,
go and sit down.
when you start saying that Germany doesn't have a mosque, I just get confused.
That is your
This guy is clever. Sometimes he just comes up with some clever stuff.
That is your wahala.
Look at Stratasys and Infosys and all of them.
Papa, that the latest one that even Jama doesn't even
Oh no!
Jama only.
Let's not go there again now. Come on, you be so impressive.
You just brought it up now, so let me go.
I'm praising you now. That when I hear you talking like this, you do have quite a lot of knowledge in the industry.
What I was trying to say initially was that see, a lot of this infrastructure and stuff that needs to be in place in Nigeria for things to work is in the hands of the federal, the state, federal and state executives. And until people can elect people who they want to use these resources for themselves.
You are going back to election again.
No. I'm just saying that, see, all of this cannot be, you see, we keep rigmaroling if we don't solve that very, very important part of the puzzle.
Okay, let me tell you that Nigeria has about, in Lagos, we have up to 3 or 4 data centers in Lagos.
About what?
Oh, do we?
Yes, we have
about what? I didn't hear you.
Data centers.
Okay.
You know which companies own them?
I don't know. You can check
Up
online.
to 4 data centers. I don't know that. Africa, they said Africa have 50 something. So,
because if you are using VPN,
Blackstone.
Yes, sir.
I think don't allow forefathers to
mess me up.
You guys are going. You are making it sound as if Nigeria is in some dark ages. The fact is that Google is here in Nigeria. They have an office, big office in VI.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes, Microsoft is here. Oracle is here.
I've been there for a very long time now.
So,
none of these companies are African, no. That's my concern.
So see, the point I'm making is that Nigeria is not in some dark ages. There are technology companies. I'm talking about international technology companies. There is global, international Nigerian companies like Paystack, Interswitch, Flutterwave. These are all international companies. They are not only Jumia. They are not only in Nigeria. They are Nigerian companies, but they are international.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. It's true.
The point I'm making.
Jumia Nigeria. I think Jumia is from
it's Nigerian, no.
No, Jumia
is Nigerian. Jumia is Nigerian.
It's Nigerian, from what I gather.
I think GG and Konga is Nigeria.
This shouldn't even be the argument. The fact is that there are big Nigerian IT companies that are global. By global, I mean they are international. So the point for me really is that IT thrives here in Nigeria. People talk as if electricity doesn't exist. There's electricity.
But is it constant?
It's not constant.
Let me share some of this information about data centers.
But what I'm saying is that IT businesses are here, so they have found a solution to all the problems.
So let me just share this information about the data centers in Nigeria.
But what about?
So let's just see this so that we get an idea about data center. The discussion was mostly about whether we should be doing other things with the resources we have instead of only pouring them in properties. So South Africa has 32 data centers. Nigeria comes second, 11. Impressive, 11. This in Angola, 7th.
Which company
So
owns the data center?
we don't know the companies that own them. They didn't include them here. That's the problem. But if you to let you know where we are, we have 11. But let me see how many data centers are in the UK. Number of
Forget that side.
data. No, you have to compare now. Data centers
No, the
in
question
the
is which
UK.
company owns the data center?
So it's to give an idea of what we are dealing
private
with.
companies. They're mostly private companies.
Hold on. Why am I not seeing? Okay, I'm in the wrong window. Let me go to the other window. Hold on. I'll move this one out, and so that we see the one for the. Let's see. Where is that? That's for the UK. That is scary. This is the kind of stuff that gives me trust issues. Look at the number of data centers in the UK alone of 56, 63, 66 million people. And they have 500 and something data centers, and Nigeria has 11.
How
And
big
this,
is it? No. What is that?
Oh,
Know
fathers,
how big,
everything
how
is not
big,
the way you look at it.
how big is
Not
the
the way
data
you look at
center?
it. This
How
one
big
is
is it?
different.
So it depends
how big is it? They
yes.
tend to be quite big because they are global now.
So
People. The reason why I'm saying this is that, like, okay, it goes back to the point we were discussing. If you create enough capacity within Nigeria, you are more likely to be seeing all these things being done. And you saw what they did with China. They started making China's life hell because China was developing too much and they didn't like it. And they started pulling their technology away from China. And China went ahead and they were able to manufacture their own microchip that they used to make their own phones now. So sooner or later, and this is a leverage they hold against our leaders, but we may not know it. Because what if they choose to pull their plugs now? What happens? Nigeria could collapse if they pull their technology.
No,
So
see,
forefathers.
Forefathers. I
yeah,
think
go ahead.
you raised a very valid point, but I think the angle of the discussion or the angle from which we are chipping at the issue you've put in on top of the table, I think is wrong.
Okay.
My understanding of the point you're making is that rather than give people fish, which is what the diaspora people are doing day in, day out, they give Nigerians fish every day. People are hungry, they give them fish. What you are suggesting is that there should be fishery created in Nigeria.
Yep.
And so I think the idea that we will look at the problems of setting up businesses, I think will be.
Okay. So forefathers, what I want to ask you now, I want to ask you a question.
Your volume, your voice is gone again. Your audio is gone again.
Me?
Masker.
No,
let Masker finish. Let Masker finish.
But his volume is gone. So what I was going to ask is for these tech companies to thrive in Nigeria so that they can grow.
No,
what
Masker,
are those?
Your audio is gone. Your audio is
What
gone.
are those
Masker.
resources that they need? What are those items they need to thrive in Nigeria?
They just need a computer power source, and that's all.
Olemide, are you going to go into IT? Are you going to go into IT in Nigeria?
Sorry.
Are you going to go into IT?
No. I forget about that. I'm asking a question.
So
I want as a consensus. Listen,
yes,
listen now. Let me talk.
Blackstone, let him talk now. The Blackstone. Have you studied to Olumide?
Wait. As a concerned citizen, I'm asking, what are those resources? What are those parameters that is needed for the tech companies to grow from 11 to, let's say, to triple in a year?
That's not a tech company. So that wasn't a tech company.
Whatever data center you just mentioned, data center. What is it that they need to triple in about a year or two, so that Nigerians, we won't give fish to people, rather we will come and create a net that will help them fish in the river. So what are those resources they need?
Okay.
The Blackstone, this is not a data center it's referring to. I hope you know that. It's not data, it's
I'm
general tech.
referring to the data center. I'm referring to the IT
Yeah, so
sector.
let me
everything, yeah.
Whatever you guys are discussing.
Wait now. Let me
What
give you
are
an
those
answer.
resources that they need to thrive?
Wait. The we call it of data center. It doesn't need have to have about 200 data centers. We have to look how large the data center. What capacity can they carry? You understand me? Because to start a data center, you need a use resources. You understand me? And you need to have a very high bandwidth. You know, so it's not a matter of how many data centers can we have, but if one data center, you understand me, is as large enough, you know, so it can be able to serve Nigerians. You understand me? And number two, I think most Nigerian companies that doesn't have their own data in Nigeria, they have it in other countries, like most banks. You understand me? Their data, I think, are not resident in Nigeria. Okay, and so the to grow IT companies, you understand me? One is actually mostly infrastructures. Nigeria is not properly wired. Underground cables are not they do not connect the whole country. You understand me? And so the mobile network is not enough to carry for IT companies mostly. You understand me? So we need to invest on wiring Nigeria, laying cables, fast internet access cables in Nigeria around the whole
I
Nigeria.
think I heard the digital guy saying that this week already. But the question was about what they need to actually thrive in Nigeria. I think currently, if you
That's what I'm saying now. So we need to wire Nigeria first of all. Then two.
no, not necessarily. The question you are answering it on a macro level. He's just talking about if you have people on the ground in Nigeria now, what do you need to, get them going in Nigeria? You
Is that what
can,
you're asking?
yeah. Is that not what you're asking, Olumide?
Yes, I'm saying that the resources they need to get that data center created. What are those resources? What are those infrastructure that is needed to get the data center working?
Yeah, you
Why?
get the data center working. We
How
need
can we
servers.
triple it from 11 to 33 in the next couple of years?
It's
For instance,
investment. It's
Or is
investment.
that would take investment? You see, and
It's
this is
investment.
why if you create tech companies and they become successful because they can raise funds, then they can create their own data center. They will create some here, they will create some in other countries because you have to create redundancies so that in case something happens here, there's backup somewhere else.
No.
So
Every data center have that redundancy. Every data center have a redundancy. So it is within the data center they also have the backup servers.
there's a war in that country or a coup that destroyed that server, and then you are done for as a company. So you have to have a cloud kind of. When they say cloud, it means it's in this disparate locations. It's not only in one location, one country.
No, that also depends on the law of the data retention law. You understand me? So most countries don't allow their data to be kept in a different country.
Yes, it
So
depends. It depends as a country.
Yeah.
I would recommend that we keep it in African countries anyway. But that said, if you want to start a company, I'm talking from more of on a micro level, not on a macro level. If you want to start a company, all you need is a computer and maybe or two or three. You
No,
hire
for that,
people that are into
it
IT and
depends.
train them up to do what you needed to do.
Actually, it depends on which area of IT you are going into. That's the first thing. Which area of IT you are going
Into app development, into cyber security, into AI. It depends, and AI tends to take more resources because you need a more powerful computer to do processing or video editing. All these YouTube video editors publishing videos online.
For video editing, people are already doing that now. You can do your video editing on your
I know that my point is that
phone,
we
on
need
your
more
phone.
of them.
So every Nigerian who are putting their content on the YouTube or on Instagram or TikTok and everything, they're already doing that editing already.
Okay, let's say that the kind of editing I'm talking about is on a larger scale, but let's say that's not the bigger one. But there are many other areas in tech that you
Yes,
can
of
go
course.
into.
So that's what I said.
So
That's what I said. So you have to know which area to go to, and you have to know that if if you get the specialized people in that area, you yourself, first of all, you have to be you have to be in that area also. You have to be knowledgeable in that area. You understand me?
It does
One
help.
of the things,
It does
one
help.
of the areas that's very good is consulting. You understand me? You can be able to consult companies on their applications they are running, or you think that help them improve on their business processes and also help them in their business dealings and everything. That will be a very good area also. You understand me? You know, so consultancy is very good. You understand me? Then networking is also very good. You understand me? Right?
Yep.
And then data processing is also very good. Analysis is very good.
Manufacturing too. I'm not want to reduce it only to tech. There's also other areas like manufacturing that you can go into. Because think about it, if you can manufacture stuff in Nigeria to a high standard, because you're in the West, you've seen how they do it in Germany, especially Germany. If you're in Germany, they are really good at engineering. If you have a company that makes nails or spoons or something that are very good at it, you find one small one, partner with them or buy the company and transfer their techniques to Nigeria and start manufacturing it in Nigeria.
Yeah, so far we are very right. You understand me? You know what I'm talking about in manufacturing area. You understand me? Is the power source? You know, because that's real life. Because okay, like last year, the MAN Nigeria manufacturers of Nigeria said that that was last year before the increase in diesel and everything, that 30% of their income goes into power. And so when that happens, that is not transferred to the customers.
Yeah, that's true.
So if Nigeria can, it just let me as say they improve their power. Okay, they can be able, you understand me, to channel their power. Anyway, it's a pity that we don't have IT ops or maybe manufacturing zone, maybe where have companies or manufacturing or IT zone and everything in Nigeria, park and everything like that. Understand me? Whereby maybe the power companies can say, okay, we are concentrating on this area to provide you power 24/7. So that can be able to go ahead and produce.
Yeah, it's true. You can have areas specifically for like, because you can have hubs, real hubs that actually have 27 power supply. People can live in that area. All they do is tech. So because Nigeria is a big country, everywhere doesn't have to be super advanced before you can create a population of about 200,000 or 500,000 that is highly advanced.
It is just the thinking, you know, at least you have to come up with some solutions to basic problems, you understand me? But Nigerians are not doing that. If, for example, now we can be able to improve, okay, for example, I don't know, I think Nigeria has only one single national grid. I don't know how many they have. I can't tell, you understand me? But a country as big as Nigeria is supposed to have more than 6 or 7 or 10 national grid. You understand me? Do that. If one fails, the other one is still there. You understand me? Every power stations supposed to have their national grid and connect to the main national grid, and from there goes out. You understand me? You know, but I don't know how many they have in Nigeria. You understand me? That is why they are crying.
They just have one, from what I gather. It's only one that they have.
Which is at this age. You understand me? How old is that national grid?
However, hold on. I think when you said when I said something about manufacturing and you said something about power, I think that's a valid point. Yeah, it's a serious challenge because you have power issues and you need energy to manufacture. However, if you can have an efficient manufacturing system and you set up your own power source, like you have a generator or solar energy, because solar energy will last for a long time, then you are good to go for quite a while.
So you cannot carry some of the machines. Because solar energy is what solar energy does. Those solar panels, they charge the batteries. They are used to charge the batteries. So the battery is the storage.
I mean, like 10 kVA. 10 kVA.
What is 10 kVA?
No. You're talking about. I know you are talking about massive engineering. I'm just talking about low scale one, because some of our people, we are not. No. Most of us are not spending billions in their houses. They are spending, and that's the vast majority of people. They are spending about 200 million, 100 million on properties.
Okay, a house that has maybe 5 ACs. So how many kVA would they have?
That's about 20 now. It's going to start heading towards 15. How
many solar panel can be to carry power that type case? One thing I will suggest is this. You understand me? We have sea in Nigeria. You understand me? Why can't we go to offshore wind energy?
We can all of them need, you can use different sources of power supply.
No, why do I say it? Because the modern wind blade they have, wind energy they have to do, that's big wind blade. You understand me? Each of them can produce a maximum of 6 megabytes.
If you install a large one, but Nigerians so far they don't have those things.
Yes, what I'm saying for that, you understand me? If we are going to build, for example, now, if we have maybe a 4 megawatt, a 4 megawatt wind blade, wind energy.
Yeah, but you are talking big scale here. I'm just talking about small scale.
No,
individuals.
No, Papa, no, not be matter of individuals now. What I'm talking is this: we can easily segment these areas. You understand me? Like Lagos now crying, okay, we don't have power and everything. You understand me? If you have maybe about 10 wind blade in Lagos, you can supply light for all the.
But that's true now. But we also have gas. You can get a gas power plant for $10-20 million, and they can install it in under 6 months, and it can supply like 20-35 megawatts of electricity that will power thousands of houses. So you can see it's possible to do all this. We have the capacity to do them. It's just that for the discussion I'm having, because I don't expect people to be spending millions of dollars investing. Or I think what they can invest, most Nigerians can invest up to $10,000, $20,000 for business, maybe even $5,000. So you want to start small. All you need is an office. Most offices in Nigeria, you can get them for $22,000 or £2,000, depending on where you get. Some places a lot cheaper per annum. Then the staff, maybe 100,000-200,000 or so, you pay them per month, maybe 300, depending on 400,000, depending on how experienced they are. Some of them, if they're earning less, because you are training them, you can train them up, and then they start building stuff for you. You have to have what you want to build in your mind. If it's tech company, you want to build an app for medicine, you do that. If it's for fisheries, you want to help people that do farming get certain things done in terms of pond life and whatever they're doing. There are so many things you can do. The point is that you have to look in that direction to want to do it, because people are currently investing in properties a lot because they think that is the thing to do. And I'm beginning to think that is a lot. Sometimes, especially if you built one already, there's no need to build so many. You are barely there.
Yeah, no, what they are doing is this for fathers, you understand me? They know that properties easily in Nigeria, maybe some states in Nigeria, property easily appreciate. Not the building, the land. Because it is the land that appreciates, not the building. The building depreciate and the land appreciate.
Yeah, and it's less risk.
Yes, so that's why people are going into such things. And at the end of the day, they feel that, okay, if I can rent at my house, you understand me, in a year, maybe I can get up to 2 million, 3 million per year. And the land is also appreciating. From there, I build on that one. So if somebody has them basically have about 3 or 4 houses in a year, it's getting that amount. They feel that it is just something that you don't need to worry yourself about. You understand me? So at the end of the year, just collect your money, maybe invest it in another thing, and be getting money from there. So you don't need to worry about.
We didn't remove you. You were not on camera. That's why. The Blackstone, that thing that you talked about, land acquiring value.
Yeah.
Inflation is eating it up. Almost everything.
Where?
In Nigeria, when your land acquire value.
Nigeria, Baba land, no, they are. If you live in abroad, see, I tell people, forget those stuff. It's bullshit. If anybody tell you come and buy land, you're gonna appreciate. Don't even. It's waste of money. I'm telling you. I'm telling you from experience.
That's what people don't understand. They forget that inflation is high too in Nigeria. So as the land is appreciating, inflation is eating it.
In 2019, 2020, early 2020, when I was in Nigeria, I bought one land for like 50 grand, 50,000 US dollars. Today, I can go, then dollar was 360. I can go back today, even if I sell it times 2, I will not recover my dollar back.
Yeah, no,
exactly.
So don't try.
AY,
Except you really need the property. You
AY,
need
this is
it.
this. No, AY, this is it. You understand me? So you bought it in dollars, you understand me? Right? Most people that buy land or property in Nigeria, they buy in Naira. You understand me? Right?
Yeah,
And
if you live in Nigeria, no wahala now.
yeah, so if you also, for me, if you're going to buy, I'm going to buy in Naira. I'm not going to pay. Maybe it may cost you in dollars. You understand me?
What
But
do you mean you got to buy in Naira? What are you
wait
talking
now,
about?
wait. I'm not going to pay for a land. We're not going to tell you to
Who
pay
be
for
this
land.
Christy? If I catch you, whether not Chris can.
Love you. Don't worry. No, what I'm trying to say is this, you understand me? Sometimes I don't want to try to convert Naira to euros or to dollars.
If you live in abroad, you gotta do it.
No, if you are investing in Nigeria, invest in Nigeria. I just think that you are investing in Nigeria. No, that's my own, excuse me. That's my own way of thinking about it. Because if I want to say that I want to convert it to dollar later, I agree that I'm going to lose. You understand me? But I'm not thinking in that way. Right? I feel that okay, if I'm investing in Nigeria, I'm investing in Nigeria in order to get to if I want to sell, also I'm going to get my property in Naira, not in dollars. You understand me? That's the way I put it. Because if I have to always convert Naira to dollar, so I'm not going to do anything Naira in Nigeria.
So here is it, right? So, for example, if I take that $50,000, I put it in stock. If I had bought Tesla stock, I would have made maybe over 40 grand now.
Yeah. Okay.
So the thing is, here is it, right? Because then it was even inflation. Don't forget. The thing is, I can't bring my money to Nigeria to invest. I'm thinking of Naira. Naira is dirty. It's garbage.
No, man. Wait.
I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that.
I'm not wait. No one to them. I'm not saying you should do it. You understand me? There are also people that put their money in stocks today that company has failed and lost their money abroad. You understand me? It does happen. You understand me? Right? Tesla is a very viable company whereby you can buy your stocks and put in there. You understand me? Right? So what I'm saying is this, right? I don't want to compare. Okay, let put it like this. I believe that the cost of living, the amount you're using in buying bread in the US, it's almost proportionally to the amount you are buying bread in Nigeria. You understand me? So the cost of living is almost proportionally to each other. You understand me? But a little bit difference. You understand me? But other things might not be in that form, right? So if I'm investing in Nigeria, I just feel that I'm investing in Nigeria. Let me remove my mind from dollar or euro, or maybe I want to convert. So if I'm investing in abroad,
KJ is laughing.
KJ, what are you doing here? Go and sleep.
KJ is laughing you.
KJ, go and sleep.
You are the one who brought me back on Blackstone.
Talk.
You brought me back. How can you say this kind of thing? That the cost of buying bread in the US is something with the cost of buying bread.
I don't know how much it costs in US, but I can tell you how much it costs.
I'm coming, sir. See, it's not even a question of let's even agree without conceding that that's the truth. Is it the same quality? The bread, most of the bread they sell in Nigeria has bromide inside. You know that nobody put that.
You are come with your journalist.
Let's not analyze it now. You see, the truth of the matter is, you see, I can buy bread right now, and I get to my house and say, "Oh, this bread, I don't like it," even though I've cut it. I can take it back to the place and say, "Look, this your bread is bad." is already getting this thing. I don't even need to complain. I say I don't want any longer. All they ask is for my receipt, and my money is refunded. Okay, but in Nigeria, it's not the same thing. What if you buy it and look? I was one of those people who used to patronize one popular bread
you know those things. You know what? Those things are those things are just one, customer services. You understand me? And people mindset. No, and people mindset. You understand me? Right?
No, it's not people's mindset. It's a way of doing things. Nobody respects the law.
Yeah. What is it? So that's what we are fighting for. You understand me? Customer service is very important. Customer service is very important.
Earlier on, somebody said, you said, money was taken from my account. I was not refunded. Here, money has been taken from my account many times. All I need to do on the app, there's even where you can say you dispute this.
Yep.
No. Wait. If it is a credit card, if it is a credit card,
yes.
You understand? Because that credit card does not belong to the bank, to that company. Your credit card has companies. So you have to apply.
Bank, no, you don't need to apply. Bank will report your credit card wrong.
And I've said this as somebody who have been witnessing more than 3 times. Even as I'm talking to you now, on Monday, I'm going to dispute 1 or 2 things I've seen on my, okay? And immediately you say, and if you give me some time, I will even give you letters relating to me on that issue. They just write to you and say, you said this, okay, we're refunding your money and we're going to check it out. And when they check it out and they find out your dispute is correct, they even write to you again and say, we have checked and you are correct. Okay? And your money
very correct.
Yes.
Irrespective of who the
even in Nigeria, no, credit card issue is quite different. You understand me? Credit card issue.
Do we have credit card in Nigeria?
No, we don't even have.
We have credit card in Nigeria. What are you talking? Every bank gives credit card. They have MasterCard, Visa card, even MasterCard, Visa card, and even the American Express.
Yes, now
it's prepaid. It's prepaid.
No, it's not prepaid. No, it's not prepaid. You can have. If you want to have it, I will get a dollar. If you have you can have a dollar credit card. I know people who come to Germany with their credit card and use the Nigeria credit card to withdraw money from the ATM.
Listen, Blackstone, you must have left for a long time.
I do travel to Nigeria. I said I have an account in Nigeria. So I have an account in
Blackstone, they send us money from that
account. Blackstone, the credit card they use in America is in Naira denominated or dollar denominated.
Every country have in Germany what they use. They use dollar. They are using euro dominated now. Every country has to use their country dominated.
No, I'm asking you, the credit card is in Naira denominated.
In Nigeria, they also have Naira credit card. They have dollar credit card. They have both. They have both.
Blackstone, this is what happened in Nigeria. If you want credit and you want, say for instance, you want a credit card, the bank will issue a credit card, but you are the one who's going to put your money in that card. So, for instance, if you are coming to the US,
that's why I'm surprised. Yes, yeah, you got to put money.
Exactly.
You want to use your card in the US. They will tell you how much you want to use. You will be the one who's going to change your maybe $10,000 and put in your card. And even at that, you're not being guaranteed that it may work, depending on how you run it.
KG, maybe I still respect Nigeria. I said I have friends. Wait. I have friends who have visited me in Germany. You understand me? Came here to come and do shopping because
they put money. They put money.
Wait. There are 2 credit cards in Nigeria. You understand me? If you have good money in your account, they will tell you. In fact, it is